Chapter 151 Case Wisdom. The information in his mind flashed by, and Itachi couldn't see anything clearly, so he temporarily suppressed it. The three of them didn't say much. They left here quickly and found a place to rest. There was nothing for a night, and the next day, the three rushed all the way back to Konoha. Hokage Building, Core Meeting Room. Kakashi and Itachi stood side by side, acting as guards. There was a problem between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Lin, so the three generations of Hokage and Danzo were discussing in it. Itachi, are you still used to life in an? It's okay, it's just not as expected. Oh, are you talking about tasks? Yes, I thought that Anbus mission would be full of blood. Ah, this, it's not a time of war after all, so there are not too many assassination missions. I understand. Protecting Naruto-sama is also one of Anb's tasks. Just then, the door of the meeting room opened. The three generations of Hokage walked out from getting up. Kakashi, for peace negotiations with Lin Zigo, I have already sent the team from my face. But Danzo believes that Lin Zigo has ulterior motives, so I want to send other troops. Kakashi pondered for a moment, and said, so isn't this what you meant? Three generations of Hokage sighed and said, listen to Danzo. After speaking, the third generation of Hokage left. At this time, Tuan Zhang's gloomy voice came from the conference room. Although it seems that we and the Prajna people of Lin Zigo are peaceful diplomacy to exchange information on the border, I don't think it is that simple. It may be their trap. On this point, the three generations also agreed. Kakashi stood at the door without looking back, thinking in his heart. The relationship between Lin Zigo and Konoha is really unpleasant lately, and the Prajna people are also considered to be a ninja group with top strength in the Lin Zigo. Sending such ninjas for peaceful diplomacy may really have ulterior motives. Also, this time Konoha sent to exchange information with Chi, right? If there is any accident to Kai, I am afraid. Kakashi, if you go over this time, if they have any changes, Danzo said, opening his left eye, and the cold light was shining, they will all be wiped out. Konoha does not allow anyone to betray. Understood. Itachi and I formed a Topison team to go. Then, goodbye. After Kakashi finished speaking, he wanted to leave. At this time Danzo suddenly said, Kakashi, I admire your abilities. I hope you can come to the roots. Kakashi was slightly surprised, and whispered, thank you, Mr. Tuanzang, for your kindness. I am very good in the Anbu. You look at me too high. No, your abilities are definitely more suitable for the roots. Whether it is the mind or the darkness of your heart, I believe that the roots will give you a bigger stage. Kakashi didn't answer, turned and left. Itachi was slightly surprised, but still followed Kakashi. Danzang retracted his gaze, his expression low. HMPH, Kakashi Hagai, let me see how much you are now. Damn you Akaiha, it's getting in the way. At the entrance of Konoha, Kakashi and Itachi stood at the observation deck above the gate. Below is Kai and his party who have accepted the mission and are preparing to set off. Today's Kai is already a shinobi, and he has this kind of person who leads the team to perform tasks. It's just that Kai's nerves are too big, and in many cases he will not perform tasks alone. It's not that Kai's IQ is not enough, but that he will directly ignore many small details. Speaking of it, Kakashi hasn't practiced with Kai for a long time, and I don't know how far Kai's 8-door Dunjia has been. Kakashi originally thought that his 8-door Dunjia could cultivate to the 7th door, but he didn't expect that the bottleneck between the 6th door and the 7th door would be so big. At this time, it is no longer a matter of physical fitness, but more importantly, talent. Physical talent. One thing Kakashi had to admit is that in physical skills, his talent is really inferior to Kai. Yozai, burning the hot spark of youth, let's set off together. Kai yelled, then rushed hard, and soon disappeared. The remaining three people were taken aback and shouted, Captain K. Wait. It is estimated that the three of them did not encounter such a captain, and in desperation, they hurriedly followed. Senior, They don't seem to know the real purpose of exchanging information this time. Only Kono has senior management knows about this kind of thing, and we who have accepted the task. Itachi, politics is very troublesome. If you don't want to get into trouble, you won't be able to ask too many questions in the end. Before the strength was involved, the only one who was unlucky was only oneself. Itachi was thoughtful when he heard the words, but there was a bit of bitterness in his heart. Even if I don't want to get involved anymore, I'm afraid I'm also involved now. The village and the Uchiha clan didn't want to give up. The war is too terrifying, and I will never let the village fall into war again. At that time, Itachi had witnessed the cruelty of war with his own eyes, so he had an instinctive rejection of war. Okay, let's go. Yes, senior. In the forest, above the bonfire, there was a big iron pot, and the contents were full of fragrance. It's so delicious. Kosyuke, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Hee. Eat more if you like. The one called Hyuzyuke is a silver-haired old man with a very kind face. It is said that he has performed missions with Hokage in the past, but he has always been a ninja, and is called the 10,000 Years Ninin. But everyone who has worked with him knows that this old man is not only strong, but also very good in other aspects, such as cooking. The 3 generations of Hokage also knew his abilities, otherwise, this kind of task would definitely not send a ninja to come over. At this time, another ninja asked, "Captain, isn't it good for us? This firework is too big. What if it is discovered by the enemy and attacked?" Kai Wenyan suppressed the honest expression on his face, and said solemnly, "If we can attack, it would be better. Our mission this time is probably not as simple as exchanging information. It should be more about exploring the country of Lin. Is there any hostility?" The 3 of them were taken aback when they heard the words, and said, "Captain, what do you mean by this?" It's not interesting. Everyone hurry up and eat. Seeing Kai didn't say anything, the 3 of them didn't ask much. Above the big tree not far away, Kakashi and Itachi were secretly protecting it. Hearing Kai's words, Itachi was a little surprised and said, "Senior, I didn't expect that even though he didn't know the true purpose of the mission, he could guess the problem." Although Kai looks very simple, he is not stupid. Otherwise, 3 generations of adults would not send him to perform this task. A good friend of Kai for many years, Kakashi naturally knows that although this person looks very nervous, he is definitely more intelligent than ordinary people. His innocence is just his attitude in life, and if you think of Kei as a fool, you would be wrong. A fool? How can he be a forbearance? Shinobu doesn't have to be superior in strength. Even the last Naruto is already a first-level character in the 6 ways. If you want to be promoted to forbearance, you need to strengthen cultural studies. In the world of ninjas, strength is important. But if I don't have enough IQ and people are playing with applause, then that is the real sadness. For example, Nagato, Obi, and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 152 Trap Monthly Passover Beijia More. Okay, let's have something to eat too. Kakashi said that he took out the ration pill and handed it to Itachi. Itachi was not polite, and took it directly. Speaking of which, they are eating hot pot and chatting, and we are eating Bingliang pills here. This treatment is really a world of difference. Kakashi stuffed the Liang pill into his mouth from under the mask, and vomited by the way. "Senior, I can accept it. I know this is the nature of Anb's mission," Itachi said with a smile. I can accept it. But if I have a choice, I still choose to eat hot pot and sing songs. Kakashi said. His face was quite emotional. "It seems that I have been in Anbu for long enough. Should I leave Anbu for a while? After all, after living in the shadows for a long time, it is inevitable to think of living in the sun." I looked at my hands. These hands, over the years, they really have been stained with too much blood. Unexpectedly, Kakashi would say that. Itachi was a little surprised. But having said that, the Kakashi in the Anbu mouths that are not under Kakashi's jurisdiction is really different from the Kakashi in the Shishuiku. Moreover, since Itachi himself came into contact with Kakashi, He felt that Kakashi was not as cold-blooded as they said, but rather felt like a big brother. And this kind of feeling, for the precocious ferret, has only been experienced on the body of Shishui. I didn't expect you to say this, senior. Ah, it's nothing strange. After all, I have been in Anbu for almost 8 years. I am really tired of this kind of life. Whenever people have a choice, they will choose a more comfortable lifestyle, don't they? Itachi nodded and then asked, Senior, why don't you apply to leave Anbu? With your current status, if you want to leave Anbu, Hokage-sama will definitely agree. Because of responsibility. Kakashi looked up at the sky, looking quite emotional. Responsibility? Itachi puzzled. Entering Anbu is what Teacher Watergate expects of me, and Anbu needs me now. In fact, there are many times when we can't make a better choice in life. Itachi was thoughtful when he heard the words. Itachi, the village needs fresh blood like us to change it. Do you understand? Understood. Senpai, your writing wheel is a gift from a friend, right? It's not Uchiha's person. With Uchiha's power, who do you think you are from? Itachi suddenly asked. There is only one Konoha. Whether it is the Uchiha clan or other big clans, they are all under the Konoha tree. Itachi, under the covering of the nest, there are finished eggs. Under the covering of the nest, are there any eggs? Itachi's face showed maturity and thinking that shouldn't be at this age. Obviously Kakashi's words touched Itachi. This writing wheel is a gift from an old friend. He reminded me to never let my companion die. This is what I have been doing. I believe you also understand that in this world there is far more important than your own life. I see, senior. That's good. You're still young, don't carry many things by yourself. You can tell me. If you think I'm not qualified enough, you can talk to Shishui. Although the guy at Shishui looks a little jumpy, but still very reliable. Senior is polite, senior is absolutely qualified in Itachi's heart. Then a monad. Okay, they're off. Let's start too. Yes, senior. Fire Forest Canyon. The border junction between the Fire Country and the Forest Country. Kai and his party arrived early, this time waiting for the arrival of the Prajna people. Before long, 4 masked ninjas walked over from the opposite side. When Kai saw this, he asked, are they the Prajna people of Linzigo? Yes, it's us. Then let's call it. No. Give me yours first. Kai frowned, with a bad feeling in his heart, but still said, yes. Kai took out the scroll in his arms and handed it to the leading female ninja. The female ninja took a look and said, yes, it's the scroll we want. What about your scrolls? The female ninja also took out a scroll and handed it to Kai. Kaigang wanted to reach out and pick it up. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he kicked the scroll high into the air. I saw that scroll unfolded in midair, revealing a burst of words. Boom! With a loud noise, the scroll burst open. That kind of power, if K had just taken over, it would have been severely injured at this time. Damn it, it really is a trap. What do you mean? Is this a scroll of exchange? When the female ninja saw things exposed, she jumped up and landed on a high platform. Konoha's ninja violated the agreement and launched an offensive against us. Now counterattack. Kai Wenyan was furious. It's really shameless. Obviously you broke the agreement. The female ninja gave a cold snort, and then dozens of ninjas with the same mask appeared in all directions. Sure enough, you planned to betray from the beginning? Prajna people. Captain K, what shall we do? A ninja said nervously. No wonder he was afraid of such a big battle. At this moment, Kakashi and Itachi jumped out and fell in front of Kai and others. Kakashi whispered, next, let us take care of it. You can withdraw. Anbu. The Prajna people on the opposite side did not give up the attack because of the presence of 2 Anbu. Soil escape. Rock collapse. I saw several Prajna congregating seals at the same time, and dozens of stones fell from the cliff. What a bad memory. When I brought the soil, I was smashed half of my body by this ninjutsu. Kakashi didn't feel much emotion, and directly sealed with both hands. To done, Tilubai. The huge rock wall rises, blocking all the falling rocks. Crow, do it. Yes, Kakashi and Itachi jumped up and rushed directly to each other's platform. What? Since it's so fast? The female ninja was obviously shocked by this. How can a fight miss me? Kei shouted and rushed up as well. Kakashi didn't say anything. Kei, when he can fight, he will never run away. Besides, this task is still being performed by Kei. Quick battle. After Kakashi finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and Qianting Dao was instantly held in his right hand. Yozai, come on, youth. Kakashi's silver hair color, Kei naturally knew who it was, so he didn't refute Kakashi's order. Although the Prajna people are well known in the country of forest, the role of this small country is not in Kakashi's eyes at all. Even if the other party has a few Shangren Hanmu sword technique, Liu, thousand Ting Dao thunderlight bursts, and the blue moon arc passed in midair. What? With a scream, in the blink of an eye, the number of people who died under the Kakashi knife broke through double digits. Really terrifying efficiency. Itachi, who was not far away, couldn't help but sigh. In Itachi's eyes, Kakashi didn't waste a single piece of chakra. Every knife was cut at the enemy's vital point. It's all hit by a single blow, and there is no second move to kill. Chapter 153 Debate. You are Hagai Kakashi. The female ninja is obviously very surprised. The name of Hagai Kakashi has already become a golden sign in the world of ninja. It can be said that without the strength of Ilichi Inobu, even the confidence to fight Kakashi didn't answer. When Anbu performed the task, he didn't need too much nonsense. Thousands of thunder in the hand suddenly appeared. Thousand Ting blade. The thousand Ting sword covered by the thunder chakra instantly extended several meters and directly inserted into the female ninja's chest. With a stab, the long knife penetrated into the body. Sure enough, it's you, Hagai Kakashi. The female ninja cried sadly, then vomited blood and fell to the ground. Kakashi flicked a long knife in his hand to get rid of the contaminated blood. Kakashi at this time is no longer what he used to be. Killing has become an instinct. At this moment, Kakashi's murderous aura surprised both Itachi and Kai. But this kind of murderous aura flashed past, even making the two people think it was an illusion. But both Kai and Itachi knew that it was not an illusion. The Kakashi hidden under the mask was just to have murder. Kakashi, you. Kakashi swept over coldly when he heard the words, and shouted in a low voice, Kei, how can you call out the name of the Anbu performing the task? Kei was startled by Kakashi's eyes, and said quickly, yes. I'm sorry. Crow, check if there is still alive. Okay. Hearing this, Itachi drew out the long knife sent by Zishui, and cut his throat one by one to ensure that all died. Kai was shocked when he saw this, and said quickly, you. Kakashi stopped Kai and said in a low voice, Kei, this is the mission of Anbu, don't keep alive. Kakashi, you. You have changed. Kakashi was stunned when he heard the words, yes. He really seemed to have changed. Will I be like this in the beginning? No, it won't. What changed yourself? Is it dark, or endless killing? Kakashi didn't know it himself, but he knew that this was not what he wanted. He didn't want to become a butcher. Sorry, Kei, Kakashi whispered, and then left it. With Itachi, Kai stood there, looking at the corpses everywhere, feeling a little melancholy. Since the end of the war, I have never seen such a scene again. Kakashi, you can no longer stay in the Anbu. Kei squeezed his fist, his expression seriousness like never before. Senior, are you familiar with that person? Among the woods, the Itachi who followed behind asked. We have known each other since we were young, and we used to practice together often. We are opponents for life. He doesn't seem to know much about seniors. Yes, if you really understand. How could you be so surprised by Kakashi doing this kind of thing? Because I didn't do any missions with him since I entered Anbu. Anbu, it really changes people. Kakashi said thoughtfully, looking at the white clouds in the sky. Senior, do you regret it? I can't talk about regret. Everything in this world is between gains and losses. When we get something, we will inevitably lose one thing. Everything is just our last choice. Pros and cons, Itachi whispered. Itachi, I know that there is a difficult contradiction between the village and Uchiha, and I also know that you and Shisui are working hard to change this. But sometimes the personal strength is too small. Even if you want to do something, you must also ensure your own safety first. Senior, do you mean? Itachi asked in surprise, with bad thoughts in his heart. I don't know what other people think, but Danzo has always looked at Uchiha, and I am afraid he will not let it go easily. To change the relationship between the village and Uchiha, Danzo is the biggest hurdle. Senior, you seem to master Danzo. No, it's not my prejudice. Danzo may be really loyal to Konoha, but Danzo has always maintained the greatest hostility to Uchiha. Now Uchiha's situation is largely due to Danzo caused. Senior Itachi, I'm telling you this, believe it or not, just take it to heart, it will do you no harm. Itachi lowered his head in thought for a moment, and said solemnly, yes, Senior. No matter what kind of thought Kakashi said to himself, Itachi could feel the kindness in Kakashi's words. As for Danzo, Itachi believed him for the time being. After all, he is also Danzo's spy. For Uchiha, Itachi could only deal with it. Well, let's go back and hand over the task quickly. Yes. Naruto office. Sure enough, did Linzigo still betray Konoha? 3 generations sighed, full of disappointment. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Will Linzigo be punished? Let Danzo do this, Kakashi. Kakashi lowered his head and said, yes. Kakashi, how is Uchiha Itachi under your hands? Itachi is very good, and in time, it will become Konoha's pillar. That's right, that's great. The 3rd generation of Hokage said with satisfaction. 3 generations of adults, regarding the Uchiha clan, I don't know how you will deal with it. With real power in Anb, Kakashi naturally knows that the Uchiha clan today is becoming more and more restless. Although part of this is due to the Uchiha clan's own reasons, a large part is also due to the persecution of the high-level Konoha, especially Danzo. The 3 generations of Hokage heard the words and the relief on their faces converged, and said, Kakashi, you know about the Uchiha clan. I tried my best to adjust it, but the Uchiha clan seems to be difficult to contact. 3 generations of adults. The estrangement between the village and Uchiha has been around for a long time, and it cannot be changed in a moment. I believe that among the Uchiha clan, there are still people like Itachi and Shisui. Take Shisui and Itachi. The influence in the Uchiha clan, as long as they try their best, it must be able to affect the entire Uchiha. And we should give them enough trust accordingly. Kakashi, you are right. What are you going to do? 3 generations of adults, we want Uchiha to feel our sincerity, so we must first remove the surveillance. People in a village monitor each other, there is no trust at all. As soon as the 3rd generation of Hokage wanted to say something, the door of the office was pushed open. No one else, it is Danzo. The old man feels uncomfortable. Danzo, why are you here? 3 generations of Hokage said in surprise. The old man comes naturally to have something to say. Kakashi, you are a little too convinced of Uchiha. This family is a cursed family, and they are full of violence. If you relax your guard, in case they are plotting to rebel, we don't know anything. Isn't there a major event? Have you forgotten the 9 Tails incident 6 years ago? Danzo-sama, the Kyuubi incident that year did not prove that Uchiha did something. Because of your unwarranted suspicion, you isolate your companions. Is this what a Konoha leader should do? Kakashi refused to give up and tried reason. Asshole. How to be the leader of Konoha? Do you need to tell me? Don't forget your identity. Danzo's face was full of anger, obviously stimulated by Kakashi's words. Okay, don't make a noise. The 3 generations of Hokage quickly interrupted the quarrel between the two. The two of them also shut up when they heard this, and looked at the 3 generations. With a sigh, Sandai said, keep monitoring Uchiha for the time being. I'll talk about the rest of the matter later. 3 generations of adults. Well, Kakashi, you step back first. Kakashi was a little unwilling, but still said, yes. Danzo looked at Kakashi coldly, but Kakashi ignored him and left the Hokage office directly. Sarutobi, Kakashi, this person is very dangerous, and his power has made him forget who he is. Danzo, enough. Kakashi has been with me for so long, I know who he is, don't you remind me. Chapter 154 Companion. Seeing the three generations of Hokage trusting Kakashi so much, Danzo also knew that it was useless to provoke him. On the issue of the Uchiha clan, Danzo was able to take the initiative because the three generations also had doubts about Uchiha. Therefore, under Danzo's incitement, the three generations of Hokage agreed to monitor Uchiha. For Kakashi, the three generations of Hokage have absolute trust, coupled with the guilt caused by the death of the White Tooth. It makes the three generations have an unspeakable sense of trust in Kakashi. As long as there is such a sense of trust, the third generation of Naruto will not doubt Kakashi, let alone do anything to deal with Kakashi. Okay, let's not talk about Kakashi's affairs. What do you plan to do with the Uchiha clan? The third generation of Hokage sat in a chair with a serious face, and said, certainly deal with it first and see what happens next. It really is. Danzo, I warn you, don't do too much. The Uchiha clan is also the hero of the establishment of Konoha. The old man got it. After Danzo finished speaking, he left straight away. Three generations sat weakly on the chair and sighed, am I really old? Three generations talked and looked at the photos hanging aside. Above are three handsome men, the first generation of Naruto Sanjima, the second generation of Naruto Sanjoma, and the fourth generation of Naruto Nami Fenshuimon. Kakashi, who was out of the Hokage office, was a little angry, but soon suppressed this emotion. Having been a ninja for so many years, if you can't even control your emotions, it would be too incompetent. Damn it, there is a group hidden in it. I am afraid it will be difficult to prevent Uchiha's demise. He will not give the Uchiha clan a chance at all. In that case, no matter how hard Shisui and Itachi work, it will be nothing in the end. Kakashi was a little weak. There was no solution to this game. The two sides could not reach a consensus. In the end, I am afraid it will still be the original ending. To be honest, Kakashi doesn't care what happens to the Uchiha clan in the end. But for Shisui, Kakashi really couldn't bear it. Over the years, Shisui is a very important friend of Kakashi. Forget it, let's talk to Shisui. At the worst, let him be more vigilant. Having made a decision in his heart, Kakashi did not delay, and went directly to Shisui, the 6th class of Anbu. Shisui has just finished his task and is changing his clothes. Stop water. Shisui heard someone calling himself behind him, and when he looked back, he saw that it was Kakashi, which was a bit strange, so he asked, Senior Kakashi, why are you here? Shouldn't you go on mission with Itachi? Ah, the task is complete. Well, how about Itachi, right? Shisui asked enthusiastically. Shisui was very concerned about this character like his younger brother. Itachi, very good. It is estimated that it will surpass you in a few years. Kakashi smiled. Senior, you said Itachi is excellent, I admit it, but I don't agree with it if you say it will surpass me in a few years. After all, I am also improving. Shisui said unconvincedly. Haha, Shisui, you guy still cares about this. Of course, as a senior, being surpassed by a younger generation. But it is very shameless. Shisui said naturally. According to you, then I have to work harder, otherwise one day I will be surpassed by you and Itachi, then it will be too shameless. That's natural, and seniors should also have a sense of crisis. Shisui laughed and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi was a little helpless. Shisui, this guy was just like a well-behaved junior at first. Now that he gets acquainted, although he is still called his senior, his words are a lot more casual, and the two are like friends for many years. Shisui, I just talked to 3 generations of adults about the issue between Konoha and Uchiha. When Kakashi's words turned, Shisui was a little stunned for a while, and then asked, What did the Hokage-sama say? I originally planned to let the 3 generations of adults cancel the surveillance of Uchiha's clan, so that Uchiha's clan can see Konoha's sincerity. Really? That's great, Shishui said excitedly. Zishui, don't get excited, this thing did not succeed. The joy in Zishui's heart was extinguished at once. If this matter is really successful, Zishui is still confident to persuade the people to make changes. At least the coup can be temporarily stopped. Why? Zishui asked. Danzo did not agree. He has always been suspicious of Uchiha. Zishui stroked his hair helplessly, and said, hey, it seems that Master Danzang still needs more communication. Shishui, Danzo has a deep prejudice against Uchiha's clan. I'm afraid it can't be changed in a few words. I know, senior, I will continue to work hard. Shishui, I didn't mean that. Okay, I'm afraid Danzo will attack you. After all, your writing round eyes ability is too strong. I am afraid Danzo will not be at ease with you. It's okay, Kakashi, I believe that Danzo-sama is for Konoha. He will give Uchiha a chance and won't start with me. Kakashi sighed. Shishui is really an idealist. How can Danzo's face be so easy to speak? Well, if you don't listen to me, just forget it. But there is one thing I want to tell you. What's the matter? Danzo's right eye is the writing wheel eye. Be careful of Izanagi. What? Master Danzang's right eye is the writing wheel eye. Zishui was surprised. Yes, just be careful of Danzo. With your ability, just be careful, because you won't be attacked by Danzo. Shishui nodded. Although he felt that Danzo might not be good at dealing with him, what Kakashi said, Shishui still took it seriously. Zishui, you are a friend I value, so be careful. Zishui was taken aback, then smiled. Senior has a heart. I will take it to heart. That's okay. But I'm still very happy to get the approval of the predecessors. As Shishui said, he touched his nose with his index finger a little embarrassedly. Kakashi smiled slightly and said nothing. The fetters between the two have always been there. In this cold dark part, only the warmth between people can keep the mentality under the sun. Otherwise, I am afraid that all of them will become horrible murderers. Okay, Shishui, go. Let's have dinner together. Is Ramen senior? Zishui asked. Yeah, let's go. It is good. Shishui, if you can, please live. I don't want to see you die. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Kakashi's heart was a little heavy. Touched his left thigh, it reminded himself all the time. The 2 words companion are too important to Kakashi. Kakashi's ears seemed to ring the words of the boy wearing the windshield again. People who don't cherish their companions are worse than waste. Chapter 155. The mist is coming. At the entrance of Konoha Ninja School, Itachi stood alone under the tree. Jingle bell. The bell rang after class, awakening the contemplative Itachi. Looking up, I saw Xia's Zentai Sasuke just walking out of the school gate. Seeing Itachi, Sasuke leapt forward happily. Brother, why are you here? Itachi smiled and said, the task was completed earlier, so I will pick you up. That is really good. Yeah, Itachi, what a coincidence. Have you come to pick up Sasuke again? The bursting voice surprised Itachi slightly. Looking back, Shishui and Kakashi came over. Shishui, senior, why are you two here? Ah, I went to dinner with Shishui, just passing by here. Sasuke pulled Itachi by the right arm with some worry. Based on past experience, Shishui must have taken Itachi away once Shishui came. Naturally, Sasuke's small movements can't be concealed from the 3 people present. Shishui was a little bit dumbfounded when he saw this. This little guy was really enough. Itachi, are you together? Shishui asked. As expected, Sasuke secretly opened his mouth and looked very cute. Little Sasuke, are you angry? Seeing this, Zishui joked. No. Sasuke turned away proudly and snorted coldly. Itachi smiled when he saw it. Sasuke was really cute when he was proud. Sorry Shishui, I want to send Sasuke home first. Sasuke was overjoyed when he heard the words and looked at Itachi with bright eyes. Unexpectedly, my brother actually chose himself today. Well, That's really a shame. It's rare to be a treat by Senior Kakashi, Shishui said with regret. Sorry, next time I have a chance, I will invite you to dinner. Just waiting for your words. Waiting for you then. Shishui smiled. Itachi nodded slightly and took Sasuke away. When I saw Itachi, I remembered my previous self. I used to take Itachi home like this, Shishui said with emotion. Ah, do you mean the time when Itachi just graduated? Kakashi said. Huh, how do you know Senior? Shishui asked suspiciously. Hee, how can I? The captain? Do not know what I have done with my hands. Captain, are you stalking me? Shishui said with a weird expression. How is that possible? You think too much. Kakashi slapped haha and left here with Shishui. Brother, is that Kakashi really good? On the way, Sasuke couldn't help asking. Senior Kakashi, he is really good, and my brother has no confidence to beat him. Itachi thought for a while and said, how is it possible? Brother is the strongest. Xiao Sasuke said he was not convinced. Haha, Sasuke, Senior Kakashi is really strong. If you grow up, he can be accepted as an apprentice. That is your blessing. I don't want it. I want to learn from my brother and become a ninja as good as my brother. Sasuke Mori looked at Itachi excitedly. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled. Then you have to work hard. Okay. In the Hokage office, the third generation of Hokage frowned slightly looking at the intelligence in front of them. What's the matter? Didn't Uin mess up all the mess himself? How could he send someone to sneak into my country of fire? Forget it. No matter what, send someone over to see the situation first. Come here. Go call Kakashi and Shishui. Yes, Hokage-sama. After a while, Kakashi and Shishui came to the Hokage office. 3 generations of adults. Well, Kakashi, Shishui, Uin don't know why suddenly sending someone into the territory of my country of fire. It seems to be a deliberate provocation. You two are going to the front to support the ninjas of the local stronghold. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard the words, but still replied, yes. 3 generations of adults. Outside Konoha, the two constantly shuttled between the trees. Senior Kakashi, the mist is strange this time, Shishui said. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, it's really strange. Logically speaking, the hidden mist village at this time should be full of internal troubles, and shouldn't come to the country of fire. It is between Terumi Ming and the 4 generations of Shuai-ing. The game should have entered a white-hot stage. At this time, sending people to the country of fire is really intriguing. Senior, what do you think? Shaking his head, Kakashi said, I don't understand. Well, no, when we get to the mission location. Yes, but it's been a long time since I performed a mission with Senior. Shishui smiled. This is true. Kakashi has been busy cultivating the fairy mode in the past 2 years, and he didn't have much time in Konoha. They all perform tasks as lone rangers, without taking anyone else. Ah, it's a long-lost cooperation. A curve of Kakashi's mouth stretched out. Konoha roots. In the dark room, Tuanzang silently looked at the intelligence in front of him. All of them are deadly. Are the Prajna people so vulnerable to a single blow? Danzo's left eye was full of cold light. The better Kakashi is, the more disturbed Danzo is. It seems that the Uchiha clan's affairs are on the agenda, otherwise, I have been unable to deal with Hagai Kakashi. And the Uchiha Shishui, who is so close to Hagai Kakashi, is also a trouble. Kakashi, Shishui, Itachi, if these 3 are united together, it is no worse than the original Sannin. Uchiha, what a troublesome existence. Konoha third exercise field. A long-haired man with a strange patterned mask appeared strangely. It's such a nostalgic place. How long has it been since? Ah, by the way, it's time to find that funny little guy. Somewhere in the land of fire. Master Terumi Ming. What are you going to do with us this time in the land of fire? King, there is something I need to come to Konoha to find someone to verify my thoughts. Hagai Kakashi? Yes, he said that the 4th generation of Water Shadow was controlled by illusion. I want to know if there is a way to unlock it. Master Terumi, even if he knew it, He couldn't tell us. Konoha and Yuin are not alliances. It's okay, you'll know if you ask. But our guy Kakashi's position in Konoha is not low. How do you find him, Master Terumi? Terumi brushed her hair and smiled. I naturally have my way. King was a little helpless. No matter what, he felt that this action was too risky. Oh, we are divided into two groups. You go to perform the task given to you by Yura, and I will do my own thing. If you encounter an enemy you cannot resist, you will retreat immediately. Don't cause casualties. What? Master Terumi, you want to act alone? Yes, I followed this action without authorization. It's not convenient for you, so I'll do it myself. But this is too dangerous. King, you look down on me too much. I'm going to leave. Few Konoha can stop me. Terumi Ming finished speaking and stood up. After a few years, her graceful body became more bumpy. The charm of mature women is gradually radiating. Seeing this, King was a little at a loss, but he couldn't control anything about Terumi. Master Terumi Ming, I hope you can think about it again. King, you are so long-winded. I'm leaving first, and see you in 3 days. As Terumi Ming said, an instantaneous technique left the place, leaving King alone in melancholy in the wind. Chapter 156. Goodbye Terumi Ming. In the woods, the blue girl's figure kept jumping. Terumi Ming had 3 purposes for looking for Kakashi this time. One was to ask if Kakashi had a way to dispel Yakura's illusion, and the other was that Yakura inexplicably sent a small force to invade Konoha, making Terumi very uncomfortable. Solution: so I want to come over and find out. 3. Terumi couldn't tell it himself, but he blushed a little when he thought of the silver-white figure. Haki Kakashi, I haven't seen you in a few years. I don't know how you are now. On the other side, Kakashi and Shishui were on their way. Zishui, we will be divided into 2 troops later. You go to support, I walk around behind the fog, to see if they have this unit or reinforcements. If there are reinforcements, I will kill them. Okay, senior, be careful. Relax, little things. Zishui nodded. He had no doubts about Kakashi's ability. Although Shishui has made great progress over the years, and even opened a kaleidoscope to right round eyes, when facing Kakashi, Shishui still feels like it was when he first met. Shishui knew that it was not because Kakashi was impressed in his heart, but because Kakashi's strength was also growing. Shishui is not clear about what Kakashi has done during his 2 years. In fact, except for the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya, everyone in Konoha doesn't know what Kakashi did. Even Danzo doesn't know. Although Kakashi often disappears, he does a lot of tasks. So Danzo did not pay much attention. After all, over the years, Danzo has been working on how to eliminate the Uchiha clan. A more accurate statement should be that Danzo has always wanted to get more writing round eyes. Danzo is definitely not too much to write things like round eyes. In addition, he obtained the latest research results of Kaienzu cell from Dashmaru. If more writing round eyes can be obtained, Danzo's strength will be greatly improved. For a careerist, this is simply an irresistible temptation. Therefore, in the eyes of Danzo, the Uchiha clan must perish. In this way, he can realize his ambitions. Soon, Shishui and Kakashi moved separately. As soon as he separated from Shishui, Kakashi immediately used the fairy mode. The red eyeshadow appeared again. There is nothing more convenient than the fairy mode to find someone or something. Hey, this chakra is so familiar. Is Terumi? She is here this time too? And she is still acting alone? Kakashi was a little puzzled. What did Terumi Ming come here to do? Shouldn't she set up in the Misty Village to defeat the 4 generations of Water Shadow? According to information, Terumi and Yuro are already in dire straits, and they may explode at any time. At this critical moment, Kakashi really couldn't think of any reason for Terumi to travel all the way to the Land of Fire. But now that I found out, no matter what the reason is, Kakashi will go to Terumi Ming for a while. Interesting. Let me see what your purpose is. Putting on the mask of the dark part, Kakashi's toe is a little bit, and he gallops in the direction he had sensed before. Tryumi stopped abruptly on the treetop, frowned, was discovered. How could it be that this place is still far from Konoha? So soon Konoha's ninja appeared here. Come out. Tryumi Ming's lips slightly opened, her eyes evasive. Although she found the person, Tryumi was surprised that she couldn't find the person at all. How can that be? When did Konoha have such a master? Very keen perception ability. I don't know what is going on in my country of fire. Kakashi's figure emerged from behind a tree, cold eyes, weird mask, and that silver-white hair. When Tryumi saw Kakashi dressed in Anbu, he was not nervous, but smiled. It turned out to be you, Kakashi Hagai. Kakashi touched her silver hair with some helplessness. This girl is really big. It's embarrassing to recognize the hair every time someone sees it. Kakashi did not grind, he took off the mask and said, state your purpose. It's really unfeeling, you can be regarded as a friend by any means. Tryumi Ming pulled the hair out of her forehead, and she was amorous for a while. Unfortunately, Kakashi was not teased. I'm very curious about where your duties are. If you don't fight New Iron against the 4th generation of Water Shadow, how come to Konoha when you have time? Tryumi could not help but feel a little angry when he saw that Kakashi was still doing business. Is this guy wood? It's a guy who has no interest. Tryumi Ming complained. Kakashi was a little helpless. Although he knew that Tryumi Ming had such a temperament, when he really faced it, he still felt quite weird. Hagai Kakashi, I am here this time to ask you a question. Ask me? Kakashi was a little surprised. What is the problem? You said last time that 4 generations of water shadows were involved in illusion, right? Correct. Then do you have a way to unlock this illusion? Me? Kakashi was somewhat silent upon hearing this. Daito is not a person who is good at illusion. The illusion he applied to Yoro is more dependent on the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. If Kakashi really goes to release it, he still has some certainty. But Kakashi can't do it. In any case, today's New Iron and Konoha have never reached such an intimate relationship. If it is feigning, there is still some possibility. It is impossible for Kakashi to take the risk of being said to be rebellious to help Yoro dispel the illusion. He is not so boring. Sorry, although I am a little sure about this, I cannot help you dispel this illusion. This answer was unexpected and expected by Tryumi Ming. If Kakashi really agreed to herself, Tryumi would find it strange. We can make a deal. Sorry, I can't do this kind of thing. And even if I can solve the illusion, can you guarantee that there won't be another one? As long as there are 3 tails in Yakura's body, he will be controlled forever. Obese oil is not so much controlling Yakura, as it is controlling the 3 tails in Yakura's body. The tail beast seems to be a powerful creature, but it is too weak to face the kaleidoscope. Tryumi Mei's face sank when he heard this, and if that was the case, then Yakura would not be saved at all. Then, please tell me, what are you doing for Iri Shinobu to come to Konoha this time? As Kakashi said, Tryumi was shocked by the murderous intent on his body. The chakra in the body is stimulated and runs spontaneously. A battle seems to be imminent. Chapter 157 Request to stop water plus more hay. Hagai Kakashi, isn't it that way? Tryumi Ming's face also became a little ugly, and even a little bit resentful. This is my task, and I don't want to do it. Let's talk about what the purpose of the mist is. You are now powerless to fight. What is the purpose of coming here? How did I know that Yakura guy has given this strange order not once or twice? This time I also inexplicably asked out to lead a small group of people to Konoha to carry out harassment operations, and stop. Although he was dissatisfied, Tryumi Ming told the truth. The purpose of investigating Yakura was originally one of Tryumi's goals. If you talk to Kakashi, you may get the answer. But this method is obviously not what Zhao imagined. Kakashi frowned slightly when he heard the murderous aura. 4 generations of Shu Ying's command. Even Tryumi Ming couldn't figure out the specific intentions. Then this order is obviously done with soil. What's the point of bringing soil to do such boring things? Daily disturbance? No, It makes no sense. The Yujin squad of this kind of strength can't walk far in Konoha, and can't do much. Take Soil should be very clear about this. What is his purpose for doing this? At this time, Kakashi's eyes lit up. Could he bring Soil to Konoha? So is this Misty Squad just used to interfere with the line of sight? Seeing Kakashi's expression, she seemed to want something. Tsuyumi asked, "What did you think of?" "It's nothing, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Let your people leave the country of fire, otherwise, they're likely to die here." "What did you say?" "I is an important subordinate of Tsuyumi. If he really died in Konoha, the loss would be too great." "That's what I just said." "King Kai is not that weak." "I admit that King's ability is not bad, but he is the one who defeated King once." Tsuyumi was taken aback. "You are Kaida." "Shishui." "Yes, Shishui has already intercepted it." "If they hit it hard, you must know the result." "Hateful." "It's not difficult for you to take your people and leave the land of fire. The Misty matter is messy enough. Don't mix it with Konoha." Tsuyumi looked happy upon hearing this, and said, "Are you caring about me?" It's not impossible for you to understand this way." Kakashi touched her hair. Why did she feel a bit ambiguous in this sentence? Hee, what a lovely man. When we meet next time, I believe our relationship will be different. Tsuyumi Ming finished speaking and left. This is a special woman. In this case, even if the Misty matter is resolved, did you really come to Konoha just by bringing the soil? Kakashi looked in Konoha's direction, feeling a little heavy for a while. If there is a chance, it seems that I should talk to Taito. It's just that Deda's supernatural power, if he is unwilling to communicate, Kakashi can't catch up with him at all. I came back to Konoha because of Itachi, or because of Uchiha. Forget it. Go to Shishui first. Temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Kakashi decided to complete this task first. On the other side, Shishui had already reconciled with the ninja in the resident. "My lord, we found a trail of mist 3 kilometers ahead." Shishui nodded and said, "Okay, prepare to ambush and let the mist roll back." "Yes, your lord." Seeing the rest of the people retreating, Shishui frowned. Strange, less than 10 people came to Wuren. What are they here for? A team of less than 10 people, and not the kind of horrible combination of the Ninja Sevens, came to Konoha as a gift. So Shishui couldn't figure out what's wrong with it. In fact, letting these people endure fog is just a whim. Once this kind of thing happens, with 3 generations of personalities, they will definitely not send the person they trust most to find out. Kakashi is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He wanted to go to Konoha to do something, so he pushed Kakashi away. If it is the original Kakashi, then the soil is naturally not worried about being discovered by Kakashi. But now it's different. Kakashi's cultivation has already made the soil a bit unclear. To be on the safe side, I still choose to do things when Kakashi is not in Konoha. On the other side, King led several Yuren carefully on the road. Suddenly, several shurikens suddenly appeared. What? What? With 2 screams, the 2 Mizuna have been killed under the shuriken. Stop. Seeing this, King hurriedly shouted. Looking around, it was obvious that the whereabouts of himself and others had been exposed. Grow your eyes, open. Chakra was transported in the right eye, and the black and white color appeared in front of him instantly. This is. In the distance, a group of green chakras filled King with fear. Retreat. Captain King, retreat. The front is the instant stop. We are not opponents at all. If we continue to move forward, it will only increase casualties. But Master Shu Ying's mission. I'll go back and explain. Do you want to make such a meaningless sacrifice? No. No. Then go. King finished speaking, and left with a few Yuren. In the distance, Shishui was even more puzzled when he saw it. This was a bit too anticlimactic. Could it be that these misty ninjas came to travel? If he didn't understand, Shishui gave up and continued thinking. At this time, a figure rushed over from behind. Stop water, what's the situation? Yuren has retreated, and should not come again in a short time. That's good. Let's go back. It is good. On the other side, Tsuyumi also found King and his party. Master Tsuyumi Ming. Green, What's the situation? We met Shushin, so we retreated. A very wise approach. Terumim admired. Master Terumim, has your matter been resolved? It's almost there. It seems that we are going to kill Yakura. Let's be prepared. Terumim said with a heavy heart. King Wenyan was equally silent. Did he get to this point in the end? Naruto office. Oh, so, the mist is just a small-scale intrusion this time? It should be like this. Both the number of ninjas and the combat effectiveness are very weak. If you rely on these people to attack, it would be too stupid. The third generation of Hokage feels that this matter does not seem to be simple, but for now it can only be so. Master Naruto, there is something I want to apply for your help. At this time, Zishui said suddenly. Oh, what's the matter? As for the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, I hope it can be resolved. Shishui, I'm also working this issue, but I haven't made any progress yet. I want to rebuild the trust between Uchiha and the village. How do you want to do it? I hope I can do this in your name. The third generation pondered for a moment, and then said, yes, I promised this matter. But this matter is secretive. If you have any questions, you can come to me and I will let Kakashi help you. Kakashi on the side heard the words and said, yes, 3 generations of adults. Thank you Hokage-sama. The third generation of Hokage showed a smile and said, Shishui, if the Uchiha clan is like you, maybe there is not so much trouble. Thank you Hokage-sama for your compliment. No, I thank you. You remind me of an old friend. After confessing some matters, Kakashi and Zishui withdrew from the Hokage office. Shishui, what are you going to do? It can only be executed inside Uchiha first. You want to convince Uchiha Tomatake? Yes. You should know that even if you persuade Uchiha Tomatake, the other people will not settle down. I know, but if the Patriarch can try his best to stop it, it will buy me more time. Do you want to use other devas against Uchiha feudake? Zishui shook his head and said, I won't do this until the last step. Kakashi patted Shishui on the shoulder and said, Shishui, be careful. If you have any problems, remember to notify me. No problem. Kakashi took out a 3-pronged kunai from the ninja bag, and said, you take this, I will be there as soon as possible if there is something. Shishui was not polite, and put it in his ninja bag. Thank you, Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. This was the first time that Shishui had not called himself or senior. In a sense, does this identify yourself? Chapter 158 Prelude Above the Canyon. Zishui is independent. The road of change is not easy, and Shishui knows that it is difficult. But this is his responsibility. Konoha and Uchiha. He didn't want to give up on both. Therefore, he must think of a way to achieve both. The Uchiha clan is now very passionate, and they are very dissatisfied with the behavior of the high-level Konoha. It can be said that the coup d'etat is not the words of Uchiha's family, but the voice of most Uchiha people. They want to seek change. They want to fight for their legal rights. In their opinion, if they continue to be oppressed by Konoha's high-level leaders, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out sooner or later. Rather than just sit and wait for death, take the initiative. And they don't think that Uchiha's clan will fail the Konoha high level under their full strength. These Stopwater all know. When he first entered Anbu, he also brought this kind of expectation from his tribe. It's a pity that Konoha's high-level guard against Uchiha is too serious. The 3 generations of Hokage are a little better, and the other 3 consultants, including Danzo, are all full of malice towards Uchiha. Therefore, the 3rd generation of Hokage is the only breakthrough point for Zishui. Fortunately, Zishui has now won the trust of 3 generations of Hokage. With the authorization of the 3 generations of Hokage, many things that Zishui does will become justified. Shishui, what do you want me to do? At this time, Itachi came from not far away. Itachi, we haven't been here for a long time. Zishui did not look back, but still looked at the flowing stream. Yeah, since we became an anecdote, we don't have much time to train together. Itachi also sighed. For Shisui, Itachi has always regarded him as his own brother. Many things that Itachi does to Sasuke are actually what Shisui did to Itachi. It can be said that Shisui has set an example for Itachi. Let Itachi know more clearly how to be a brother. Itachi, the conflict between the village and the people has become more and more serious. I know that in recent days, I have also taken over some of the tasks of Anb, including the task of monitoring Uchiha. The village's level of suspicion of Uchiha is still higher than I expected. Itachi said melancholy. This is not a good idea at the beginning. Yes, I have a clear understanding of these things during my years in Anb. The 3 generations of Hokage wanted to resolve the dispute between the two through peaceful means. But Danzo and other 3 advisors were concerned about Uchiha's problems. But very tough. The Konoha executives are not all in one mind. The political disagreement between the 3 generations and Danzo is not a day or two. Yes, but the 3rd generation of Hokage is Hokage after all. He has the most power to speak. Now he has sent me the task of handling the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. I will try my best to mediate and avoid innocent casualties. Both Shisui and Itachi knew that once Konoha and Uchiha fought, they would lose out. Shisui turned his head, looked at Itachi, and said, Itachi, I want to know your attitude. Attitude? Yes, you are facing Konoha or Uchiha. Your current identity is too sensitive. Others may not know, but Shisui knows it very well. Anb, Gen, Uchiha, and Itachi can now be said to be triple spies. And this kind of spy has been working for a long time. I am afraid it is difficult for even oneself to determine which side he belongs to. It's ridiculous that he's obviously from a village, but he splits into such an appearance. Itachi was silent. Itachi, the people have already doubted you, let me watch you. Although I trust you enough, I hope you can tell me your plan. I believe that our goals are the same. Shisui, I want to bridge the gap between the village and Uchiha, but it's too difficult. It's so difficult that I don't even know how to do it. Shisui heard the words and patted Itachi on the shoulder, and smiled. It's okay, as long as you have this heart. Just leave the rest to me. Shisui, what are you going to do? At the clan meeting tomorrow, I will persuade Fu to give up the idea of a coup. If it doesn't work, I will have to use other gods. What? This is the only way. Only when the people settle down first can we continue to think of a way. Once Fu you and the others actually do it, there is absolutely no room for relaxation. This. Okay. Tomorrow you will come with me and meet me. It is good. After discussing some specific matters, the two left separately. It was not that Shisui had never thought about using other gods on Konoha's senior level, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. Once this example is opened, it becomes even more uncontrollable later. Don't God's cooling time is too long, even if it is used by Shisui. It is roughly estimated that the cooling time will reach several years. It's too late for such a long time. There is only one other god. Who is it used for? 3 generations? Danzo. Once applied to one person, a huge change in attitude will surely show the clues of another person. When that happens, Shisui's behavior will be immediately exposed. And when Shisui starts with the senior management, then the senior management will never trust Shisui anymore. Uchiha's situation will get worse, and civil war may even break out directly. That kind of situation is the last thing Shisui wants to see. Use it on Fu. Even if other people have doubts, there is no alternative. The plan is like this, but can it really succeed? Roots. Tuanzang sat quietly on the chair, his eyes gloomy. Uchiha Shisui. Don't God. It's really a troublesome existence. Such a threatening guy is absolutely not allowed to exist. He touched his bandaged right eye, and whispered, it's time to change to a better writing wheel. Uchiha Shisui, you are honored. Your eyes belong to the old man. B, C, D. Yes, Master Danzo. In the darkness, 3 neat figures fell in front of Danzo. The 3 of you, leading all the shinobu at the root, lie in ambush in the Valley of Fire. and help me tomorrow to take Uchiha Shishui. Yes, Lord Danzo. Go down and prepare. No mistakes are allowed tomorrow. Yes. The three of them stepped back, and only Danzo was left in the dark room. Tomorrow, there will be no more Uchiha Shishui in this world. Uchiha, a bunch of clowns. Kakashi sat alone on the roof of his house, looking at the bright moon in the sky, thoughtfully. This road of stopping water is too difficult to walk. I don't know if it can succeed. Danzo is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Regarding Danzo, it is really a complicated character. But in Kakashi's eyes, this person really doesn't have much merit. Suddenly there was a three-pronged straight kunai in his hand, and Kakashi's eyes were cold. Danzo, if you dare to stop the water, I will definitely make you pay. Chapter 159 Danzo's Actions. Naruto meeting room. Shishui half kneeled on the ground, and three consultants, including the three generations of Hokage and Danzo, sat together. 3 generations of adults. There will be a clan meeting of the Uchiha clan this afternoon, and I will persuade Futake and Konoha to get along well. Oh, are you sure? Okay, then you just let go and do it. Yes. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Shishui felt relaxed. After today, maybe Uchiha's situation will be much better. At this moment, a dark tribe was behind Shishui. Okay, Uchiha Shishui, Danzo-sama invites you to the country of fire for a while. After Ranb finished speaking, he disappeared. The Valley of Fire? What will Master Danzo do? Shishui's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he was a little surprised, and Kakashi's words could not help but resurfaced. Beware of Danzo. Forget it. Go take a look. Doubtful, Shishui decided to check it out. The power of Danzo is very clear in Konoha. Danzo is an essential part of Uchiha's interest in Konoha. If Danzo can be persuaded, the plan will go further. Shishui believes that everyone is thinking about Konoha, and Danzo should not really want to destroy Uchiha. After all, this is a big loss for Konoha. Roots. Danzo-sama has already passed Uchiha Shishui to the Valley of Fire. Very well. What's the arrangement for the Valley of Fire? Masters B, C, Ding have dispatched 20 Shangren to lurch in the Valley of Fire. There will be absolutely no problems. Tuanzang flashed a cold light in his eyes when he heard the words, and said, okay, let's set off. Yes, Lord Danzo. On the other side, Itachi is preparing to go to the agreed place for the Shishui Association, and then go to the clan meeting together. Itachi? The familiar voice made Itachi slightly stunned and turned to look. I saw a beautiful woman with long black hair looking at Itachi with wide eyes. Uchiha Izumi. Queen, why are you here? Itachi asked. Oh, I came out to buy meatballs. Would you like to eat them? Queen said that he handed that to Itachi. Itachi smiled slightly, took the ball, and said, thank you. Queen. It's all right, Itachi, where are you going? Anbu has something, so I have to deal with it. Itachi said that his eyes were slightly dim, but he quickly converged. It turns out that's the case. By the way, since Itachi, you joined Anbu, things seem to have changed a lot. Queen said helplessly, as if she was a little girl blaming her boyfriend for not having time to accompany her. Itachi pretended not to see Queen's mind, and said, yes, there are many things. Itachi is really amazing. I joined Anbu at such a young age, and the future of the Uchiha clan depends on you. Uchiha's future? Itachi muttered to himself, not knowing why, suddenly felt that this sentence was a bit ironic. Of course, Queen certainly didn't mean to mock. Yes, I often hear from the tribe that you and Shishui will be the pillars of the Uchiha clan in the future, just like Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Senna a long time ago. In that distant age, the Uchiha clan had 2 kaleidoscopes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Senna, which can be said to be the most prosperous period. Countless Uchiha people now miss that period. Itachi smiled bitterly when he heard the words, and the thoughts of the clansmen were no longer in Konoha. Otherwise, how could they miss the glory of the Warring States period? Seeing Itachi's appearance, Queen thought it was too stressed. Itachi, you don't need to be like this. You are super powerful in my heart. One day you will definitely surpass them. Thank you, Gwen. I have something to do, so we'll leave first. Suddenly, Itachi didn't want to talk anymore with Gwen. This girl was really easy to make his heartstrings move. Gwen was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit bitter in his heart, but still said, "Well, go ahead." "Sorry, Gwen, thank you for the balls." Itachi finished speaking, and walked away. Seeing the back of Itachi leaving, Gwen was a little obsessed. On the way, after swallowing the in his mouth, Itachi's mind was not calm. "Izumi, Uchiha, Konoha, Shisui, I really hope you can succeed. I really look like this village." A little underfoot, Itachi ran towards the place. After a while, Itachi will arrive at the agreed place. "Huh? Shisui hasn't come yet? Where did he go?" Shisui has always been punctual, and now the time is almost up. Why hasn't Shisui come yet? There was an ominous premonition in Itachi's heart suddenly. "Shisui, don't make any accidents." Valley of Fire, Danzo was already waiting here when Shisui came. "Master Danzo, don't you know what's going on?" "Shisui, at the Uchiha meeting tonight, what do you want to do?" "The will of the Uchiha clan is not so easy to change." "Master Danzo, I will try my best to persuade Chief Utake and the Uchiha tribe." "Oh, if Uchiha is so easy to talk, I am afraid it will not fall into the current situation." "Master Danzo, don't worry, you are ready with both hands." "If the persuasion fails, I will use other gods to change Fuayu's will and make him loyal to Konoha." "Don't be a god." "It's a powerful illusion, but the old man really wants to know, if one day the old man is not as good as you want, will you also use this illusion on the old man?" Danzo said, his eyes gleaming, staring at Shisui. Shisui was stunned, and never expected that Danzo would say such a thing. "Master Danzo is assured that I will never do such a thing." "Oh, how can the old man trust you?" Otherwise you give your writing wheel to the old man, and the old man will naturally believe you." "What?" Shisui was shocked. As Danzo said, he grabbed Zishui's right eye with one hand. Although Shisui was not disturbed, the powerful ninja could have made him grab Danzo's hand. His eyes glared, and the illusion was cast out immediately. Danzo's direct pupils shrank, and Ren fainted immediately. "Sorry, Lord Danzo, writing round eyes is still very useful to me. I can't tell him to leave it to you. This is just an ordinary illusion, and it doesn't hurt you." After Shisui finished speaking, he let go of Danzo's hand and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Shisui again. The speed is so fast that Shisui is a little bit unable to react. "I accept your eyes." Danzo's right hand touched Shishui's eyes, but at this moment, Shisui turned into crows flying in the sky and dispersed. "Crow clone." "What?" Danzo didn't expect that Shisui actually avoided his own blow. Sure enough, it's Izanagi. Senior Kakashi is right. Your right eye is Shalonian. Chapter 160 Water Stop vs Root. What? Kakashi? How could he know this? Hearing this, Danzang felt a little weird. He had something about writing round eyes. Few people knew about it. How did Kakashi know about it? The hatred of Kakashi in his heart became stronger. "Master Danzo, I respect you as Konoha's senior, but I cannot agree with your behavior. Why can't you give Uchiha a chance? Why can't you trust me?" A family like Uchiha has no meaning at all. Now that the matter has reached this point, there is no need to fiddle with the snake anymore. Do it. Danzo gave an order, and in an instant, dozens of root members surrounded Shisui. Shisui was not surprised. Since Danzo was going to turn his face with him, of course he would not come alone. That being the case, the arrival of the roots should not be surprising. Zishui's expression was a bit solemn. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, his opponent was Konoha's root, and Zishui couldn't tolerate carelessness. Shisui still has an understanding of the roots. The ninja inside abandoned everything, completely based on Danzo's command, and at the same time, Their strength was very strong. It can be said that at least a third of Konoha's powerful combat power comes down to the roots. It is precisely because of such a powerful force that Danzo does not put the Uchiha clan in his eyes. After the death of the second generation of Hokage, although Sarutobi Hizen was appointed to take over Konoha, the Sarutobi Hizen was too young at that time, and he simply had no ability to crush Konoha. Therefore, the power of Hokage was divided. Danzo is the biggest beneficiary. Back then, the Uchiha clan was also ready to move, but because of one person, they were suppressed. This person is Shishui's grandfather, Uchiha Gage. Unexpectedly, his grandfather's companion back then extended the butcher knife to him, and Zishui's heart was filled with infinite emotion. With emotion, Zishui has never been a person waiting to die. There are dozens of ninjas, and among them there are many elites. This lineup, even if it is Shishui, also has a lot of pressure. Secret technique. Worm Jade. The oily female clan. Overwhelming black bugs were released from the body of a root, and the appearance was quite frightening. Stops the water without urgency, and the hands are sealed. Art Fire Escape Fireball. A huge fireball ejected from the mouth of Shishui, directly burning the black bugs. At this moment, a figure fell behind Shishui. Konoha Swordsmanship. Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon. So fast, Zishui secretly said in his heart, and quickly took out his small sword. Uchiha Sun Halo Dance. The collision of knives and knives. Sparks are flying. Shadow imitation. The black shadow moved quickly from the foot of the other root, but in a moment, it moved to the foot of Shishui. Shishui's pupils shrank. The instantaneous technique was used immediately and disappeared in place. The Nara clan. Grow your eyes. There. Bagyu empty palm. The invisible chakra airflow condensed into air waves and hit the air. Zishui's figure was instantly hit and revealed. It was so powerful that it fell after Shishui glided in midair for a while. However, after a moment of fighting, Zishui was forced to such a situation. Danzo's subordinates have different abilities. Except for the Uchiha clan, almost all Konoha families who possess secret arts have members under Danzo. These people are not Shishui's opponents and unknown, but so many people are united together, and they cooperate so closely that Shishui is struggling to deal with it. What's more, the ability of Shishui is not a secret in the eyes of Danzo and others. After so many missions, the ability of Shishui was basically exposed. In addition to the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, among ninjas, the information of ability is very important. Even if it is as strong as pen, after knowing the ability, he finally fell into the altar. Shishui, give it up, and hand over the writing round eyes obediently, otherwise, not only will you die, but even the Uchiha clan will become history in an instant. Damn. Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage will not let you mess around. Haha, Sarutobi. As long as I move my hand, what can Sarutobi say? A dead Uchiha and a living root. As a power holder, Sarutobi knows how to choose. Zishui was silent. Indeed, in this world, only the living are valuable, and the dead are not worth mentioning at all. Even if the 3 generations of Naruto are deliberately adjusting the Uchiha clan's problems, if the Uchiha clan dissipates, the 3 generations of Naruto will not be able to turn around for Uchiha and Danzo. Those in power always proceed from the overall situation. Seeing Zishui's expression gloomy, Danzo waved his hand calmly. When one sees this, he closes in silence. The technique of turning the heart. The invisible mental power was projected onto Shishui's body. Zishui's body was loosened, and it seemed that his whole body had lost his strength. Successful. Mastered Anzang. Zishui raised his head silently, showing a smirk. Very good, Yamanaka, well done. Is Danzo Kazuki finally succeeded? Humphrey, Uchiha, let you know the fate of the resistance now. Go and dig out his eyes. Yes, Lord Danzo. Out of caution, Danzo still did not do it himself. Not in the name of the gods. Danzo, who did not write round eyes at this time, would not dare to resist. One of the roots walked in front of Zishui, and reached out and clasped his hands on the eyes of Zishui. Just here, Zishui's writing wheel changed its pattern in an instant. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. The root screamed and fell to the ground. The remaining roots tightened their nerves again. And the body in the mountain also spurted a mouthful of blood in an instant, and the personnel did not know. Unexpectedly, Danzang's armor is so cautious. Shishui smiled bitterly. Ha, little bugs. When Shishui saw this, he didn't release any more water. When this happened, it was either life or death. The four-corner shuriken pattern of the eyes turned rapidly, oozing blood. Danzo was taken aback. This is Susanoo can be. The green giant's bones enveloped the water stop, letting its body be wrapped. Is this the legendary Suzuo? Sure enough, you can't keep it. When Danzo was young, he also heard of Uchiha Madara's prestige. Among them, the name of Susanoo made Danzo's memory fresh. The second generation of Naruto was also amazed when he told about this ninjutsu. You know that the second generation of Naruto is a master of ninjutsu, and I don't know how many forbidden techniques have been invented. One can imagine how powerful the ninjutsu that can make him praise. Unexpectedly, Danzo-sama knew about Susanoo. As expected, you did a detailed investigation of the Uchiha clan. Ha. Jumping the beam clown. Danzo's hands not printing. Wind escape. Vacuum big jade. A large number of air projectiles shot out, but they did not cause any damage to Suzuo Nen of the water stop. What? How could it be possible? Chapter 161 Kakashi comes to aid. Wind Dun can be said to be the most powerful ninjutsu in the Kilometers family, and the vacuum big jade is Danzo's best Feng Dun. Danzo has enough confidence to be so powerful, but now there are no traces left. However, Shishui didn't have the slightest joy. A sharp pain turned back and forth on Zishui's body. In the past, it was unbearable for Shishui to use Suzuo no Hasam to collect the 10-punch sword, not to mention that Suzuo no is now using this level of pain. Although it is not yet complete, it has already revealed half of it. Suza can be 19. The green Suzuo Nen's chest suddenly opened, revealing an orange goo. What is that? The people at the roots were shocked and said that this kind of ninjutsu that has never seen such a terrifying posture is really scary in people's hearts. However, soon, they felt no fear. Countless green arrows shot out from the orange goo. Shoo! The arrow is so fast that these people can't avoid it at all. What? 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 With a scream, dozens of roots all fell down. Seeing that the situation is not good, Danzo quickly grabbed the roots beside him and blocked him. The green arrow instantly filled the whole body of the ninja. What? The ninja let out a scream and looked at Danzo. Danzo, your lord. Danzo ignored it, just snorted coldly, and said, "Ha, what a tough guy." After speaking, he threw the corpse in his hands like trash. At this time, Zishui had dissipated Suzuo Nenu, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, with blood in his eyes. It seems that this ninjutsu consumes a lot of you. Shishui, that's it, your eyes are mine. Tuanzang looked at Zishui condescendingly, his eyes full of coldness. Not far. The green Suzuo no took shape again, and Danzo hurriedly walked away. Damn, it still works. On. Danzo gave a soft drink, and the remaining routes were sealed. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Earth escape. The art of earth dragon bombing. Done. Go. Fire escape. The art of fire bombs. Dozens of ninjutsu all smashed on Suzuo no. Shishui's figure shook for a while. Even with the protection of Suzuo no, the shock caused by this ninjutsu hitting it still made Shishui's internal organs uncomfortable. It can't be delayed anymore. I didn't expect Suzuo to consume so much, and his eyes began to blur a little. Shishui secretly said in his heart. The green Suzuo Nenu punched out, and the ground instantly shattered. Danzo frowned. The movement here is really too big. If you don't want to solve it soon, then the 3 generations of Hokage will come. But it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Danzo didn't hesitate anymore. His hands were sealed. Psychic art. Dream taper. A huge creature like an elephant appeared in front of everyone instantly. This is the psychic beast of Lord Danzo. The root ninja was surprised when he saw this. As soon as the Mengmo appeared, he opened his mouth wide, and a strong suction came from Mengmo's mouth. At this time, Danzang also disappeared. The strong suction produced a strong hurricane, and the water-stopping Suzuo was immobile. It's so terrible. I can't think that this group of hidden psychic beasts is more terrifying than imagined. Wind escape, vacuum wave. What? Shishui turned his head abruptly. Don't know when. Danzo had already ran behind him. With the help of the huge suction power of the Mengmo, the vacuum wave doubled its power and directly opened a hole in Suzuo Noha's back. Art fire escape fireball. The water stop made a decisive decision, and the fireball was ejected from the mouth and was directly inhaled by the Mengmo taper. Mengmo's eating pain caused the suction to disappear. And Danzo is here too. The freedom of movement was restored, and Shishui immediately attacked the commander Suzanne. At this time, Danzo shouted, "Do it!" In an instant, several roots quickly formed a seal. The seal of self-karma curse. Black runes emerged from the ground, entwined on the Shasuno of Shishui. What? Shishui was shocked, and his body couldn't move instantly. What a powerful binding force. Danzo set up an ambush here. How could it be so simple? This rune has already been portrayed by Danzo in the Valley of Fire, and it only takes a moment to activate it. This is the best time. Danzo took out a bite of kunai, and the sharp wind attribute chakra instantly emerged, forming a wind blade. That's it. Yuakai Hashishui. The sharp wind attribute chakra was instantly cut down, and the chakra within the water stop detonated instantly. At the moment of the moment, his left hand regained the ability to move. Tear. Sharp cutting. Blood splattered. The hand has been severed and flew out instantly. Also flying out was the Shishui ninja bag. All kinds of ninjas scattered all over the place, and the three-pronged kunai. At the last moment, Shishui used his left hand in exchange for this fatal blow. Danzo's pupils shrank, but his right hand was not idle at all, and he grabbed Shishui's left eye. What? With a scream, Shishui's left eye was directly snapped by Danzo. Blood on the ground. Oh, is it the left eye? Then give me your right eye. His eyes were cold and merciless. Staring at Shishui was like looking at another dead person. Shishui only felt a sharp pain in his left eye, and his vision became more blurred. It seems that I am going to do it myself. You look like a dead dog, Danzo said, rushing to Shishui again, trying to remove the remaining right eye as well. It's mine. Shishui's pupils shrank and couldn't hide it. The side effects of Suzuo no, the severe pain in the left hand and left eye after death. The three are superimposed on each other, and Shishui at this time has no ability to avoid it. At this moment, a silver light flashed and disappeared in front of Danzo with Shishui. Who? Danzo was furious, but saw a figure. That was the art of the flying thunder god, Kakashi Hagai. Danzo reacted in an instant, and among Konoha today, only Kakashi knew this kind of ninjutsu. Damn Kakashi! Bad things about me again. In the mountains and forests, Kakashi continued to shuttle with Shishui. Looking at Shishui's missing left hand and left eye, the anger in Kakashi's heart continued to burn. Danzo. Although he wanted to go back and cut Danzo immediately, the most important thing at this time was to heal Shishui first, otherwise, Shishui might lose too much blood and die. Kakashi ... Take me to the canyon. Shishui, your injury. It's okay, Kakashi, Itachi is still waiting for me. I have something to tell him. Okay. Seeing Shishui's bleak appearance, Kakashi couldn't bear to refuse. So, with a little tiptoe, he disappeared instantly. It didn't take long before he appeared in the canyon. Who? Seeing someone coming, Itachi reacted immediately. Chapter 162. Your eyes, I will get them back for you. Monthly ticket plus more. A miserable Shishui appeared in front of Itachi, and the person holding Shishui was Kakashi. Stop water. Itachi was shocked, and Shishui's appearance was a bit too bleak now. Itachi, you really are still here. Shishui, why are you like this? Senior Kakashi, what is going on? Kakashi condemned himself and said, blame me, I went too late. Kakashi is not to blame for this matter. Itachi, Uchiha's rebellion cannot be changed. Once Konoha civil wars, other countries will invade, and then Konoha will fall into the quagmire of war. I originally wanted to use other gods to change Yuki. Unexpectedly, the destiny of the Bokulan, Danzang did not trust me at all, insisted on going his own way, and even seized the eyes of me. Itachi looked at the black hole of Zishui's left eye blankly, and his heart was very restless. Itachi, Danzo will not let go of my right eye. Before that, I will entrust my right eye to you. Protect the village in the name of Uchiha. As Shishui said, he cut out his right eye and handed it to Itachi. Shishui, you. Kakashi said in surprise. Kakashi, I trouble you this time. You saved me, and I will probably be worried about Danzo too. I can't trouble you anymore. Originally Shishui also wanted to hand over the writing round eyes to Kakashi, but if Kakashi was given, Kakashi would definitely be involved between Uchiha and Konoha, which Shishui did not want to see. He knew how much trouble there would be. He didn't want to involve Kakashi too, because Kakashi is his cherished friend. Stop water. Well, Kakashi, don't say more. Itachi took the writing round eyes blankly and asked, Shishui, what are you going to do? Shishui smiled lightly, supported Kakashi's support, walked to the edge of the cliff, and said, Kakashi, I'm troublesome for you. If you can, help Itachi. Itachi, if I die, Uchiha should change, and the rest is up to you. I have prepared the suicide note. Goodbye, my dear friends. Both Kakashi and Itachi were shocked. Shishui. Itachi shouted, don't stop me. Goodbye, Shishui said, jumping off the cliff. What a joke. I will never allow it. Kakashi roared and jumped off the cliff together. Shishui. Senior Kakashi. Itachi let out a mournful cry, leaving 2 lines of blood and tears in his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was a blood-red triangle windmill in my eyes. Under the cliff, Kakashi looked at Shishui not far away, and shouted, Shishui, I will never allow you to die like this. Kakashi. Kakashi chakra rioted, and Shishui, who was caught up instantly, held Shishui in his arms. Shishui, you are really stupid and hopeless. Shishui smiled bitterly and said, Kakashi, I am not dead. Uchiha will not change. What can you do if you die? Uchiha is still the same Uchiha, and Danzo is still the same Danzo. There was a whirring wind in his ears, and Shishui was silent. He didn't know this. His own death, at best, only delayed Uchiha's rebellion. But the fundamental core problem is still unresolved. It is not Shishui's helpless move to leave these things to Itachi. What can I do if I have lost the writing wheel? You stupid. After Kakashi finished speaking, a silver light flashed, and when the two were about to land, they disappeared without a trace. At the junction of the country of fire and the country of wind, there is a small forbearance village called Jinren Village. Over the years, this Jinren Village has been very low. Apart from occasional people leaving the village, nothing has happened. So gradually, the village was forgotten. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, this village has only one upper endurance and some middle endurance and lower endurance. It is really impossible to achieve any climate. But today, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared in Jinren Village. To be more precise, he appeared in the room of the leader of Jinren-kun. Leader? Ryu Zakayama looked at Kakashi, who appeared in front of him in surprise. You know, Kakashi has appeared here a handful of times over the years. But soon, Ryuga Sakayamaki was attracted by the person in Kakashi's arms. There were no eyeballs in both eyes, and his left hand was broken. It looks like a gossamer, and he can die at any time. Long Chi, you go out first. Don't let anyone in. Although Ryuga Sakayamaki was curious, he didn't ask much, and quickly replied, yes. Putting Shishui on the bed, the green chakra in Kakashi's hands immediately spawned. Covered on the wound of the water stop, but it has no effect at all. Kakashi frowned upon seeing this. Although my medical ninjutsu is not at home, he still has no problem to stop bleeding. How could this be? Pushing away the forehead, Kakashi soon discovered the problem. There seems to be an operation in Shishui's body. This is a rune. Danzo's karma is hidden in the art. After the stop water is cut, the blood will not stop, and it will not be healed at all. Damn Danzo, he can only use these shameful tricks. Zishui has already lost a lot of blood, and his face has become very pale. If this continues, Zishui will undoubtedly die. Kakashi was anxious, but soon forced himself to calm down. Calmness can solve the problem, and panic will only make Zishui die faster. With a sigh of relief, Kakashi carefully checked the technique, and soon found his eyebrows. This technique is actually similar to the seal technique. Moreover, it is very similar to the things of the Whirlpool family. Damn it, Danzo is actually infected with the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi cursed secretly in his heart, but he felt relieved. Kakashi was sure of knowing that it belonged to the Whirlpool clan. You know that the seal technique is something that Kakashi has been studying since the beginning of the journey. At this time, Kakashi's accomplishments in sealing art were absolutely outstanding. But in a moment, Kakashi understood the principle of this technique. Hands not printing, Kakashi pressed Shishui's chest. In an instant, the black technique quickly assembled from Shishui's body, and Kakashi's palm emerged. Even though Zishui was in a coma at this time, he still wailed. Immediately, Kakashi took his right hand back, and saw that it was completely black. Taking out a scroll, Kakashi slapped it with a palm and exclaimed, "Feng." After finishing the operation, Kakashi quickly stopped the bleeding with medical ninjutsu. The wailing of Zishui gradually disappeared, and his breathing became much more even. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, there should be no problem with stopping the water. Zishui changed his clothes full of blood, and Kakashi gently said in Shishui's ear, "Zishui, your eyes, I will get them back for you now." Chapter 163 Kakashi vs. Root. The Valley of Fire. Danzo and the people from the Roots are still here. Danzo-sama, I searched around here, but I didn't find the shadow of Uchiha Shishui. The person who just came to rescue Uchiha Shishui didn't know where he was. Damn it, are they still running away? Tuanzang's noodles are ruthless and his expression is quite unwilling. After finally setting up this round, I wanted to take Uchiha Shishui in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect that this was happening now. Danzo didn't care about the life and death of Shishui. He knew that if no one could crack the technique, Shishui might have already died at this time. As for the people who can crack this technique in an instant, Danzo thinks that there are not many people in this world who have this ability. As far as Danzo knows, Kakashi should not know much about this technique. Danzo is more concerned about the other eye of Shishui. He just removed his left eye from Shishui's body, but it couldn't fit in his eye socket, because Danzo used his right eye to hold the writing wheel eye, not the left eye. If you want to change to the left eye, for today's Danzo, there are still some troubles. At least until the Uchiha clan was destroyed, he couldn't do it blatantly. It's just now that Danzo's physical strength is declining, and he is used to writing round eyes on himself. Without writing round eyes, Danzo will not have much sense of security. After living for so long, people will become more and more timid and more afraid of death. Danzo is now, damn, Hagai Kakashi, I won't let you go. At this moment, not far away, Kakashi appeared out of thin air. Under his feet, was the familiar three-pointed kunai, which was the one given to Shishui before. Danzo, it seems you are talking about me. He has silver white hair, a black mask, and a black robe flying in the wind. Everyone present was tight. The name of Hagai Kakashi has been so prosperous these years. More than a year ago, Kakashi fought 4 generations of Reikage and became famous in the First World War. The Roots were well informed, and the Konoha ninjas who were watching the battle at the time were even members of the Roots. Therefore, the Roots' intelligence recorded the first battle at that time in detail. Swordsmanship. Well done. There was also the sudden spell of Flying Thunder God, which surprised everyone. No one would have thought that Kakashi, who was under 18 years old in fashion, could actually fight the 4 generations of Reikage. Even the victory. At that moment, everyone knew that Konoha had a genius who even surpassed the 4 generations of Hokage. In the following time, Kakashi became more mysterious. Except for the 3 generations of Naruto, no one knows what Kakashi has done for more than a year. No one knows how far Kakashi has reached. Hagai Kakashi, you dare to come back? Tuanzang sneered coldly, his expression arrogant. Kakashi's face was cold, killing intent in his eyes. Naturally want to come back. You killed Shishui, and now, I naturally want to come back and take your dog's life. It's just a fate of the Uchiha clan. It's not a pity to die. Since back, give Shishui's other eye to the old man. Kakashi didn't get angry but laughed, and said, ha ha ha. Danzo, you are really self-righteous. Who do you think you are? Everything the old man does is for Konoha. If you are Konoha's ninja, you should cooperate with the old man. What a big joke, what a big tiger skin, and keep saying for Konoha. This is your attitude for Konoha? What you do is not for your own desires. He's just a nasty kid. How can you understand the old man's painstaking efforts? I really don't understand. What else is your approach besides selfishness and desire? What do you know? The Uchiha clan is a group of lunatics. If they are not extinct, Konoha will be threatened one day. After all, the Uchiha clan has reached the point where it is now. Ask yourself, didn't you force it out? How long did the old man persecute them? It was them who had 2 strong desires and wanted to control Konoha. This is just your guess. You simply act according to your own ideas and don't give the slightest chance of being caught. If it weren't for you to reject the Uchiha clan all the time, how could it become the situation now? Whatever you say, the old man asks you, Shishui's eyes, do you give it or not? Danzo obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Kakashi. Shishui's eyes were his purpose. Danzo, maybe your ears are not very good. I just said, I am coming back this time to take your dog's life. Instant step. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared behind Danzo in the next second. Thousand Ting is in hand. Flagwood and swordsmanship. Danzang turned his head in horror, just to meet Kakashi's cold eyes. So fast. Master Danzo, be careful. A root directly blocked Danzo's back and was cut in half by Kakashi. Danzo took the opportunity to get out of the way. Danzo, I have to say, you have a group of good men. Kakashi said with emotion. Haki Kakashi, you really are a scourge. It was White Fang's instant step just now. I didn't expect you to reach this level, even if White Fang regenerates. Kakashi pointed at Danzo with a long knife and said, thank you for the praise. But today, you still have to die here. Only by you. I am afraid you are not qualified to take the life of the old man. Then you can try. Protect Danzo's armor. In a moment, dozens of roots stood in front of Danzo. Only these people? I'm afraid it's not enough. Kakashi whispered. It's enough to deal with you. Do it. Tuanzang shouted in a low voice. Fire escape. The art of fire bombs. Wind escape. Great breakthrough. Combined ninjutsu. The art of fireball. Done. Go. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Combined ninjutsu. The art of mine bombs. Huge flames and mine bombs roared. Kakashi frowned slightly. The roots are worthy of the roots. Ninjutsu of this intensity is already here. No wonder Shishui was seriously injured in their attack. However, these are far from enough for Kakashi. Flagwood swordsmanship. Dance of thunder. Thousand Ting's thunder light raged, and there seemed to be a thunder dragon on it, and the sound of dragons roared endlessly. Thunder dragon flow takes shape in an instant. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a terrifying smoke was raised. The 3 collided with each other, causing terrible wind pressure. Thunder dragon stream instantly smashed the flames and mine bombs, crushing them toward the roots of dozens of people. Damn. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Too strong. 5 roots are sealed at the same time. Earth escape. Earth array. An earth wall more than 5 meters thick instantly lifted up and blocked the front, and Thunder Dragon Liu blasted on it unceremoniously at this time. Tear. The 5 meter thick soil wall was so papery that it was cut into pieces in an instant. Chapter 164 Fairy Mode. Open wind escape, vacuum wave. A strong wind escaped from Danzo's mouth and fell on the Thunder Dragon flow. Wind Cray. Coupled with the continuous breaking of the 3 ninjutsu, the Thunder Dragon flow was not enough to castrate, and finally turned into nothingness here. White Fang's knife skills. I didn't expect you to have mastered it to this level. Over the years, I really underestimated you. Danzo's eyes were gloomy, his eyes full of regret when he looked at Kakashi. I knew that Kakashi grew up so fast, I shouldn't have let him go. Damn white teeth. He left such a big trouble for the old man after he died. Tuan Zhang secretly said in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the situation before Bai Fang died. Danzo, don't have to admire, today, you will die by my sword and make atonement for your sins. What a big tone. When the old man crossed the ninja world, you didn't know where it was. Rely on the old and sell the old. Kakashi snorted. Chakra rioted at his feet and rushed towards Danzo. What? Thousand Ting danced wildly, and it was a root of life. Under Kakashi's full strength, these roots are not Kakashi's enemy at all. But in a moment, the fallen roots had already broken through double digits. Danzo's face is getting more and more ugly. These are the backbone of the roots, but also the confidence of Danzo to speak in Konoha. It really hurts to be killed by Kakashi like this. Blood was splattered, and Kakashi's body was inevitably stained with blood. The long knife in his hand showed no mercy, and when the knife fell in his hand, a big head flew up. The writing wheel of the left eye kept turning, observing the enemy's situation. Faced with so many roots, Kakashi's pressure is also not small. If it hadn't been for Shalanian to be able to insight into the enemy's actions, Kakashi might have already lost the lottery at this time. The scarlet writing wheel eyes looked very strange, exuding a cold and merciless aura. 3 Sun Moon Dance. I saw a ninja with roots, instantly transformed into 3 figures, waving the long sword in his hand, and looking at Kakashi. Too slow. Kakashi didn't even turn his head back, and cut out with a single knife. 3 figures disappeared into the invisible, and then another figure appeared out of thin air. Thousand Ting crossed, and the blood surged. What? Can I see through my attack? When the man finished speaking, he fell unwillingly. Bagu empty palm. An invisible wave of air rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi didn't rush. Kian Ting slashed from one person, and then swept with a vertical knife. Ding! The sound of the fighting sounded, and the gossip empty palm was cut open by Kakashi directly. What? The root of the Hyuga family was obviously affected by the impact in his life, and it was the first time someone used a long knife to directly split the palm full of chakra. Goodbye. With another knife, the ninja will never see the sun tomorrow. The Valley of Fire has now become a sure field. The blood stained the entire ground. After a while, there were less than 10 people around Danzo. Danzo, what other tricks do you have? These people, I am afraid that you can't protect your safety. The remaining route ninjas couldn't help but swallow. Too strong. It's too strong. Just a long sword, no ninjutsu. They even killed the co-members of these roots without leaving them. Seeing the dozens of corpses on the ground, everyone's hearts shuddered. This person, don't mess with it. This is the only thought in the hearts of all root ninjas at this time. Dan Zhang's face was green. The loss is too great. Although ninjas can still be cultivated, the roots of this loss will not be able to restrict the 3 generations of Hokage in the next few years, and their power will be greatly weakened. Thinking of this, Danzo's hatred for Kakashi grew unrestrictedly. Kakashi, your death will promote Konoha's development. Hee. Is it? I think that your death will make Konoha more prosperous. How can an ignorant kid understand the old man's way of survival? Sarutobi is Konoha's light, and the old man is Konoha's shadow. Only with the existence of the old man can Konoha stay in peace. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from. You actually have such a wrong perception. Do you know how many tragedies have been caused because of your existence? Those are just stumbling blocks in Konoha's development. Their death will make Konoha more prosperous. My own opinion. For someone like you, talking nonsense with you is a waste of time. HMPH. What do you think the old man has said to you for so long? As Danzo said, showing a smile of conspiracy, Kakashi felt a little bad. Haki Kakashi, did you know that the ninjas at the root were all cursed by me, and their blood also contains another technique? What? Kakashi was shocked, watching the blood on his body. A bad feeling emerged in Kakashi's heart. Now, you can't hide it. Hands not printing. Blood mark. The seal of self-karma curse. The blood-red blood was wrapped around Kakashi's body, and the blood on the ground flew up suddenly, poured into Kakashi's body. An invisible binding force made Kakashi's body immobile. The blood-red technique enveloped Kakashi's whole body and even climbed onto Kakashi's face. For a time, Kakashi's face became extremely strange. How can you fight against the old man if he is a stinky boy after all? Danzo snorted and walked to Kakashi's side. At this time, Kakashi was bound to death by the technique, and could only stare at Danzo. Hagi Kakashi, since you don't want to hand over Shishui's left eye, use your left eye instead. As Danzo spoke, he stretched out his sinful right hand and passed to Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi suddenly smiled at this moment and said, Danzo, you are really too confident. Do you want to control me with this level of technique? Hearing the words, Tuanzang felt something uncomfortable in his heart, and the movement of his right hand accelerated even more. Just when Danzo's right hand was about to touch Kakashi, chakra in Kakashi's body suddenly rioted. Fairy mode, open. No one saw that the silver-white jade on Kakashi's back waist quickly turned, and then red eyeshadow appeared in his eyes. Thousand Ting with the right hand crossed. What? This is. Danzo's pupils shrank, and then he saw a right hand fly out. That familiar appearance is Danzo's own right hand. You owe Zishui for this knife. Blood was splattered. Kakashi's cold eyes were in the flying blood, which made people feel a deep chill. Damn boy. Tuanzang let out a painful cry, clutching his broken arm with a look of disbelief. Master Danzo. The remaining routes rushed up quickly and flashed far away with Danzo. Chapter 165 Wheel of Fire. Kakashi stretched out his left hand, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. There is a green liquid in the bottle, and a red writing wheel is floating in it, which looks very strange. It is the writing wheel of Zishui. Just now Kakashi cut off Danzang's right arm, and took out the bottle and Danzang's arms by the way. Under the fairy mode, the unique chakra of Shaolamian can't hide at all. Kakashi ... Danzo spouted blood and stared at Kakashi firmly. Fairy mode. Danzo never imagined that Kakashi would actually master this secret technique, and that such a terrifying power exploded in an instant. Danzo also has some understanding of the immortal model. The first generation, Jiraiya, Dashimaru, and the fourth generation all have researches on Xianzu. But except for the first generation, the immortal arts of the others are only half-hearted, and they all need time to activate. Dash 1 is even worse and can only be applied to curse seals. Kakashi is actually instant. This is something Danzo never expected. What is even more tragic is that the writing wheel that he had obtained through hard work was actually taken directly by Kakashi. Danzo, that's it. Damn boy. Do you think you can kill me? This is Konoha. Danzo yelled hysterically, looking extremely unbearable. Kakashi shook his head and said, your death will make Konoha flourish. Absurd. The old man did his best for Konoha. Without an old man, where would Konoha have today? Tuanzang roared. Then you really look up to yourself. Maybe you think Konoha is very prosperous today? You compare the history of the past. Isn't Konoha now the lowest valley? It's a joke to work hard. It's a joke for your own selfishness, and dare to say it, that's so high-sounding. Hagi Kakashi, I really don't have the energy to talk nonsense with you. Go to hell. Kakashi waved his long sword, and the voice of thunder continued to roar, rushing towards Danzo. Danzo's pupils shrunk. Is it really doomed? Damn. My ambition has not been realized yet. Just as the Kakashi longsword was about to swing in front of Danzo, A thin figure suddenly appeared. Psychic. King Kong wishful. Ding. Kakashi's long sword looked heavily on an iron rod, and the owner of that iron rod was the third generation of Hokage, Sarutobi. Three generations of adults. Both Kakashi and Danzo were shocked, and they didn't expect that the three generations of Hokage would arrive at this time. The three generations of Hokage looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, what are you doing? Are you going to betray the village?" The three generations of Naruto are full of anger. Kakashi is the next successor he is optimistic about. Now that he does this kind of thing, will Kakashi become the next successor? Three generations of adults. I will naturally not betray Konoha. I'm just clearing Konoha. Guy Kakashi, who do you think is the cancer? Danzo was obviously very dissatisfied with Kakashi's statement. He dedicated his life to Konoha, but in the end he was said to be a cancer, and he would naturally not agree with it. Kakashi, please make it clear, what is going on with you and Danzo? Although Danzo is extreme, but everything is for Konoha's sake, it will not be a cancer. When the third generation of Hokage heard the words, his brows were slightly frowned, as if there was some misunderstanding. Three generations of adults. Should Shisui die? He has paid so much for Konoha. It can even be said that he betrayed his family, but what did he get in the end? Look, this is Shisui's left eye. When the third generation of Hokage saw the small bottle in Kakashi's hand, he knew that Danzo must be a venomous man against the water. Danzo. The three generations of Hokage scolded, "This old man. This is the same every time, but it is undeniable that he did it for Konoha, but this time, Hisaki, Uchiha Shisui's writing wheel eyes are too dangerous to tolerate the slightest error. If he uses other gods on you and me, Konoha is Uchiha's." Facts have proved that Uchiha Shisui is indeed against Wood. He is not loyal, otherwise, let him contribute to the writing round. Why would he resist? Obviously he had the intention of betrayal. Kakashi was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. What kind of theory is this? You are a killer against others, and they can't resist. Danzo, who do you think you are? The whole world must obey your orders? The three generations of Hokage also frowned upon hearing that. Danzo is simply a theory of robbers. As a ninja, who doesn't value his strength and life, how could it be possible to give these two to others casually? This is simply outrageous. Danzo, you are too much this time. Taizan, you are the kind of woman. As far as I can see, Uchiha has no need to exist. And this Hagai Kakashi, who dared to attack Konoha's high levels openly, is simply lawless. He is the shame of Konoha. It should be classified as a traitor. Enough. Danzo. You. Danzo, you shouldn't have done anything with Shisui. Stupid. The third generation of Hokage shook his head, and did not intend to continue arguing with Danzo. He knew too much about Danzo. Kakashi, where's Shisui? Three generations of adults. You can ask Danzo, who lost his left eye, and his left hand was cut off by him. With the technique that can't stop the bleeding, can Shisui still live? The three generations of Hokage were silent, and he naturally understood Danzo's methods. At this time, Shisui was probably already dead. Kakashi, no matter what, you will not kill Danzo. Now that you have killed so many members of the Roots, you can be regarded as Zishui's revenge. Stop it. Three generations of adults. Do you remember how you told me at the funeral of Teacher Watergate? Kakashi's problem was a bit sudden, and the three generations of Hokage couldn't react for a while. Kakashi didn't care, and said to himself, where the leaves fly, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Kakashi. Three generations of adults. You said that the people of Konoha should have the will of fire. Excuse me. What Danzo does and what comes from the will of fire? Kakashi, Danzo is a shadow in the light and an indispensable part of Konoha. Kakashi shook his head and said, three generations of adults. The first generation of Naruto and the second generation of Naruto have never needed something like root. The three generations of Hokage's heart was shocked, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. Yes, The first generation of Naruto and the second generation of Naruto naturally don't need such a thing. The first generation can suppress the ninja world by themselves. Who dares not accept it? The second generation of Naruto is hailed as the fastest in the ninja world, with strong political skills. Who dares to sing the opposite? But the three generations of Hokage are not good, and they have strength, but they are not invincible in the world. Political skills are available, but they cannot be comprehensive. Therefore, the Roots and Danzo's ambitions grew. Chapter 166 come to an end. The scene was a little silent for a while. Kakashi looked at the third generation of Hokage quietly, waiting for an answer. Just looking at the hesitation of the three generations of Hokage, Kakashi actually has the answer in his heart. The three generations of Hokage have never been too tolerant. The three generations of Naruto sighed and said, "Kakashi, you have your bond, and so do I." Now standing in front of you is not Konoha's three generations of Naruto, but Danzo's companion. As Danzo's companion, I beg you, stop. Both Kakashi and Danzo were shocked, but they didn't expect the last words of the third generation of Hokage to say this. You. Tuan Zhang was speechless for a while, looking at this old friend who was no longer young. His heart was mixed. Kakashi was also surprised, and said, "Three generations of adults." Kakashi, I'm sorry about the Shisui thing. If I discovered Danzo's mind earlier, this matter might not have been there. You are right to take revenge on Shisui. I also understand your behavior. But Danzo, it is to me what Shisui is to you. The three generations of Hokage said, as if they were reminiscing the years back then, showing a slight smile. In fact, the relationship between Danzo and the three generations of Hokage is not another kind of friendship. It's just that in this friendship, Danzo and the three generations of Hokage have adopted different forms. The two grew up together, the same master, the same team. Two equally good people appreciate and compete with each other. It's just that Danzo failed in the competition for the position of Naruto. So he harbored resentment and always wanted to use his own way to prove that the second generation Naruto's choice was wrong. Prove that what you do is best for Konoha. He fell into darkness, and the darkness enveloped him. He was arbitrary, self-centered, and believed that everything was right by himself. The slight difference between others is the fault of others. Those who do not obey him are heretics. In fact, Danzo to three generations is like Sasuke to Naruto. It's just that the three generations are not Naruto, and there is no such thing as Naruto chasing Sasuke in the dark, chasing Danzo. Danzo is not Sasuke, only revenge in his heart. The four are similar, but not the same. Kakashi thought for a moment, and said, "Three generations of adults. I really do not have the right to kill Danzo. Today you are trying to protect Danzo. Whether it is out of respect for Hokage or respect for Shigong, I will save face. Give you." Kakashi, thank you very much. The third generation of Hokage got Kakashi's answer, and he was also relieved. It's not that the third generation of Naruto is afraid of Kakashi, but that Kakashi has long been Konoha's future in the hearts of the third generation of Naruto. Kakashi shook his head and said, "It can't be said. You have been tolerant of me without declaring me rebellious." Kakashi killed so many people today. Even if the third generation of Naruto directly declared Kakashi to be a rebel, it is understandable, but the third generation of Naruto did not, and obviously understood Kakashi's behavior. This kind of understanding is not as simple as imagined. Three generations of Hokage have also been young, and they know how angry they will be when their friends tragically die at the hands of others. Therefore, the three generations of Hokage can understand Kakashi's approach. The people at the root are all orphans or abandoned children of the family. No one cares about their life and death. Even if so many people died today, no family would come to trouble Kakashi. This is the ninja of the roots. There is no past, no future, and no fetters. Moreover, Kakashi was turned away from Konoha without intending, because before he knew it, Kakashi had too much concern in Konoha. Naruto, Xianglin, Shigeo, Tenzo, Shisui, Kai, Red, Jiraiya, Asuma and even three generations of Hokage, These people, these emotions, are things that Kakashi gradually possessed after traveling through this world. Kakashi was unable to give up on this. Kakashi has already passed his wayward age. He has his own persistence and bottom line, so today he slashed at Danzo with a knife. But he also had his own worries and reluctance, so he stopped now. If you continue like this, there is no benefit to yourself. Killing Danzo was a pleasure for a while, but Kakashi was far from willing to bear the cost. In this world full of killings, all his warmth is here. How can he leave? He is no longer a bystander who just passed through, but a participant. These emotions really existed in his heart, instead of the original vague memory. A Danzo is not worth the price he paid. Moreover, this hatred is for Shishui, and Danzang's life should wait for the future. Shishui will get it back by himself. Danzo is no longer in Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi's betrayal of the village. You actually exposed it. Danzo, you are wrong this time. You are the underwater player. How can you be worthy of the mirror? Danzo was shocked. Uchiha Mirror, a very old name, so long that people can't remember for a while, but they can't be forgotten. Kakashi, that's all for today. Kakashi didn't speak, and disappeared in place. In a moment, the Valley of Fire appeared empty, and the shocking battle just now seemed to cease to exist. The rest of the Root members were relieved. The killing finally left, and the threat of death seemed to disappear at this moment. Danzo, go back. You don't want to take over the Root affairs for now. You don't say more. I have already decided. After the 3 generations of Hokage finished speaking, they turned and left. Only Danzo was left unwilling. The power left by the Roots today is simply not enough to fight against the 3 generations of Hokage. Not to mention that Hokage is an absolute power. Danzo's power was given by the 3 generations of Hokage, and he wanted to take it back. Naturally, without the acquiescence of the 3 generations of Hokage, Danzo's power is water without roots. Even if it is holding power in one's hand, it is an unknown teacher. Looking at the corpses all over the floor and the few Root elites left, Danzang's heart was very complicated. Is he really wrong? No, I am not wrong. Danzo's eyes were only a momentary blur, and his firmness was restored again. How could the real heroes shake their beliefs so easily? Master Danzo, what shall we do next? Back to the village. You have processed these corpses. Yes, Lord Danzo. Looking at his empty right arm, Danzo kept thinking, it seems that it is time to use the deal with -1. I don't know if the intercolumn cells can be used by me. Tuanzang secretly said in his heart, took his cut-off right hand, and left the Valley of Fire. Chapter 167. Leaving the first in Jinin village, Kakashi's figure reappeared. Shishui was still lying on the bed, but breathing was very even and there was no problem. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, and just survived. Otherwise, in the world of Hokage, it is not a problem. Kakashi pushed open the door, and Ryugasaki Yumeki was still at the door. Boss, you are out. Well, Ryugasaki, what's the situation in Jinren village? Chief, after you issued an order to make Jinren village into a closed state, Jinren village has been committed to developing itself. The unique metal in Jinren village can fully support the development of Jinren village. Kakashi nodded, and Ryugasaki was subdued by himself, and Jin Shinobu became the power in Kakashi's hands. Over the years, although Kakashi has come to Jinren village very few times, each time he came, he brought longest next development plan. Now Jinren village has gradually prospered, and the blood of the younger generation has become abundant, and a lot of them have grown up. Today, in Jinren village, including me, there are 10 upper ninjas, 50 middle ninjas, and more than 200 lower ninjas. Very good. It seems that you haven't worked in vain over the years. Kakashi smiled. The chief's order. I have been working hard to do it. Very well. The people in the house, I ask you to take care of them these days. Remember, don't reveal his identity. Yes, Chief. There is no problem. Well, things about Jinren can still have to trouble you. The leader is polite, This is Ryuki's responsibility. Okay, go ahead and work. Yes, Chief. After long Chief finished speaking, he went down to arrange specific matters. Kakashi walked back to the room again, when Shishui was already awake. Is it Kakashi? Shishui asked. It's me, Shishui. How do you feel? Shishui smiled bitterly when he heard the words, and said, what else can you do? It's luck if you don't die. Shishui, I've got your eyes back for you, and I'll repair them for you later. The other eye is at Itachi, and you can just get him back in time. Shishui was taken aback, and quickly asked, Kakashi, are you looking for Danzo? Okay. You are crazy. To fight Danzo is to betray Konoha. Kakashi smiled and shook his head, and then thought that Shishui was no longer visible, and immediately said, don't worry, I just got my eyes back. The third generation of Hokage also knows about this, so it doesn't matter. Shishui breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. In this case, there really is no problem. Shishui, I told Danzo and the third generation of Hokage that you are dead. Shishui froze for a moment, and then reacted. Kakashi didn't want to get involved in Uchiha and Konoha. Kakashi's intentions are good, Shishui understands, and now he can only smile. Kakashi, thank you. After this incident, I have done everything I can for Uchiha and Konoha. In the end, I failed. I will leave the rest to Itachi. Sorry, I couldn't help you, Kakashi said. No need to apologize. This is not your business, let alone you saved me. Well, let's not talk about this. Let me fix your eyes. My medical ninjutsu is limited, so I still need your cooperation. Kakashi said like this, but Shishui shook his head and said, no, Kakashi. Why? Kakashi looked surprised. I lost the glory of Uchiha, and I am no longer suitable for having such a pair of eyes. Say something silly. Do you want to be blind all your life? No. The darkness allows you to think clearly about what you want, and to see what the world has. Let me stay in such an environment for a while. Let me put my eyes on you for the time being. Seeing Shishui's persistence, Kakashi was a little unsure, but still didn't force it. Well, when you figure it out, look for me again. Shishui nodded and asked, Kakashi, where is this place? This is Jinren Village. Jinren Village? Shishui looked surprised. Is that Jinren Village at the junction of the Fire Country and the Wind Country? Not bad. Why are we here? It is said that this village was closed 5 years ago. Yes, I kept them closed. Kakashi immediately explained the relationship between Jin Shinobu and himself. Shishui heard this with a chuckle and said, I can't imagine that you can harvest a small forbearance village if you perform a task. It's just luck. Shishui, now Konoha, you can't go back, just live here first. Well, the air here is very good. I like it very much. That's good. If you have any questions, call me. I have to go back to Konoha first, Kakashi said, handing the trigeminal kunai to Shishui. Okay. With a squeak, Kakashi disappeared in place again. Shishui felt Kakashi's breath disappear, and murmured, thank you, Kakashi. Konoha, Hokage Tower. The third generation of Hokage looked at the pile of documents in front of them, and had a headache. The disappearance of Shishui made the Uchiha clan very violent. During this period, it can be said that a lot of violent law enforcement took place. But it is gradually converging. The absence of Shishui also made the Uchiha clan less confident. Recently Danzang has also gained a lot of peace, without any movement. The current village, as if it were calm before the storm, has become very strange. It seems that as long as there is a fuse, there will be a terrible explosion. The 3 generations of Hokage felt that their heads were big for a while. Da. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. The silver-white figure stepped into the Hokage office, and it was Kakashi, no one else. Kakashi, what's the matter? 3 generations of adults. I have something to ask for your consent. The third generation of Hokage heard the words and sent the files in their hands, with a look of confusion, and asked, Kakashi, what's the matter? I want to leave the village for a while. What? Why? Give me a reason. 3 generations said in surprise. It's been too long in Anbu. I want to leave for a while. The 3 generations were silent, thinking about the pros and cons, and why Kakashi said so. Soon, the 3 generations of Hokage came to a conclusion. Too long in the Anb naturally cannot be a reason to leave Konoha. At best it is just to leave the Anb. Combined with the current form, in the view of the 3 generations of Hokage, Kakashi does not want to intervene in the struggle between the village and Uchiha. On the one hand, it is the place guarded by the teacher and father. On the other hand, it is the family of one's own friends. Kakashi was caught in the middle, naturally uncomfortable. 3 generations of Hokage thought of this, sighed, and said, okay, I agree, but don't leave for too long. My old bone can't last long. Chapter 168 The Country of Vortex Monthly Ticket plus more. Yes, 3 generations of adults, Naruto and the 3 of them will ask you to take care of them. Do not worry. The 3 generations of Naruto naturally knew what Kakashi meant, and it was nothing more than to let Danzo settle down. This is something that the 3rd generation of Hokage can still make a guarantee. In the original book, Sasuke can live so well because of the restriction of the 3 generations of Hokage to Danzo and the threat of Itachi to Danzo. In this regard, Kakashi still believes in the 3rd generation of Hokage. Leaving the Hokage Tower, Kakashi did not rush back to pack his luggage, but went to find Itachi. Anbu, the 6th class. Itachi sat absently in the locker room, empty, and no one else. The door opened with a creak, and Itachi looked up slightly. It was Kakashi who came here. Senior Kakashi, Itachi said. Kakashi nodded and said, Itachi, why are you here alone? Nothing, just thinking about something. By the way, what about Shishui's corpse? I have taken care of it. Do you want to check it out? Kakashi was still not going to tell Itachi that Shishui was not dead. It's not because I was afraid that Itachi would leak the secret, but because the time is too late. Itachi shook his head and said, no, just let Shishui sink into the soil for safety. What are you going to do about Uchiha and the village? I don't know. The village and Uchiha are in the same situation now. It's too difficult. Itachi is telling the truth, and the problem now is that both sides have problems. Even if Konoha's executives gave in, Uchiha would not give up. This is an inevitable battle, and it is really too difficult to crack this deadlock. For Itachi, who is only 11 now, the pressure is too great. Kakashi patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, when you don't understand, go back to the origin and have a look. Maybe you can find the answer. Itachi was puzzled, but he nodded and said, thank you, Senior Kakashi. No, I'm leaving Konoha during this period. If you need my help, you can find me. Kakashi said, and took out a sheet of paper engraved with the technique. As long as it is entered into chakras and words, it is a connection. Yes, Senior Kakashi. Remember, don't act rashly. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Kakashi left. Seeing Itachi in the locker room alone, Kakashi could only sigh. Sorry, Itachi, I'm relying on you for the moment. According to the plot, Uchiha should have almost 2 years before the clan was destroyed. When the time comes, let's consider everything again. Back at the Kima house, Kakashi changed Anb's costume and put on his own robe. In fact, Kakashi had already thought about leaving this time, but it has been delayed until now. After spending too long in the dark part, Kakashi is indeed a little tired. A long time ago, Kakashi wanted to walk around in the world of Naruto. Like Xylai, he left his footprints in every corner of this world. There is also a very important point, the country of Vortex. At the beginning of the journey, Kakashi found the seal of the 4 elephants in the forbidden area of Kaima's house, so Kakashi had also guessed whether his mother, whom he had never met, was a member of the Maelstrom family. It's just that Kakashi didn't really investigate it because of his lack of strength before. Later, the strength was almost the same, and there was no time to investigate. So, this time, Uzumaki country is also a place Kakashi wants to go. There is a feeling in the dark. There will be the answer I want. At this node, Kakashi does not want to face Konoha, nor does he want to face Uchiha. Anyway, the storm is almost 2 years later. Instead of staying here, it is better to go outside and take a look. After 2 years, no matter what, I will come back to see the final result of this matter. The famous Uchiha now looks like meat on a cutting board, which is really sad. Kakashi didn't want to watch Konoha's warm water cooking of frogs here. It was really disgusting. Therefore, he chose to jump out. I also did my own thing, by the way. It's been 6 years, and it's time to do what I want to do. After packing up the clothes and sealing them into the scroll, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. Everything is ready, and then farewell. Went to Kai's house, but Kai seemed to be on a mission. There was no one in the house. The timing was bad, and Kakashi didn't force it. As for leaving a book, it seemed too hypocritical, and Kakashi didn't do it. Konoha School. Jingling bell. The familiar bell rang again. Naruto, Xiangrong and Shijigo both walked out of the classroom. Damn, that Sasuke is the number one again. Next time I must beat him. Naruto's carefree voice reached Kakashi's ears, and Kakashi couldn't help but smile. It seems that Naruto still got on the bar with Sasuke. He was really a fateful enemy. Naruto, it's true that Sasuke is good. And it's true that you can't do it. Don't keep yelling. Xianglin attacked Naruto with a vicious tongue, but still could see her concern for Naruto. Xianglin didn't like Sasuke as much as in the original book. In fact, Xianglin originally liked Sasuke, because Sasuke saved her during the Zonnin exam. For Xianglin, that kind of touch is enough to remember for a lifetime. And now without this drama, naturally there will not be so many emotional dramas. What, Xianglin, do you think I can't do it? Yeah, other things are good to say. Theory class. Hey, what can you tell me for being the last one? Naruto blushed when he heard this, and shouted, Humphrey. That was an accident. Hi, it's an accident, Xianglin said and smirked. At this time, Shijigo suddenly said, Brother Kakashi. When the two heard the words, they were shocked at the same time and looked in Shijigo's direction. Sure enough, there was a familiar figure. Brother Beimao. Brother Kakashi. Naruto and Xianglin exclaimed in excitement, and then they all pounced on Kakashi's body. Kakashi smiled, holding one in each hand, and the person in the future hugged him. Shijigo is a lot more calm, just standing aside. I saw you two quarreling here. Kakashi smiled. Xianglin attacked me first. It's Naruto who is too stupid. The two exposed each other, and Kakashi just laughed at it. Jungo, is school life okay? Very good. Completely different from the previous days. That's good. Let's go. I invite you to eat ramen. Long live Kakashi, white-haired brother. Kakashi took the three little ghosts and went to Yaramen to eat a bowl of ramen, which was regarded as farewell. In the dead of night, the three little ghosts all fell asleep. Kakashi gently covered the three of them with quilts, and then left. Taking off Konoha's forehead lightly and putting it in the backpack, Kakashi revealed that silver white hair. The writing wheel is covered by a black eye mask, which is not obtrusive. Ready, the night is heavy, it's a good time to start. Uzumaki country, here I am. Chapter 169. Enter in the dark underground. People with strange masks stood quietly. At this time, a man dressed like a pitcher emerged from the ground. Take the soil. Kakashi has left Konoha. Heize said. Oh, where did you go? Taito asked with interest. I don't know, the direction is east. East? Interesting. I didn't expect Kakashi to do this for you, Uchiha, he said in a playful manner. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Maybe it's for you. Bring soil. Beige said in that joking tone. Taito did not answer, but was silent. Beige was boring to ask himself, and stopped discussing this topic, but continued to ask, Taito, the coup of the Uchiha clan may be postponed. What are we going to do? You don't need to do anything, just wait. Konoha will always be overwhelmed. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, flowers will always bloom. So this is our. Hyde looked at the soiled back, with some emotion. This innocent young man has now become so good at planning storms in this eerie place. Although there is Uchiha Madara's teaching, it is only less than a year, and this growth rate is really amazing. What about Kakashi? Haiju continued to ask. Don't worry about him, let him go. Take soil, your writing wheel is still on his body, won't you go and get it back? No. It's just a scribble wheel. I bring the soil to Uchiha and never take it back. After bringing the soil, he stopped paying attention and left alone. It seems that Daita still has a lot of affection for Kakashi. Beige said playfully. Who knows, then don't provoke Kakashi, that kid has learned fairy skills, and we can't get too close. Hyde said. That's true. The underground fell into silence again. The country of the vortex is a small island located in the sea between the country of fire and the country of water. There is a ninja village in Uzaki State, called Uzao Hidden Village. 20 years ago, during the Ninja World War, the ninjas of Ushio Hidden Village were attacked by many countries because of their powerful chakras and terrifying sealing techniques. By the time Konoha wanted to go to the rescue, it was too late. There, only a piece of ruins remained. The ninjas in Ushio Hidden Village were almost killed and wounded, and only a few people were left in the ninja world. Since then, the well-known Maelstrom clan has rarely been heard in the shinobi world. Even the Whirlpool family has become a taboo, not mentioned by more parties. It is really sad to have the power to be feared, but not the ability to protect oneself. Today's Uzumaki Kingdom has become a place where no one has jurisdiction. There are residents, but there is no shinobu village and no daimyo. They are a group of people without a country. Uzumaki country has also become a place where few ninjas come. The Uchao Hidden Village was already 20 years ago, so people here have gradually forgotten that such a village once existed. They all live their own lives. People who have experienced the chaos of the war 20 years ago are now gradually getting older. An ordinary village in Uzumaki Kingdom, with hundreds of villagers living in it. Jiro, don't run around, we will have dinner later. Understood, Mom, I will go to play by the river and be back in a while. Be careful, don't run too close. You still can't swim. I see, Mother. A teenager about 7 or 8 years old happily ran to the river. The beautiful woman who thought she was about 30 years old watched the young man go away in love, and smiled. This child is really naughty. He shook his head, walked into the house and started to take care of the housework, planning to cook a delicious lunch for his husband and son. An ordinary and fulfilling life is played out here every day. They are ordinary, but they have a carefree life, because on this small island, there is no persecution of ninjas, only tranquility. Standing by the river, Jiro looked at the sparkling lake and said, Yoshi, I will catch a lot of fish today. I will give my parents a meal. The boy rolled up his sleeves and planned to do a big job, forgetting what he had just promised his mother. The water by the river was very shallow, and the boy took off his shoes and socks and stood there, only to reach his knees. The water is very clear, and it is clear that there are small silver-white fish swimming around at the bottom of the river. The boy looked at the little fish with a smile on his face. The boy stretched out his hands and moved closer to the little fish. A little closer, and you can catch it immediately. The young man's heart silently encouraged himself. It's now. The boy suddenly reached out and grabbed it. With a clatter, the young man's hand reached into the river, touched it. The little silver-white fish was caught out of the river by the boy, shining brightly in the sunshine. Great! I caught it. The boy danced happily, but in the next second, the silvery-white fish slipped away from the boy's hand and fell into the river again. Ah, my fish! The boy was shocked, and hurriedly chased the fish. But if a fish enters the water, how can it be overtaken by a boy? The young man was in a state of anxiety, ignoring the river, struggling to move forward. At this moment, the boy's feet slipped and fell into it. The boy's face changed. It was mud. His right foot was stuck in the mud, and only then did the boy discover that the river had flooded his chest, and he was still sinking into the mud step by step. Help! Regarding the fear of life, The boy uttered a cry that everyone would think of at this moment. It's just that the river is empty and there is no one. The environment that was refreshing and pleasant just now made the teenager feel extremely uneasy. At this time, the mother's words rang in the boy's ears. "Jiro, don't get too close, you still can't swim." The teenager panicked and shouted desperately, "Mom, help! Dad, help!" The splash of water did not give the teenager hope of life, but made him sink deeper and deeper. The fear of death filled the boy's heart again. Could it be that it is over? At this time, a lazy voice rang in the boy's ear. "Yo, kid, what are you doing here?" The boy heard the reputation. On the other side of the river, a young man with silver white hair, dressed in a black robe, had a handsome face, but his left eye was covered by white gauze, as if he was injured. Such a handsome person. This was the boy's first impression, but soon the boy reacted. "Brother, help." "Ah, it turned out to be for help. I thought you were playing in the water," the young man said with a smile, and then stepped over the water step by step under the shocked eyes of the young man. The clear stream slowly dissipated ripples under his feet, but did not wet his shoes and socks. The sun is dazzling, and in the eyes of the young man, he seems to be shining at this moment. The young man walked up to the boy, pulled the boy out of the water, and said with a smile, "Boy, what's your name?" The boy froze for a moment, and was held by the young man with one hand, but there was no pain. He subconsciously said, "Jiro, Matsuda Jiro." "Oh, nice to meet you. What's your name?" the boy asked suddenly, not knowing why. "Me? You can call me Silver Time." In the sun, the young man's smile was full of evil taste. Chapter 170 Whirlpool Hidden Village. This young man with silver white hair was no one else. He started from Konoha and came to Kakashi in the country of Uzumaki. When going out, it is natural to take individual names. After all, the name of Hagai Kakashi is too loud. "Brother Yinchai, how did you walk on the river just now? Can you tell me?" "Ah, it's a ninja technique." "Ninja? What is a ninja?" Jiro looked puzzled. This time, Kakashi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the child in front of him didn't even know what a ninja was. "Ninja. He has always been a professional, and he can do tricks." Jiro scratched his head and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yinchai, you just walked on the river, is it a trick?" "Yeah, just a few tricks." "Can that teach me?" Jiro looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes, a young man, who was always particularly interested in this weird ability. Kakashi shook his head and smiled. "No, it's a secret." Jiro was a little disappointed when he heard this. "I just thought that if I had such a powerful ability, I would definitely be able to show off in front of my friends in the village." Kakashi looked around and asked, "Jiro, is there any village near here?" Yes, I live in Heshi village, not far away." "Oh? Do you know other villages?" "Other villages?" Jiro scratched his head, as if thinking about something, and then continued, "I don't know. I have been here since I was born, and I haven't been to other places." "That's it." Kakashi touched his chin, then said, "Can you take me to the village?" "Of course, Brother Yinchai, you saved me. My mother said, you must be enthusiastic about people who have helped yourself. You come home with me, I invite you to dinner, and my mother must make a good meal now. Thanks a lot." Kakashi smiled. "No need, this is what I should do." "It's a pity, I originally came to catch the fish today, but I didn't expect the fish to be caught, and I almost caught myself," Jiro said discouragedly. Thinking of the fish that had just escaped, Jiro felt a little uncomfortable. "Fish," Kakashi whispered and walked to the river. With a light movement of the chakra in his hand, the fish in the river jumped up and jumped out of the water. Kakashi quickly grabbed it with his right hand and held it in his hand. The fish kept struggling, but it didn't make any difference. "Is this okay?" Kakashi asked back. Jiro was already dumbfounded. "Isn't it too easy?" Yes, Brother Yinchai, you are so good." "If I am so good, catching fish will be much easier in the future." "Can you teach me?" Kakashi smiled, handed the fish to Jiro, and said, "It's still a secret." Jiro was stunned again when he heard the words. Along the way, Jiro chatted with Kakashi non-stop. And Kakashi was not disgusted either, just smiled slightly. From Jiro's mouth, Kakashi also understood where it was. Uzumaki country no longer exists, so Jiro has no idea about Uzumaki country. And Uashio Hidemura Jiro knows nothing. It is estimated that it is limited by age, so Jiro doesn't know the glory of Ushio Hidden Village at all. This is Hesse Village, an ordinary small village. There are about hundreds of households and hundreds of people live a life of sunrise and sunset, and rest every day. The rice paddies intersect, and the chickens and dogs hear each other, which can be called a paradise. Kakashi was quite moved when he heard that, but he didn't expect that there would be such a place in this cold ninja world. Uzumaki country, the place abandoned by the ninja, seems to have become more comfortable. Brother Yinchai, Hesse Village is in front of you. Kakashi looked up and saw that it was a green place. Big trees, green fields, looked pleasing to the eye. There was smoke from every house, and the little smoke gave Kakashi an illusion for a while. What a great place. Of course, Brother Yinchai, let's go quickly, I won't go back so late, and my mother should scold me later, Jiro said with some embarrassment. It seemed that it was a shame to be taught by his mother. Children at this age have already begun to feel like a little adult. Kakashi smiled and said, okay. At this moment, Jiro's mother was standing at the door of the house, looking anxiously at the entrance of the village, and muttered, what's the matter with Jiro? Why isn't he coming back? Could something be wrong? No, I want to go out and find him. Maiko, don't worry, Jiro is also big, how can something happen so easily? A middle-aged man walked out of the room and said, husband, it's late now. Maiko said anxiously. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and said, look, isn't that Jiro? Maiko looked behind when she heard the words, and as expected, she saw a wet Jiro and a handsome young man next to her. Jiro, what's the matter with you? Why are you all wet? Didn't you tell me not to approach the river? Maiko said angrily. Seeing Jiro, he naturally understood that this guy must have fallen into the water. There was some blame and some worry in my heart. But when people come back, naturally there is nothing to do, and the rest can only be blame. The middle-aged man looked at Kakashi and said, this brother is. Kakashi hadn't spoken yet, but Jiro jumped out and said, Dad, this is Silver Time's eldest brother. I fell into the water just now, and he saved me. He is amazing. The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard the words, and said, you kid, tell you not to play in the water, you still go, nothing happened, right? Hey, it's alright, thanks to Big Brother Yinchai, you see, I still have a fish that just came here. As Jiro said, he fiddled with the fish in his hand and showed his trophy. You kid, the middle-aged man said angrily. Brother Jintoki, Ichiro Matsuda, Kakashi nodded slightly and said, it's nice to meet you. I don't know why the Yinchai brothers are here. There are very few people here. Matsuda Ichiro asked curiously. It is true that there are very few outsiders here, and the nearest village is also 100 miles away. Generally speaking, there is very little communication. I'm a traveler. I heard that there used to be a mysterious village here, so I came to take a look. Mysterious village? I don't know which brother Yinchai is talking about. Maybe we can help. Vortex Hidden Village. Matsuda Ichiro and Maiko changed their expressions when they heard the words, and their gazes at Kakashi became a little strange. Chapter 171 The Broken Hidden Village Reward plus more. Seeing the slight change in the expressions of the two, Kakashi knew that the two of them should have some understanding of this whirlpool hidden village. Brother Yinchai, what are you looking for in the Wuchao Hidden Village? It's not a good place, Matsuda Ichiro said with a panic expression. It's nothing. I just feel curious. After all, it is said that people that live very long. Maybe there is a secret to longevity. What's the secret? Now that the Wuchao Hidden Village is gone, there is no longevity. Brother Yinchai, I advise you not to go there. Matsuda Ichiro seemed to be really kind, but Kakashi's purpose this time was for Uashio Hidden Village, so naturally he wouldn't just give up like that. I'm not someone who gives up easily. Kakashi smiled. Matsuda Ichiro sighed helplessly, and said, Brother Jintoki, you saved Jiro. It doesn't hurt to tell you this, but there is no good place there. I am not a simple person either, Kakashi said with a relaxed smile. Jiro also answered, yeah, Jinchai is amazing. He can walk on the water. Walking on the water? Matsuda Ichiro was taken aback, and then asked, could the Jinchai brothers be ninjas? It's just that I learned something to keep fit, not as good as a ninja. Kakashi did not directly state that he was a ninja, because he found that in fact, most common people have a fear of ninjas. I told Jiro before that it was just a casual mention. Matsuda Ichiro and Maiko looked at each other, and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. The ninja vocabulary this time is too heavy for civilians. The feeling that life and death are not in your own hands is uncomfortable. So Jinchai, if you have any instructions, we will definitely follow them. Matsuda Ichiro immediately changed his tone, and his words were full of fear. Kakashi sighed. As expected, it was still like this. I had known that I wouldn't talk about these things to the kid Jiro just now. Uncle Matsuda, don't do that. I'm not that scary. Matsuda Ichiro looked at Kakashi's smiling face, and he felt kindness from Kakashi's body, and his heart relaxed slightly. Uncle Matsuda, can you tell me where the ruins of the Uashio hidden village are? Kakashi asked. Master Jinchai, the Whirlpool hidden village you are going to is in the center of this small island. There is a valley called Whirlpool Valley. It is surrounded by currents and water whirlpools appear from time to time, which is a very dangerous place. Those whirlpools will pull all the boats in. Matsuda Ichiro's name for Kakashi makes him quite helpless, but it is hard to say anything. After all, this kind of subconsciousness already exists, and it can't be changed for a while. Kakashi didn't want to change either, just to one-sided relationship, and he should never see each other again. Thank you Uncle Matsuda, then I will leave first. Brother Jinchai, won't you stay for lunch? Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Jiro called out quickly, apparently sincerely wanting to keep Kakashi down for lunch. It's just that the nervous expressions of Ichiro Matsuda and Maiko made Kakashi not even wanting to stay. In such an atmosphere, no matter how you eat, you won't be happy. No, Jiro, I still have something to do, so I won't have lunch with you. Jiro was a little disappointed when he heard this, and said, that's a shame. My mother's craftsmanship is very good. And you caught this fish too. If you don't eat it together, it would be a shame. Kakashi smiled. There are too many people passing by in a lifetime. The Jiro family is obviously also a passerby in Kakashi's life. Leaving too many ties is sometimes not a good thing. If you have a chance, let's eat together again. Kakashi said, waved, and left. Seeing Kakashi's departure, Jiro said to his mother, Mom, I really envy Silver Age. He can travel everywhere, and I want to be that kind of person in the future. Mizi was slightly surprised when she heard this, and said, Jiro, such a person is very dangerous, and it is likely to die at any time. Are you not afraid? Jiro shook his head, showing a firm expression. Mom, I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life. I want to see the outside world. This world must be more exciting than I thought. Hearing this, Matsuda Ichiro laughed and said, Jiro is really grown up, ambitious. It is a good thing. If you want to go out and walk, you must have a strong body. You have to work harder and become like your father. Be strong. Yeah, Dad, I will work hard. Well, you father and son are really good. Go in and eat. You can eat before you have the strength to think about the future. At this point, Jiro's stomach rang, making Jiro embarrassed. Mom, there is still a fish here. Let's cook it together, Jiro said. Okay, Mum will do it for you, you little greedy cat. Hee hee. The life of a family of 3 seemed very warm. Kakashi looked at it from a distance, couldn't help but feel a little envious. Unfortunately, in this life, this kind of life is too far away from me, at least for now. Heshi Village is just a small episode. Kakashi once again confirmed his direction and headed towards the central bank of the Vortex country. The country of Vortex is not big, and has now been split into small villages similar to Heshi Village. Kakashi also met a lot along the way. Without disturbing them, Kakashi just passed by in a hurry. A day later, Kakashi stood on a valley, looking at the scenery ahead. It is a huge valley, and there is a ruin in the middle of the valley. The pattern of Ukiyo Hidden Village is very similar to Konoha, and it is also a huge circle. It's just that Konoha is a wall built by himself, and Ukiyo Hidden Village does make use of this natural valley. The valley is high. Kakashi roughly estimated that it was at least a few hundred meters. Is this the Whirlpool Hidden Village? Looking at the wreckage of buildings over and over, Kakashi felt a little inexplicable. In recent years, Kakashi has not seen a destroyed village, but it is the first time that the land has been so clean. Without too much emotion, Kakashi quickly came down from the valley. Since we are going to investigate Ukiyo Hidden Village, naturally we can't just look at it from a distance. Going into the ruins is the key. Down the valley, there is a small forest with lush foliage. It's really quiet here. There is nothing but insects. It seems that even wild beasts don't want to come in this place. Passing through the grove, the front line was what Matsuda Ichiro said was a stream of water. The current is quite wide, and it is obviously unrealistic to jump directly over it. Above the current, there are whirlpools appearing from time to time, which looks quite frightening. Chapter 172 Scrap of paper. It seems that this current should be the protection mechanism of Ukiyo Hidden Village back then. I didn't expect that after so many years, it would still have this kind of power. Kakashi sighed with emotion, but did not stop. Whirlpools appear from time to time in this current, and if you run out directly, you will inevitably be involved. Kakashi looked around and selected a thick tree, stepped forward and patted, showing a satisfied smile. Qianting Dao in his right hand took advantage of the trend. Qianting, who is extremely sharp, is also a good hand when cutting down trees. It didn't take long for a canoe to be ready. Kakashi did not stop there, but saw the remaining wood out of more than a dozen planks and placed it on the canoe. After doing all this, Kakashi slowly pushed the canoe into the water. Chakra surging under his feet, and without paddling the water, the canoe moved forward. The current was slowly pushed away from the ripples, as if calm. Kakashi did not show a relaxed expression, but frowned slightly. Under the current, there is a chakra operating, more precisely, a technique. Is this the cause of the water whirlpool? Just as Kakashi was muttering to himself, a huge vortex suddenly spread around the canoe, centered on it. Under the canoe, it instantly became a void. Bad. Kakashi didn't expect this vortex to appear directly in this place. There was no warning at all. At this level, the idea of relying on a canoe to escape is no longer realistic. Kakashi picked up the plank he had prepared before and flicked it. In an instant, dozens of wooden boards flew out, spreading steps in midair. Kakashi's gaze condensed without hesitation, with a point to his toe, and with the help of the last bit of buoyancy of the canoe, he jumped out. In the next second, the canoe was swallowed by the whirlpool. The plank did not fly high, and soon fell on the water. Kakashi in midair was not idle, but stepped on the plank one by one, just like a dragonfly. But it was strange that the landing of each wooden board quickly rolled up waves, and then formed a vortex. Every time Kakashi stepped on the plank was instantly swallowed. After a dozen boards, Kakashi was still a short distance from the shore. Another whirlpool formed under him. According to Kakashi's estimation, if he were to be involved in this whirlpool, it would be very troublesome. After all, I am not a dried persimmon ghost shark, and I am not suitable for survival in the water. The board is exhausted. There is no borrowing thing. Kakashi does not panic, directly seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. The exact same figure appeared on the side. Kakashi was rude, stepped on his back. His figure was raised again, jumped down, and finally landed on the other side. And that shadow avatar also turned into a cloud of smoke. It's really dangerous. I can't think of the Maelstrom clan's defense after so many years, but it can still have this effect. What kind of glory was it when it was in its heyday? Kakashi was a little curious. At the same time, I feel strange that the village with this kind of defense can be completely destroyed by what kind of force. For the time being, letting go of these careful thoughts, Thinking too much is useless. It is better to go to the inside of New Chaoyin village to take a look at it. Kakashi didn't pay attention to the water flow anymore, but walked towards the interior of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. The Yuchao Hidden Village has been destroyed for a long time, and anything of value has already been taken away. Here, in addition to the ruins, there are still ruins. Rubble is all over the ground, and it has been baptized by the years of 20 years. And it is dilapidated here. It's not big here, it's much smaller than Konoha, but it's just an hour, and Kakashi walked around. Kakashi felt disappointed. There seemed to be nothing here. In fact, this situation is also expected by Kakashi. After all, this matter is too long in the past. 20 years is enough to change many things. It seems there won't be any gains here. After the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha once sent someone over, and the leader at the time was Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hajiki. Just don't know what happened at that time. Haki Tsukumo left behind in order to cover his teammates, and then disappeared for a year. The others returned to Konoha with many strange masks of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, the 3 generations of Hokage also built a temple of the Whirlpool clan for these masks and enshrined them. And one of these masks is a mask that hides the secrets of ghouls. No one knows where he went in the year that Tsukumo Hajiki disappeared. Even in the subsequent mission report, Tsukumo Hajiki did not mention it. The only product is Kakashi. The next year, Tsukumo Hajiki returned with his newly born Kakashi. These are all what Kakashi could assemble during the Anbu period. After all, as the deputy minister of Anbu, he still has this power. But the specific content is not described in detail. This is also one of the reasons why Kakashi wants to come to Uzumaki Hidden Village. Here, perhaps his own life experience is hidden. But now it seems that there is nothing but a ruin here. Just when Kakashi thought he had come in vain, suddenly, something caught Kakashi's attention. A piece of paper. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and instantly appeared next to the piece of paper, grabbing it. This is the color boat for sacrificial offerings. The piece of paper in Kakashi's hand was obviously burned by fire, and the material and type of this paper were only used for the color boat used for sacrifice. Someone is offering sacrifices here. Is it the orphan of Yuchao Hidden Village? Kakashi touched his chin. The burnt marks on this piece of paper were not new. It seemed that it should be a few days away. From this point of view, it is not easy to find where this piece of paper came from. But looking for something is exactly Kakashi's strong point. Hands not printing. Spiritualism. Boom. The ninja dog in ninja costume appeared, and it was Parker. Yo, Kakashi, long time no see. What's the matter? Parker, help me find it. Where did this piece of paper come from? Kakashi handed the piece of paper to Parker, and Parker sniffed it and said, this piece of paper seems to be a few days old. It's not easy to find it. Try your best. There hasn't been any rain in the past few days. There should still be some traces. Well, I'll try it. As Parker said, he concentrated the chakra in his body on the nose. In an instant, his sense of smell was increased several times. Okay, Parker is a spirit, and seems to have discovered something. How about Parker? Found it. Come with me. As Parker said, the 4 short legs slammed away and came out of the dust. Kakashi was shocked and immediately followed. Chapter 173 Tombstone. After a trot all the way, soon, the ruins in front of him gradually disappeared, and Parker took Kakashi to a hillside. That's it. Parker stopped and whispered. Kakashi also stopped, looked around, and found nothing strange. Parker, there is nothing here. Kakashi, look at that boulder. Parker said and pointed somewhere. Kakashi heard the words and saw that it was indeed a big stone, and it looked very old, with some moss on it. That is. Kakashi suddenly condensed his eyes and walked towards the stone. I saw a steel-like thing carved into the bottom of the stone. Near the stone, weeds grow thickly, but the steel looks very clean, but the text on it has been eroded by the years, and it has become a little unclear. Kakashi squatted down and saw a small pit in front of the steel with some remaining ashes, which should be the remains of other parts of the previous piece of paper. The pieces of paper came from here, so someone came here to make sacrifices. Is this a tombstone? Kakashi was curious, and lightly brushed his right hand over the steel. In an instant, a familiar feeling filled his heart. This handwriting is. The original memory began to impact his brain. Kakashi patted his head and suddenly remembered. This is father's handwriting. Kakashi suddenly became sober, and the handwriting engraved on this stone was clearly the handwriting of Shumao Hagai. Is this carved by the father? With a huge shock in his heart, Kakashi's right hand chakra surged, erasing the dust from the steel, and erasing the traces of erosion over the years. At this time, Kakashi finally saw the vague words on the steel. The tomb of the beloved wife Hagai Ayako. Flagwood. Ayako? Could this be the tomb of his mother? For some reason, Kakashi suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if there was another force driving him. How is this going? Kakashi, are you okay? Parker quickly asked when seeing something wrong with Kakashi. No. Nothing. Kakashi quickly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and dispelled the inexplicable sadness. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Where is this? Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say anything, Parker didn't ask more, but asked another question. It's nothing. This is New Chao Hidden Village. I'm here to investigate some things. So that's the case. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Okay, trouble you, Parker. With a bang, Parker disappeared again. Kakashi didn't care, and continued to look at the stone tablet. In Kakashi's memory, Tsukumo Hajiki did not tell his mother's name. But Kakashi can be sure that in the Hagai family, there is no one named Hagai Ayako. So, who is the Flagwood Ayako engraved on this stone tablet? In this kind of place, it seems that there is only one possibility, and that is the mother he has never met before. Just, why would my mother die in such a place? The father at that time was probably already a strong shadow class. Why didn't he return to the village? According to his father's mission report at the time, it was said that he had encountered a powerful enemy and was seriously injured. After the injury healed, he was able to return to the village. During this period, I met a woman and gave birth to Kakashi. Just what kind of person would seriously hurt the famous Konoha White Fang? Incredible. Kakashi gently stroked the tombstone, with a kind of intimacy spontaneously. At this time, Kakashi had a certain degree of certainty in his heart, and this might be his mother's tombstone. The intuition of the strong has always been inexplicably accurate. Kakashi has also developed terrible intuition over the years. This kind of thing is so unreasonable, but it really exists. Kakashi touched the ashes in the pit, placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed gently. Of course, Kakashi did not have as good a sense of smell as Parker, but in the ashes, Kakashi smelled a strange smell. This ashes should be left over from the burning of the color boat. Strangely, there is a faint fragrance in the ashes. Kakashi took out the piece of paper he saw just now, put it on his nose and sniffed it. It seemed that there was also such a smell, but the smell was much weaker. Kakashi's brows wrinkled slightly. I don't know why this smell has a familiar feeling, but I can't remember it for a while. There are people offering sacrifices to this place, which means that the people who sacrificed must have some kind of close relationship with the person whose name is engraved on the tombstone. Otherwise, there is no need to do so. Is it mother's relatives? This is the only explanation Kakashi can think of. If it is a friend, more than 20 years have passed, and it is still too warm in this cruel world. What's more, it's still in such a place. New Chao Hidden Village, even if it is now a ruin, is definitely not a good place. And if you can come to pay a memorial service, you probably won't be too far away from here. Looking at the situation of the tombstones here, there should be people coming over often, not as if it had been abandoned for 20 years. Since there are such people, Kakashi will naturally not let go of this opportunity. Perhaps what Kakashi wants to know can only be known from that person's mouth. After all, investigating this kind of thing, any clues? There is no one who is accurate. Kakashi touched his head. Did he stand by? Although the method is a bit stupid, It seems to be the only way for now. There was nothing here except these ashes. Even if someone came over, after so many days, the smell had long since disappeared. It was already extremely difficult for Parker to find this place just now. If it weren't for the strong flavor of the color boat paper itself, it might not have been successful. Now let it track the taste of a few days ago. It is really unrealistic. However, it seems that it will not take a short time to sit back and wait. Generally speaking, once a year is enough for sacrificing this kind of thing. Does Kakashi have to wait here for a year? This time span is too big. Kakashi cannot afford to waste it. Damn it, is there no better way? Kakashi sighed. This trip really wasn't very smooth from beginning to end. Standing up, Kakashi touched his chin, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Kakashi looked in one direction. Someone is here? Kakashi was slightly surprised that someone actually came to this place. And it felt like this. He is a ninja, and his strength is not weak. This breath. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and he whispered, how could it be her? What is she doing here? Outside the Whirlpool Valley, a figure stood aside. Is this the ruins of the Whirlpool clan in the legend? This defense mechanism has some meaning. A fascinating smile evoked at the corner of her mouth, and the girl's hands were printed. Chapter 174 Sealed Thing 2 in 1. The girl had long reddish brown hair, and her right eye was covered by her hair, and only one left eye was exposed. Under the seal of both hands, those water flows spontaneously formed a water bridge and built it on top of it. The girl walked past the water like a stroll in a garden. It is much easier than Kakashi. The vortex underneath is nothing short of it. When the girl landed on the shore, her face suddenly changed and she looked towards one side. The black robe and silver white hair are exactly Kakashi. Tryumime, what are you doing here? The girl is Tryumime from Uin Village. Tryumime's original solemn expression instantly became invisible when he saw Kakashi. Haki Kakashi, I should ask you this question. If you don't stay in Konoha, how can you go to the ruins of the Ushio Hidden Village? The Ushio Hidden Village is Konoha's ally. There is nothing weird about me coming here. Instead, it's you. The mist is hidden by the wind and rain, and you are a bit intriguing when you come here. Tryumime pulled out a nice arc at the corner of her mouth, and smiled. Guess. Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard that. Tryumime was really impermanent, and couldn't hold her mind at all. Bored. Ah, what a boring man. Kakashi was too lazy to pay attention, turned and left. He still had things to do, and didn't have the time to talk with Tryumime here. Seeing that Kakashi was about to leave, Tryumime would agree, and hurriedly followed. Hey, Hagai Kakashi, what are you doing here? You guess. You are really stingy. Tryumime, the ninja's rule is confidentiality. You don't even know this, do you? Kakashi said grimly. You can be regarded as a friend in what you say. You are a little unkind like this, and I don't believe it. You came here to perform a task. Tryumime saw Kakashi's casual clothes, without Konoha's forehead, and even a face mask. It didn't look like he was performing a mission. It has to be said that Tryumime can become the next 5 generations of water shadows. Whether it is wisdom or observation, it is very strong. Well, you are right, I am here indeed for a private matter, but there is no need to tell you. Tryumime's beautiful eyes flowed, feeling a little wronged, but immediately adjusted his mentality, and then said, how about this? I tell you the purpose of my coming, and you tell me the purpose of your coming? How about, let's exchange it? Kakashi stopped, and looked up and down Tryumime, who looked a little hairy. You seem to be very interested in my business. Tryumime suddenly felt a little hot on her face when she heard the words, but soon covered up the past. Why, I'm just curious for a while. Kakashi shrugged unavoidably, and said, curiosity killed the cat. I have no interest in your affairs, and being able to appear here is nothing more than for the once hidden village of Uzbek. It must be your goal. It's a sealing technique. Tryumime was shocked when he heard this. but Kakashi had made a judgment in such a short period of time. And it's so accurate. Terumi Ming came here to try her luck at the ruins of Uzumaki Hidden Village. Sealing has always been a scarce thing in the ninja world. The gossip seal Konoha possesses is the most suitable ninjutsu to seal the tail beast, but other villages do not have such a good seal. For example, in Shane Village, their sealing technique is very rough, which makes it impossible for an tailed human force to even fall asleep. Although Uin is not as miserable as Shane Village, it is not far away. Moreover, this kind of sealing technique enough to seal the tail beast is in the hands of the shadow of a village. Terumi Ming did not have it in his hands. In the communication with Kakashi not long ago, Terumi Ming had understood that to get rid of the rule of the 4 generations of water shadows and the control of the people behind the scenes, Yagura must be defeated. And to defeat Yagura, there is one element that must be considered, and that is the 3 tails in Yagura's body. Yagura can die, but Mitsuo is an important resource of Mayan. Once lost, Mayan's strength will drop by another level. Therefore, it is very important to reseal Sanwai. But there is no corresponding sealing technique. These are nonsense. Terumi Ming's seal technique in the mist is already thinking of a way, but the eggs can't all be placed in one basket, so Terumi Ming is also thinking of a way. After thinking about it for a long time, Terumi Ming decided to come alone to the Uashio Hidden Village, which was once famous for its sealing technique, and he might have some unexpected gains. Unexpectedly, there would be unexpected gains when I first came. It's just not a seal technique, but Kakashi. Seeing Terumi Ming's expression, Kakashi knew that he had guessed correctly. It seems that you have already planned to work on the 4th generation of Water Shadow, so you just want to think of a suitable sealing technique to seal the 3 tails, right? Terumi chuckled and said, "Hagai Kakashi, I have to admit that you are really scary." Thanks for the compliment. In this world, it is not a bad thing to make people feel scared. At least many jumping clowns dare not jump in front of them. Aren't you going to help me? Kakashi glanced at Terumi strangely, and said, "We don't seem to be familiar to this level yet." In theory, if Uin Village loses 3 tails, it would be a good thing for Konoha. You have no manners like this. Terumi stared at Kakashi with wide eyes. Kakashi showed a natural expression and said, "Miss Terumi Mizuno, I don't think you are the kind of weak woman who needs help." Oh, unexpectedly, you still quite agree with me? I still agree with your strength. Maybe when we meet in a few years, I will call you Honorable Master Shuai, the 5th generation of eyes. Oh, I think he'll call you Hokage-sama 5th generation first. Naruto? Kakashi thoughtfully, then shook his head, and said, "For now, I have no interest in this position." Terumi was slightly surprised when he heard the words, and said, "It's incredible that the famous Hagai Kakashi is not interested in the position of Konoha and Hokage. It's nothing strange. The position of Hokage is too heavy. I am not ready for this yet." That's it. But I don't think you can escape. The 3rd generation of Hokage is already old, and it is estimated that it will not last a few years. At that time, Konoha will have the ability and reputation to inherit this position, and you will be the only one who will inherit this position. Kakashi had no words. If he didn't intervene, Tsunade would still come back to inherit the position of the 5th generation. But it's still early, so I won't consider these things for now. After all, the position of Naruto was in Kakashi's eyes, and it really didn't have much appeal, especially after knowing that 10 years later, there will be an unprecedented war in the ninja world. At this time, improving strength is more important than anything else. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Terumi thought it was Kakashi who didn't want to bring up this topic, so he didn't say much. So a strange scene was formed. Kakashi walked in front, Terumi followed behind. People who didn't know this kind of scene saw it. I'm afraid they would think they were dating. It's just that the man is a little unkind. "Hey, Terumi, what do you always do with me? If you are looking for seal art, just find it yourself. What do you always do with me? It's weird for everyone to be followed like this." "No, it's so big here. I'm just walking around. This place is not yours. You care about me? Seeing Terumi Mei's unreasonable appearance, Kakashi felt helpless. Can't help but think of a sentence in the previous life. Girls are unreasonable creatures. At this time, it seems to be a very accurate description. In desperation, Kakashi didn't bother to control Terumi Ming, and walked around the Uashio hidden village on his own. It's not that Kakashi was doing nothing, but just after discovering the tombstone, Kakashi wanted to find more clues here. Since someone is here, to reach the tombstone, you must pass through the current and the hidden village of Whirlpool. As long as you pass, you will definitely leave a trace. Kakashi looked around, as if looking for something. Terumi was very curious when he saw it. Kakashi, what are you looking for? Speaking of looking for it to get there, maybe I can help you. Trace. Trace? Terumi could not figure out what there was the trace. What neither of them knew was that in a dark place below the Uchao hidden village, a pair of huge eyes stared like a red lantern. Huh? Humans have come here? And it seems that the strength is not weak. In the dark space, a huge creature slowly stood up. In front of it is a huge gauge. This seal has been weakened for 20 years, and in another year, I should be almost able to go out. Under the faint light, it can be vaguely seen that its size is very huge. There is also a pair of horns. If someone saw it at this time, they would definitely be able to recognize that this monster has an appearance like a buffalo, but it is much bigger than a buffalo, like a hill. But now that there are two ninjas here, you might be able to use their power to get out of here. Thinking of this, the giant cow couldn't help feeling a little hot in his heart. No one does not yearn for something like freedom. No one wants to be sealed in a dark place. Why is the tail beast full of hostility towards humans? In addition to human beings coveting their power, the most important reason is that the ninja restrained their freedom. They are wild and do not want to be kept as pets. Besides, which pets are kept in cages all day long? Thinking like this, the giant cow's own chakra began to slowly penetrate through the gap in the seal. And if Kakashi saw the sign of the sealed place, he would be surprised. That is the seal of the 4 elephants. Come on, man. Use your power to set me free again. The giant cow's low voice resounded through the entire human space. Hey, Hagai Kakashi? What are you looking for? Terumi asked discouragedly. Since just now, Kakashi has been walking around non-stop, stopping to think about something from time to time. But Terumi followed behind and couldn't see anything at all. This makes Terumi Ming very distressed. I said, don't follow me. Kakashi didn't seem to want to appreciate at all, and still acted on his own. Humphrey. Terumi snorted, the dissatisfaction in her heart reached the top. What a man who doesn't understand wit. Terumi Ming said. She went to the other side, and seemed to be planning to start doing her own thing. Kakashi glanced, and said nothing. No matter how good the previous life compared to Mei Ming, it is not suitable to be with Terumi now. The positions of the two are different, and it is difficult to get results. At least it was difficult before the Ninja War. Terumi Ming will be the 5th generation of Water Shadow in the future, and Kakashi may become the 5th generation of Hokage or the 6th generation of Hokage. By that time, the possibility of two people being together is even lower. Two countries can be married, but I have never heard of a marriage between the leaders of the two countries. Unless one party gives up the status of leader. There are too many things involved in this. Based on this, Kakashi will not consider it for the time being. In contrast to miming, Kakashi has a good impression, but it has not yet risen to the level of affection. And one thing I have to admit is that after so many years in the world of Naruto, Kakashi's heart is a bit cold. It's not that I lost my love for life and the pursuit of emotions. Rather, he was a little bit cold about the status quo of the world, especially after the Danzo incident. Therefore, Kakashi is still somewhat resistant to such things as feelings. Kakashi now somewhat understands why Jiraiya also chooses to walk around. Perhaps he had seen these things thoroughly, so he banished himself. It is a pity that Jiraiya loved Konoha so much, so he gave his life for Konoha in the end. Kakashi sighed lightly, ignoring Terumi Ming's actions, but continued to look for clues on his own. Trumi Ming walked aside, folded his hands on his chest, and muttered, "This Hagai Kakashi is really a piece of wood." Suddenly, Trumi Ming is a spirit. What is this? A strange chakra emerged from the ground in front of Trumi. Trumi was suspicious and moved in the direction of Na chakra. A voice appeared silently in AI Trumi Ming's mind. Come on, here is everything you want." In a trance, Trumi Ming seemed to have a map in his mind, turning around, and came to the side of a huge boulder. "Open this rock. There is something you want underneath." Trumi was puzzled in her heart, but she didn't hesitate to feel confident in her own strength. Earth done. Earth Dragon Spear. A soil gun suddenly rose from the ground, directly smashing the boulder. The stone shattered, and a dark hole appeared in front of Trumi. This is... Trumi was slightly surprised. From the dark hole, the strange chakra just became even more full-bodied. "Come in, human." The alluring voice appeared again. Trumi Ming's mind was in a trance, no longer hesitating, and jumped in alone. Chapter 175 Giant Cow Monthly Ticket plus more. Kakashi in the distance was disturbed by the sound of rock fragmentation. What happened? Kakashi whispered and found that Trumi did not know where he had gone. Problem occurs. Kakashi felt a little uneasy, and then walked in the direction of the sound. Trumi only felt like a deep pit, even in the endless darkness. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed that several years had passed. Trumi Ming began to regret it a little, and she seemed to be a little impulsive. No, to be more precise, I just seemed to have accepted a potential hint. Thinking of this, Trumi couldn't help but feel horrified. What on earth is there that would make herself be tricked when she is not paying attention? Just when Trumi was thinking like this, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and the darkness that had just disappeared for a moment, as if he had never appeared before. Here was a dark cave. Trumi Ming looked up, but there was no entrance to the cave that he had imagined. It seems that I can only move forward. There are walls on 3 sides. Just one way to go. Trumi Ming also knew that the previous thing should have gotten her in. Whether you want to go out or figure out what's going on, there is only one option now. That is to go forward. Trumi Ming's thoughts turned, and he didn't stay much, and walked forward in a stride. It didn't take long to walk, and I saw a huge iron cage, tens of meters high. Behind the iron cage, a pair of eyes as big as a lantern looked straight at Trumi. "Human, you are here." Trumi looked at the monster in front of him with some surprise. It looked like a water buffalo, but this size was too exaggerated. When Trumi was a child, he had seen Mitsuo's real body, and the monster in front of her was about the same size as Mitsuo. "Who are you?" Trumi Ming looked at the giant cow in the iron cage with a vigilant face. "Me? Just a psychic beast." "Psychic beast? How can you be here if you don't stay in the psychic world?" "The psychic world? The psychic world of our giant cow clan has long been broken." The giant cow family seemed to be quite moved. The psychic world is usually referred to as the place where psychic beasts stay, which is equivalent to another small space. It's like the 3 holy places, and places like Hell Valley. It's just that the Hell Valley is different. Its spatial entrance has long been broken, so it is connected to the ninja world, only separated by an enchantment. Trumi knew that the destruction of the psychic world was not uncommon. According to records, many ninjas would look for psychic beasts before the 5 great nations were established. Because in addition to the tail beast, the fighting power of the giant psychic beast is also very impressive. At that time, many psychic beasts were annihilated because of their disobedience to these strong ones, and some even connected to the spiritual world were broken by the strong ones. As a result, there are fewer and fewer psychic beasts that can be heard today. War is not only harmful to humans, but also unfortunate for psychic beasts. It's just that their misfortune is imposed by mankind. How will you be here? Naturally it was sealed, you see. That's the sealing technique. Trumi Ming looked at it, and directly in the middle of the iron cage, there was a piece of talisman paper with profound runes painted on it. Trumi Ming's heart moved. His gaze at the talisman was a little hot. Sure enough, this place has a seal technique. When the giant cow looked at Trumiming's eyes, he already understood Trumiming's thoughts. This is something that can be seen if it is a creature that has been alive for an unknown period of time. Humans, are you interested in sealing art? No wonder, this is the ruins of the Whirlpool clan, and all the people who come here are looking for sealing art. The giant cow has been sealed for 20 years, and in these years, there have been many people who have come to the site of New Chao Hidden Village. And most of their purpose is to come over and find something. But unfortunately, there is no such thing as sealing technique here. The seal was still very strong at that time, so the giant cow was unable to infiltrate his chakra at all, so that it was unable to lure these people here. The weakening of the seal is what happened in the past few years. After all, no matter how strong the seal is, it can't endure tribulation of time. Can you help me get the seal technique? Trumim asked with interest. Of course, I have been sealed here for so many years, so I naturally know the situation here. When the Whirlpool Hidden Village was destroyed, I was here. Trumim was thoughtful. If this is the case, maybe this giant cow can really give himself a sealing technique that is enough to seal the tail beast. Your condition is to save you out? Yes, I've stayed here enough. I want to go out. The giant cow has a hideous face, and he has obviously had enough of life here. If you let you go out, you can tell me where the sealing technique is? Trumim asked half-believingly. Of course. The giant cow's confident look made Trumim subconsciously feel that what this guy was saying was true. Okay, I can save you, but if you dare to lie to me, Trumim snorted coldly, and the threat in his words was undoubtedly revealed. The giant cow was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect this young female ninja to have this kind of aura. Human beings are really a kind of magical creatures. Obviously they don't have a long lifespan, but the growth rate of power makes people feel terrified. This kind of thought flashed in the giant cow's mind. Even if it was threatened, he had to wait until he went out. Human, don't worry. Although the giant cow had a guilty conscience, he didn't show it, and he still looked confident. How should I do? Trumim didn't know much about seal art, so she didn't know how to do it in the face of this complicated image seal. It's very simple. Do you see the rune paper on this? As long as you tear it off, I can come out. As the giant cow said, a grinning smile appeared on his face. Freedom, it seems to be within reach in the next second. Trumim suddenly realized that the piece of talisman paper was where the seal was. Humans, come on. Tear it off, and I will give you the seal technique. Trumim nodded, and said, okay. Immediately after the chakra riots on the soles of the feet, Trumim jumped up and jumped to the position of the seal rune. Chakra was sucked firmly on the iron cage, and Trumim stood on it sideways. The talisman paper is very large, 5 or 6 times larger than the normal detonating talisman. Trumim looked at the weird rune on it, feeling big for a while. Sealing is inherently difficult to learn, and advanced seals are even more difficult. Without a certain talent and rich accumulation of ninjutsu knowledge, it is impossible to learn. Do it, human. Trumim no longer hesitated when she heard the words. She placed her slender jade hand on the rune, and then she tore it. Kang dang. The iron cage is opened. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. Chapter 176 Breach of Contract. The iron cage suddenly opened, and the terrifying airwaves dissipated everywhere. Trumim was directly blown away by the airwave and landed 100 meters away. This is the feeling of freedom. 20 years. I finally realize it again. The giant cow's expression is extremely hideous, and his delighted look is not only uncomfortable, but a little scary. Trumim frowned slightly. Why does this look a bit bad? Giant Nu, I have lifted the seal in accordance with the agreement. Should you also fulfill your promise and hand over the seal to me? At this time, the giant cow set his sights on Trumim again. It's just that at this time, there is no such swearing as before. Instead, there is a hint of ridicule. Stupid human beings. Do you really think that I will give you the sealing technique? Don't say I don't know where it is. Even if I know it, I won't give it to you. Damn it, because this kind of thing, I will be sealed here. True Ming's face was angry, and he roared, "You lied to me? Ha ha ha, what about lying to you? Are you humans the best at cheating? Ha ha ha. Humans, since you let me out, I will send you to die. Don't thank me, this is what I should do." After the giant cow finished speaking, he rushed towards Trumim. The huge body, like a big mountain, directly slammed into it. True Ming's pupils shrank. If this movement was hit, the bones of the whole body would be broken. What a terrible attack power. Iron-hoofed Randpool. True Ming backed back again and again, trying to get out of here first. There is not much space in this place. If you fight with this giant cow, it is likely to collapse. The giant cow's body is huge, and the skin is thick and fleshy. Naturally it doesn't matter, but if Takumi is buried in it, he will die. Therefore, the first priority now is to find a suitable venue, which is obviously not human. You can't run away. Seeing Takumi retreating, the giant cow had no intention of giving up, so he opened 4 hooves and ran away. Damn it. Isn't it that the psychic beasts will keep their promises? What's the situation with this giant bull? True Ming cursed as she ran. The reason why True Ming believes in giant cows is because there is a consensus in the ninja world. That is, psychic beasts are very committed to keeping promises. But I didn't expect that this giant cow is actually not in this list. Savage collision. The giant cow ran wild again and ran into True Ming. True Ming moved her feet and quickly moved away, and the giant cow directly hit the rock wall. With a bang, the stone wall was directly knocked out of a deep pit. The huge movement made True Ming look slightly. This kind of power is still above imagination. How can he still have this kind of physical strength after being sealed for so long? He is not a tail beast. Trumi murmured in her heart, but didn't think too much. Soon, Trumi came to the place where she had come in before. Damn it, where is the exit? Why is it still like this? 3 bare walls, with stone walls on them. There is no exit at all. Human. Can't find the exit. This is your grave. The giant cow came from the rear, seeing Trumi looking for an exit, couldn't help but sneer. Trumi had a solemn gaze, and since he couldn't get out, he could only fix the giant cow here first. Oh, you don't seem to be very afraid of me from the way you look. Seeing Trumi's calm and composed appearance, the giant cow was a little surprised. Trumi smiled lightly and said, "Although you are indeed tough, you still don't put it in my eyes." Ha! Arrogant. When the giant cow heard this, he was furious and stopped talking nonsense. Savage shock. The giant cow's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed toward Trumi again. The giant cow was surrounded by blue chakras visible to the naked eye, and the entire cave was shaking. No. An attack of this level will surely collapse the cave. Trumi was anxious in her heart and quickly formed seals in her hands. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Trumi Yui has a high level of accomplishments. Even in this place where there is no water, he can still issue a very powerful water escape ninjutsu. The water dragon roared and galloped towards the giant cow. HMPH. Little bugs. How can my body be blocked by the currents of this tract? Break it for me. The giant cow's 2 horns faced the water dragon bombs and rushed over, directly smashing the water dragon bombs. What a terrible defense. The texture of that horn is so hard. Trumi did not have too much time to sigh, and soon, the giant cow's horns pushed towards him. Without much hesitation, Trumi hides again. Boom! The giant cow rushed into the rock wall. At this time, the rock cave that had been shaking began to collapse. Pieces of boulders kept falling from above. Bad. Trumi said that it was not good, and a huge boulder smashed down directly from above. At this moment, the loud bird song suddenly sounded. Thousands of birds sing together. Trumi was happy in her heart, and the next second, a silver-white figure appeared above Trumi. Chidori. The blue thunder light escaped everywhere, and the huge boulder with a radius of 3 meters was directly crushed and turned into countless pebbles. Kakashi took Tsurumin into his arms and dodged. "Stupid woman, dare to open any seal," Kakashi said angrily. Tsurumin didn't mind Kakashi's tone at all, but teased him. "There is nothing wrong with it. It's just a giant cow." "You really have enough confidence." Kakashi smiled bitterly. "I don't have this confidence, so how dare you say that you want to bring I in a new life?" "Well, you are reasonable. Let's go out first. This place won't last long." Kakashi didn't want to argue with Tsurumin too much, and now it is more important to leave here first. Tsurumin nodded, and said, "How did you come in?" "Naturally. It came down directly." "The entrance of the cave was illusioned." "The entrance is not big. It's right there." Kakashi pointed to a small hole not far above, just wide enough for one person. "That's it." Tsurumin was stunned. "The reason why I didn't find it just now is that the light here is too dark, and on the other hand it is because the hole is too small." Tsurumin didn't look for it carefully, but he could not find it. Kakashi is different. The illusion at the entrance of the cave has no effect on it at all. "Damn human." "There is another one." With a low growl, the giant cow rushed over. When Kakashi saw this, he didn't talk nonsense, and the thunder light in his right hand appeared again and directly smashed the opening of the moving hole. Boom! A flash of thunder flashed, and 2 figures, mixed with some gravel, emerged directly from the ground. The 2 of them just fell not far away. The ground suddenly arched, and then quickly split. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly retreated holding Tsurumin. Boom! The huge body of the giant cow drilled directly out of the ground. Chapter 177 Join hands. A giant cow appeared like a mountain in Uchao Hidden Village. "This is the outside air, it's so beautiful." "Ha ha ha, I finally came out." The giant cow looked up to the sky and screamed like crazy. Having lost the freedom for 20 years, and regaining it at this time, the joy in my heart naturally goes without saying. Kakashi looked at the giant cow with a slightly surprised expression. This guy looked familiar. Pen's psychic beast. No, it looks like it has not been subdued. There is no sign that it should be. This giant dared to deceive me. I will send it to hell. Tsurumin said viciously. Tsurumin's voice was not small, and the giant cow naturally heard it too, and his gaze returned to Tsurumin. "Ha, it's up to you." The giant cow's disdain was clear. Tsurumin looked angry. This guy really took himself seriously. Had it not been for the absolute confidence to subdue this giant cow, how could Tsurumin take risks? Is Tsurumin really stupid? What is risky is called gambling, and what is not risky is just choice. For Tsurumin, it would be good to let the giant cow come out and get the seal technique. If not, it would be just a little troublesome. The giant cow looked at Kakashi, and it was just this person who killed him halfway and broke his good deeds. Fortunately, seeing Kakashi, the look of the giant cow changed drastically. "It's you." The tone of horror made Kakashi and Tsurumin not understand for a while. "You know him?" Tsurumin asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head, but there was a hint of thought in his mind. "I haven't been here before, so naturally it is impossible to know this guy, so the reason for his performance is obviously confessing the wrong person. In this world, there is only one name that can recognize oneself as another person. Tsukumo Hagai. No, you are not him. Why are you so like him?" The giant cow's expression eased slightly, but the previous fear was clearly still on his face. "Boy, who are you?" The tone of horror seemed a bit hoarse, and he didn't know what kind of fear it was that made the giant cow have this expression. Kakashi didn't answer, but knotted his hands. Transformation technique. With a bang, a middle-aged man with 7 points similar to Kakashi suddenly appeared. The iconic Konoha vest, long silver-white hair, and the armband of the Hokage royal robe on the left arm. His name is Tsukumo Hagaki, known as Konoha White Fang. Upon seeing this, the giant cow hurriedly took a step back and exclaimed in horror, "It's really you, you devil." Tsurumin was a little baffled when she saw this. What did Kakashi suddenly use the transformation technique for? And, who is this middle-aged uncle? Like Kakashi, Is it Kakashi's father? When Terumi thought this, he was slightly astonished. Naturally, no one in Ninja knew who Kakashi's father was. Konoha White Fang, the existence that makes the enemy frightened, only died young and died at the age of 35. Speaking of which, Cassie is also behind the famous door. When Kakashi saw it, he banged and changed back to the original state again. Son of White Fang, Kakashi Hagai, it seems that you know my father, or that you are sealed and have something to do with my father. Kakashi felt that he was very close to the truth at this time. According to Kakashi's understanding, Tsukumo Hajiki would not be able to seal, let alone the 6 Yang seal. So naturally it would not be his father who sealed this giant cow. Who would it be? Most likely it is his own mother. Who is she? You are that man's son? Damn you. That ruined our family. The giant cow's face was distorted, and it was obviously extremely angry, rushing towards Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly. The giant cow was so excited that he couldn't communicate normally. Hey, Kakashi, what do you want to do? Terumi asked. Although he was curious about what was going on, it was clear that the giant was uneasy and couldn't do anything. This big guy is too noisy, let him quiet down first. It seems that our thoughts are the same, so I'm not welcome. The two looked at each other, and then both hands sealed at the same time. Water escape. The technique of water dragon bombs. Done. Go. The water dragon rises from the ground, more majestic than the one in the cave before, and the blue thunder light joins it, constantly flashing. Combined ninjutsu, Thunder Dragon Bomb. Shillong groaned, with boundless momentum, heading on. The collision of giant cow and thunder water dragon. Splashing water. The terrifying thunder light enveloped the giant cow, crackling. For a time, countless smoke and dust were raised. Roar. The giant cow let out a painful roar, then fell to the ground with a bang. The whole earth seemed to shake. Thunder and lightning flashed on the giant cow's body from time to time, and the powerful paralysis effect made it immobile. Oh, I didn't expect our understanding to be good. Seeing the scene in front of her, Terumi could not help but chuckle. Kakashi shrugged. Non-committal. Such things as combined ninjutsu really have something to do with tacit understanding. Kakashi did not expect that the two would have such a tacit understanding when they cooperated for the first time. Ignoring Terumi, Kakashi walked to the front of the giant cow. Terumi-Ming's mouth pursed slightly, obviously a little bit dissatisfied, but he didn't say clearly. Tell me everything you know. The giant cow looked at Kakashi. Before he had time to speak, he saw the scarlet writing wheel eyes. Illusion. Instead of talking nonsense with this giant cow, it is better to use illusion to get everything you want to know. This illusion is different from the general illusion. It is based on the combination of Narukami's art and the ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan to search for memories. During the time in Anbu, Kakashi could get a lot of things. The members of the Yamanaka clan in the intelligence department are also very enthusiastic about Kakashi. This is not a secret technique, nor is it hidden. After seeing it several times, Kakashi has also mastered some fur. Naruka's sighting technique, a kind of illusion technique, can make people face the most fearful things in the heart, and combined with some of the secret techniques of the mountain clan known by Kakashi, it presents the illusion technique in front of him. Terumi looked at him, surprised, and said in his heart, unexpectedly, Kakashi's illusion is so powerful, it's really scary. However, Terumi can also see that Kakashi's ability to possess such a powerful illusion is largely dependent on the writing wheel eyes. But even so, this kind of all-rounder feels terrifying. Almighty sometimes represents mediocrity, but sometimes it also represents terror. Ninjutsu, illusion, physique, as well as the limit of blood inheritance, the skills that a ninja can master are almost mastered by Kakashi. In time, how far should it be? What a nice man. Terumi looked at Kakashi's face and smiled. Chapter 178. The silver knife flashes. Monthly ticket plus more boundless snow, fluttering everywhere. Yuchao hidden villages and ruins. And in the center of Yuchao hidden village, there is a huge psychic beast. It is the giant cow. A strangely dressed ninja stood on the giant cow's head. Hey, Panjiao. What are you going to do with that woman? Giant Nu said impatiently. I saw a young woman next to the man called Ban Jiao, who looked very embarrassed. Hey, you don't know. Although this little girl is not a member of the Maelstrom family, she is a person who knows the sealing technique of the Maelstrom family. As long as we can obtain the sealing technique from her, our village can occupy the ninja world. A place. Cut. How easy it is. It's not easy, it's all a try, but this Yuashio hidden village is really pitiful, besieged by so many ninjas in the village. Pan Zhao said with a smirking smile. Cut. Didn't you follow along to get a share of the pie? As the giant cow said, he looked around, and dozens of ninjas were looking for things everywhere. Not long after Yuchao hidden village was destroyed, they just came to pick up the bargain. They didn't expect that they would actually meet two people here. One is the Tide woman, who looks like her in her 20s, and the other is a little girl, but the little girl has been beaten into the rubble by others. Ban Zhao didn't bother to care about that little girl. She was too young to be of any value at all. Although from the hair color, these two people are not from the Whirlpool clan, but this woman just used the Whirlpool clan sealing technique, and it must have a lot to do with the Whirlpool clan. How can this kind of good thing miss us? Okay, it's almost there. Let's go quickly. This is a place of right and wrong. After a long time, I am afraid it will not be fun. Okay, let's go. At this moment, dozens of ninjas suddenly ran over in the distance, wearing Konoha's uniform and forehead guard. Panjio's pupils shrank, and immediately shouted, "Everyone, get out! Konoha's people are here." When all the ninjas heard the words, they all looked at them, and their hearts were full of horror. They were all ninjas from small villages. Konoha's name was so prestigious in the ninja world at that time, and they couldn't afford to offend them. I saw the leader with long silver hair and a white knife in his hand. It is Tsukumo Hajiki. Kill the enemy. Save people. The deep voice sounded, with a cold chill. Yes, Captain. For a time, dozens of ninjas dispersed and began to search for the living, while those who were looking for the relics of the Uzumaki clan quickly retreated. Captain, do those ninjas care about them? Leave them alone for now, Shuamao whispered. It is more important to clean up the mess first. And, Ayako, are you still here? Tsukumo Hagai ran around, trying to find the familiar figure, but found nothing. At this time, under the ruins, an injured little girl was found. Captain, someone here. Shuamao ran over immediately upon hearing this. This is Maiko. Maiko, wake up. The little girl opened her eyes weakly and smiled when she saw the familiar face. Brother Shuamao. Shuamao breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately, he was still alive. Maiko, where is your sister? Sister. Mizi was shocked when she heard this, and the scene just now appeared in front of her eyes again. My sister was taken away by those ninjas. What? Shuamao was startled when he heard the words, and quickly stood up and said to the ninja on the side, "You are responsible for cleaning up here. I will go find those people." Captain, there are dozens of people, and there is also a giant psychic beast. The man said worriedly. Do not worry. After Tsukumo Hagai finished speaking, he stepped forward and ran after him. Team leader. The man yelled again, but Hakisakuma's instant body was not so fast. He had already ran far away. Forget it. With the captain's ability, even if you can't kill them all, it shouldn't be a problem to retreat whole body. As the man said, he began to search for survivors in Yuchao hidden village. Watching Shumao go away, Maiko murmured, "Brother-in-law Shumao, please." In the distance, Tsukumo Hagai with murderous eyes, whispered, "Ayako, wait for me." Class corner, someone has followed. What? How many people are there? Just one person. A person? Well, it's fast. Hey, I dare to come and die alone. Brothers, there is a Konoha ninja who does not know whether he lives or die. He will come and chase us alone. What do you think? Everyone burst into laughter. Class Zhao, it's just a matter of saying, keep him. What about Konoha? Our Shanlan clan is not easy to provoke. Okay, then we will wait here for the Konoha ninja. Everyone stopped after hearing the words. wanting to see who was such an idiot. Ayako beside the class corner also raised her head at this time, and said in her heart, "Shuoumao, is that you?" Soon, Shuoumou's figure appeared in front of everyone. Tsukumo ignored these ninjas, but searched for Ayako's traces. Soon, Shuoumao found Ayako on the head of the giant cow. "Hey, Konoha's ninja, what do you want to do?" Banjo asked arrogantly. "Hand over her." Shuoumao pointed to Ayako at the corner of the class. Ayako's heart warmed when she heard a familiar voice. Sure enough, he came. "How is it possible? This is our trophy." "No, die," Shuoumao said. His eyes were full of cold light. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are, so arrogant? There are so many people here, you are the one who will die." At this time, the other person on the side seemed to recognize Shuoumao and said tremblingly, "Banjo, this person seems to be Konoha's white teeth." What? Banjo was shocked, and when he wanted to say something, he saw a white chakra from the short knife in Shuoumou's hand. Instant step. Silver knives flicker. A white light flashed, and thunder suddenly appeared. Banjo hadn't realized what had happened, and felt that his world seemed to be revolving. Blood splattered. I saw a big head soaring into the sky. Fell to the ground. The squad corner who had just been extremely arrogant had already separated his head and body at this time. For a while, the scene was extremely silent. Everyone swallowed involuntarily. The silver knife flashes. One of the profound meanings of the flag-wooden sword, when used, it is like a white thunder, with a speed comparable to the art of the flying thunder god. With a single swing, the person who can avoid it. Shuoumao has not encountered it. Konoha white teeth, hence the name. None of the enemies who have seen this trick have survived. Shuoumao hugged Ayako in one hand, and with a move of the white tooth knife in his hand, he cut the rope on Ayako's body, and then with a momentary step, he left the top of the giant bull's head and landed in the distance. "Ayako, are you all right?" Shuoumao asked softly, without the murderous aura in his eyes, but the boundless tenderness. Ayako's pale face showed a slight smile, and said, "I'm fine, Shuoumao." "It's fine if it's okay." "Really? Why do you have to come to Yuchao Hidden Village alone?" "I know it's dangerous at this time." "Sorry, it's just." "Okay, don't talk about it, let's rest first. Here is handed over to me, it will be over soon. Also, Mikey has been rescued, you don't have to worry." Ayako nodded and said, "That's good." Konoha White Fang, what do you want to do? Everyone was terrified, and their hands holding Kyuwu were soaked in cold sweat. Seeing is better than hearing, this kind of terrifying strength. I am afraid that I don't even know how to die. Shuoumao placed Ayako next to a tree, then stood up, letting a murderous look overwhelmingly released from that body. "I hate you for picking up cheap garbage. Moreover, I dare to move Ayako." Horrible murderous. Like a sea of dead mountain and blood. Dozens of ninjas, plus a giant psychic beast, all looked at Hagigi Sakuma motionlessly. "No, it's not that I don't move, but I can't move." The terrifying aura suppressed the crowd, not daring to move at all. The aura of one person actually suppresses the people present to move. What a terrible murderous spirit. "So, are you ready to die?" The white chakra on the white fang knife surged again, looking murderous. Don't. We were wrong, let us go." Too late. Instant step. For a time, between the entire world, a white ray of light shuttled around, and every time an arc was drawn in the air, a scream sounded. After a while, dozens of corpses fell to the ground one after another, with an unbelievable expression on everyone's face. "It seems that I can't believe it, my life just ended like this." The giant cow stood on the spot blankly, looking at Haki Shuoumou's eyes as if he was looking at a devil. "It's your turn." Shuoumou's cold words sounded again. The giant cow hadn't spoken yet, but Shuoumou's figure disappeared again. At this time, Ayako said softly, "Sakumao, wait a minute." The white-toothed dagger that Shuoumao was about to insert into the giant cow's body stopped abruptly. "What's wrong, Ayako?" "The psychic beast is hard-won, don't kill it." "But if it hurts you, it will cost you." "What a joke, humans. How about my life and death? You just talk about it so casually. Damn. Trampled by iron hoofs. The huge hooves stepped directly down. Shuamao frowned, and his figure disappeared again. With a bang, a big pit appeared at the foot of the giant cow. The giant cow only felt a pain in his body. An electric current invaded his body, and then fainted. When the giant cow wakes up, it has fallen into that seal. Kakashi retreated from the spiritual world of the giant cow. So, that tomb should really belong to the mother. But why did the mother die here? It was obviously saved by his father. Also, isn't Jiro's mother called Maiko? Is it the little girl at the time? All kinds of doubts occupied Kakashi's mind again. Kakashi, what's the matter with this giant? Terumi asked when Kakashi had withdrawn from the state of illusion. It has something to do with my father. But I haven't figured out the specific situation. I'm afraid I still need to find someone to know. Who? Secret. You. Kakashi gave a wicked smile. I don't know why. Kakashi thinks it's quite interesting to look at Miming's desperate appearance. Humphrey. Seeing Kakashi's smile, Mim snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Well, my purpose of coming here has been achieved. I am leaving here. How about you? I haven't found the seal technique yet. You don't need to look for it. After so long, there can be no sealing technique here. Konoha had carried out a carpet search at the beginning, and Konoha had long been taken home. Tsumi was a little bit disappointed when she heard the words, although it was reasonable, but Kakashi's explanation of it made her feel helpless. Okay, I'll stop here. You can figure it out. I'm leaving. Wait. Okay. I will leave here with you. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then said indifferently, whatever you want. Seeing that Kakashi did not refuse, Terumi was overjoyed. At this time, the giant cow stood up leisurely. Damn humans. I won't let you go. Kakashi and Terumi were also taken aback, but they forgot about this guy. Hey, Kakashi, what about this guy? Kakashi did not answer. With a move of his right hand, Kianting appeared in his hand instantly. My father left you for your life back then. Today I will help him get it back. The giant cow's huge eyes showed a trace of fear. That posture, that feeling. The nightmare once seemed to emerge again. No, do not want. Silver knives flicker. Lightning suddenly appeared. Different from the white chakra of Tsukumo Hagai, the blue thunder entwined on Kianting, making waves of thunder. Instant step. The blue light flashed by. A red dot appeared in the center of the huge bull's head. When Kakashi appeared again, he was already standing on top of the giant bull's head. The giant cow didn't even let out a wailing, so he fell to the ground. Terumi covered her red lips. Her expression was wrong. What a terrible speed. What a terrible swordsmanship. Is that the flag wooden sword technique that White Fang is famous for in the ninja world? Kakashi jumped off the bull's head, and Kianting sealed it in his right hand again. Immediately make a seal with both hands. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. The scorching flame instantly covered the giant cow's body, making a sizzling noise, and the brown hair was directly burned into pitch black. What are you doing? Terumi was puzzled. He had already killed this giant cow. Why did he burn it? This is not a ninja. What important information is in his head? It's nothing. It's just a whim, Kakashi said lightly. But Kakashi really wasn't on a whim. If this corpse fell into Pain's hands, it would be another useful psychic beast. Although the strength of this giant is not strong, it is not bad to weaken Pain's strength a little. As for why Kakashi wanted to kill this giant, the reason is very simple. It hurt its own mother, that is enough. Shumao didn't want to let the giant cow go, so he was probably persuaded by Ayako in the end. But Kakashi's temperament of this giant has been seen very clearly, and staying is just a scourge. There is no need. The fire was shining, and it didn't take long for the giant cow to turn into ashes under the hot flame, and the flame was gradually extinguished. Okay, let's go, Kakashi said lightly. Tsumi nodded when she heard this. The two of them left Niuchao Hidden Village one after another. This once flourishing village fell into silence again, and only the ashes after the burning reminded people that someone had just arrived here. Chapter 179 Maminheshi Village. Jiro did not go to the riverside to play as usual, but sat blankly in front of the door, not knowing what he was thinking. "Jiro, what are you thinking about? Why don't you go outside to play?" Jiro went back and saw that his mother was showing a gentle smile. "Mom, the ninja is really amazing. Can I be a ninja?" Miko's smile was slightly stiff and said, "Does Jiro really want to be a ninja?" "I really want to be a ninja like Jintoki's brother, so amazing." As Jiro spoke, there was a light of worship in his eyes. Children are always full of interest in this unknown. The power of a ninja is really attractive to him. A worried look appeared on Miko's face and said, "Jiro, is your life bad now? The world of ninjas is very dangerous." "Mom, life is very good now, but I want to see the outside world." Jiro looked at Miko stubbornly, making Miko wonder what to say. Jiro, "Okay, Mom, don't say anything. I'll go out to play first." As Jiro said, he ran out. "Hey, Jiro child." "Miko, what's the matter?" Matsuda Ichiro walked out of the room and said suspiciously, "It's okay, husband. Are you going out?" Miko smiled. "Yeah. The Maharaja is still waiting for me to go hunting. It's almost time to see. You have to be careful. I am at home waiting for you to come back." "Well, Miko, don't worry." After Ichiro Matsuda finished speaking, he took the tools and went out. Miko watched Matsuda Ichiro leave and sighed lightly, walked back to his room. Looking at herself in the mirror, Miko couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. "For 20 years, I have become accustomed to this kind of life without ninjas. Yesterday, when I was in silver, I looked like older brother Shuamao. Wouldn't he be the child of older brother Shuamao and sister Ayako? What is he going to do in Muchao Hidden Village?" Miko had some doubts in her heart. When she saw Kakashi yesterday, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. But she didn't say it at the time. Miko is very comfortable with the ordinary life. She doesn't want to change her current life state. Moreover, she was not sure that Kakashi was the person she imagined, and it would be even more embarrassing if it wasn't. "Sister, brother-in-law, are you okay over there?" Miko looked out the window and sighed softly. At this time, a figure appeared outside the window, and Miko was startled. "Who?" "It's me, Aunt Miko." Kakashi's figure emerged from the window, revealing a handsome face. "Mr. Yinshi, why are you here?" Miko said in surprise. I just came back from Muchao Hidden Village." "I don't know if Aunt Miko is convenient to talk to me." "Talk? Of course, I'll open the door for you." Miko said, leaving the room, opened the door, and let Kakashi come in. Miko poured a glass of water for Kakashi, and said, "Mr. Jintoki, is the trip to Uzumaki Hidden Village going well this time?" "Why did you find me?" Miko said that she was a little worried, and she always felt something strange. Kakashi smiled and said, "It was not harvested at first, but then a tombstone and a seal were found, which is not a small harvest." Miko was taken aback for a moment, and the smile on her face looked a little stiff, but it quickly subsided. Still with a smiling face, Miko said, "Oh, that's really congratulations to Mr. Jinshi." Kakashi looked at Miko, already thinking about it. "Aunt Miko, my father Tsukumo Hagai. My name is Kakashi Hagai." Miko's heart was shocked, and her gaze at Kakashi was full of incredible. "Mr. Yinshi, you." "Aunt Mizi, I have seen some things from the memory of the sealed giant cow. Are you sisters with your mother? You should worship the place where the tombstone is." Originally, I was still thinking why the half-burned piece of paper has a scent that seems familiar. Later, I realized that the smell is very similar to the smell of Aunt Miko. Kakashi looked at Miko with scorching eyes, with a 3-point doubt and 7-point determination. The atmosphere was dull for a while. Miko lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking. Kakashi did not urge, but just sat quietly. Before long, Miko raised her head, smiled again, and said, "Kakashi, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level." "Sister and brother-in-law will be very happy to know that." Kakashi was overjoyed. Since Miko said so, she obviously admitted her identity. "Aunt Mizi, what happened back then? Why did my mother die here? And why did my father get hurt here?" Miko sighed and sat on the chair, looking far away, as if thinking about something. After a long time, Maiko finally spoke. Kakashi, brother-in-law was not injured back then. The reason why he didn't go back was because she had only 1 year of life left, and you still had you in her belly. What the is going on? Kakashi asked eagerly. What happened back then was like this. It was still the flying snow in the sky, and Maiko lay in the simple room where Konoha ninja had placed. Sister, brother-in-law, how are you doing? Maiko's body, which was only 7 or 8 years old, had no extra strength at all at this time. The immature face has a maturity that does not meet this age. Ayako and Maiko are a pair of sisters, and they are sisters who live in Ushio Hidden Village. Of course, they are not members of the Whirlpool clan, but an orphan adopted by the Whirlpool family. They didn't have a home, but Ushio Hidden Village gave them home. The two were fostered in a family in Ushio Village. And in that family, there is a daughter who is about the same age as Maiko, named Uzumaki Kana. The two grew up in Ushio Hidden Village. Ayako became a ninja and began to contribute her strength to Ushio Hidden Village. Once again, Tsukumo Hagaki was ordered to come to the Uzaki Hidden Village to perform a mission, and the Uzaki Hidden Village asked Ayako to cooperate with Tsukumo Hagaki. Unexpectedly, one come and two, the two developed feelings. During the war, naturally there were not so many children in love. Shumao was recruited by the village again and went to the battlefield. Although Ayako was reluctant to give up, she did not stop him. When Ushio Hidden Village died this time, Ayako took Maiko, who had just become Shinin, on mission, and even saw Tsukumo. After the three were separated, Ayako heard the news of the demise of the Ushio Hidden Village on the way back to the village. In a hurry, Ayako didn't think too much, so she hurried back to the Ushio Hidden Village with Maiko. As a result, it became the current situation. Fortunately, Tsukumo Hagaki arrived in time, otherwise. Chapter 180 Tsukumo and Ayako. What do you think? Ayako shook her head and said, it's okay, Shumao, let's go back. It is good. Shumao was sprinting in the wind and snow with Ayako on his back, but there was a huge boulder left in their place, and the huge body of the giant cow did not know where it went. Shumao walked into the simple house with Ayako on his back near the Ushio Hidden Village. Sister Maiko, who had recovered a little strength, saw Tsukumo and the two return, and quickly stood up and walked to Ayako's side. Seeing that Maiko is safe and sound, Ayako touched Maiko's long hair and said, Maiko, it's okay for you to be fine. I blame my sister for being bad, and I shouldn't bring you back. Don't blame sister, this is what we should do. It just didn't happen that Uncle and the others. Maiko was a little choked as she spoke, and tears flowed down even more desperately. Ayako also felt uncomfortable, and took Maiko into her arms, hoping to give Maiko a little warmth. The medical ninja also checked Ayako at this time, but his expression was a little weird. What's happening? Seeing that the medical ninja's expression was not quite right, Shumao asked worriedly. Master Shumao? Master Ayako is very weak and hurts his lungs. I'm afraid he won't live for a year. What? Shumao was shocked and his aura involuntarily radiated out. The medical ninja burst into cold sweat for an instant, and his hands and feet became cold. Shumao! Ayako yelled softly, and Shumao recovered his senses and reduced his aura. Ayako looked at the medical ninja and said, go down first. The medical ninja was relieved and said, thank you, Ayako-sama. After speaking, the medical ninja went out. Sister, your body. Maiko looked at Ayako with an incredulous expression, obviously unable to accept the facts in front of her. Maiko, it's okay, sister is okay. But sister, Ayako, what the is going on? Shumao didn't know, so he didn't know exactly what happened in this. Shumao, I used the secret technique of the Whirlpool clan, so my body function was seriously damaged. What? You? Why would you do this? The secret arts of the Whirlpool clan can only be used when they are based on strong vitality. If they are not used by the Whirlpool clan, the price is life. Even if it is used by the people of the Whirlpool clan, it will cause a long period of weakness. Ayako showed a smile and said, There is no way. On the way back, I ran into Kushina, who was attacked by the enemy. Only a secret technique can save her. It's just that I still lost with Kushina in the process. Ayako said that her expression was a little gloomy, and she was obviously worried about Kushina's situation. Kushina. Shumao was a little silent. He naturally knew the relationship between Kushina and Ayako. After living in Kushina's home for so long, Ayako has long regarded Kushina as her sister. When she is in danger, Ayako will naturally save her. On the way, Shumao had already seen Kushina in Akuma, and he had sent a team back to Konoha. Unexpectedly, it was Ayako who saved Kushina. Ayako, don't worry, I have already seen Kushina on my way here, and I have sent someone to take her back to Konoha. Really? That's great. Ayako breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. This may be the best news she has received these days. Thank you, Shumao. Fool, what are we still saying thank you? But is there really nothing you can do with your injury? Should we go back to Konoha and show it to Tsunade-sama? Ayako shook her head and said, no, this is an overdraft of life. It is not cured by ordinary medical ninjutsu. This, when I use it, I know it. If there is a year of remaining life, it is already very good. Ayako, Shumao, there is good news that I haven't told you. As Ayako said, a sweet smile appeared on her face, which made Shumao feel a little stunned for a while. What's the matter? Ayako touched her belly and said, Sakamao, I already have our baby. It's here. He will be born in a few months. Shumao was slightly stunned, his fingers trembling slightly, and he grabbed Ayako's hand and said, Ayako, is this true? I'm going to be a father? Well, you are going to be a father, Shumao. He will accompany you for me from now on. When Shumao heard this, the joy that had just risen in his heart was washed away. Ayako. Shumao's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, his expression gloomy. Shumao, don't be like this. You are not like you at all, Konoha White Fang. How can you show this expression? As Ayako said, she slowly flattened Shumao's brows. Shumao, will you stay with me in these last days? Okay. The next day, when Konoha's helpers were assembled, Shumao glanced at everyone and said, you go back to Konoha. I have things to deal with here. Those who dare to attack the Uzumaki hidden village are offending me, ye majestic people. I will kill them. Captain, let's help you together. No, you go back. Konoha still needs your strength. Help me talk to Master Naruto, and when I finish this side of things, I will return to Konoha. What other people wanted to say, Shumao shouted directly, this is an order. Yes, Captain. Everyone is not easy to say anything, so they directly responded. Soon, Konoha's ninjas left Ushio Hidden Village one after another. Shumao, I'm sorry for allowing you to accompany me so capriciously. Ayako stood beside Shumao with a look of guilt. Fool, it's nothing. It's not as important as you anytime now, and our unborn children. Thank you, Shumao. Sister, brother-in-law, where do we live in the future? Maiko interjected. There is a Hesse village not far from here. The villagers there are very simple. Let's go there. Ayako said. Shumao nodded and said, I listen to you. Okay. Ayako lay in Shumao's arms, with happiness written all over her face. On this day, Hesse village welcomed 3 new residents. No one knows where they came from. They all thought they were people who left their homes under the war, because in this era, there are too many such people. A young couple, and a little girl, is his wife's sister. The male is handsome and practical, while the female is beautiful and gentle. Soon, the 3 of them integrated into the village and led a plain and simple life. Sister, it's so beautiful here. I like it here. I want to live here all the time. Maiko, don't you want to be a ninja? Ayako said with a smile. I didn't want Maiko but was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Sister, I don't want to enter that cruel world anymore. Ayako smiled and nodded, and said, Maiko, just be an ordinary person. It's not very good here. Yeah? Thank you, sister. The young Maiko showed a yearning smile. Chapter 181 Scarecrow Born Winter Goes to Spring. Spring goes to autumn, and pregnancy comes in October. Hesse village ushered in a new life today. A cry of pain hovered in this small village. Shuamao kept walking around in front of the house, restless. No one could have imagined that such an uncomfortable man would be Konoha White Fang, who was cruel and ruthless on the battlefield. Humans are really wonderful creatures. Brother-in-law, don't walk around. It makes me feel dizzy. Little Lori Maiko said impatiently. Maiko, your sister is like this, don't you worry. What is there to worry about? My sister said. These are small things. I believe my sister is fine at all. Shuamao couldn't help but feel helpless looking at the determined look of little Lolita. Little Lori still doesn't understand the tension of being a father and the worry of her wife. At this time, the shouting in the room suddenly stopped, replaced by a loud cry. Gave birth. Shuamao was overjoyed and rushed into the room immediately. Little Lori Maiko also ran in. Congratulations, Mr. Kakiki. He is a boy, very healthy. The midwife held a baby boy and smiled and said to Shuamao, Kakaki is the surname of Ayako and Maiko, and Shumo is inconvenient to reveal his identity, so he borrowed this surname. Thank you, Anne's wife. Shuamao was holding the baby in surprise, his face full of dozing. No need, Ayako is still very weak now, you have to take care of her more. I will go back first. Okay, Maiko, send Anne's out to me. Okay. Maiko sent Anne's wife out, and Shuamao came to Ayako's bed with the baby. Ayako, we have a baby. Look, it's a boy. Ayako's face was very pale, but she still smiled, full of love. Taking the baby from Shuamao's hand, Ayako gently moved his brow bone. Shuamao, he really looks like you. No, it's still more like you, especially the pair of eyes. Shuamao touched Lynx's hair, feeling a little distressed in his heart. Such a woman only had about 2 months of life left. Are you still alone? No, add another child. Ayako didn't notice Shuamao's expression, but looked at the baby in her arms dozingly. Tears flowed down involuntarily. My child, I'm sorry, my mother can't grow up with you. Put the baby gently in his arms. That little life, no one knows what miracle it will bring in the future. Ayako. Shuamao hugged Ayako into his arms distressedly. Shuamao, I'm fine, let's give the child a name. Ayako gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, showing an expectant smile. Well, what do you call it? Ayako frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Shuamao did not bother, but waited quietly for the result. Ah, there is it. Ayako showed an expression of excitement, seemingly satisfied with the name she thought of. What is it? Just called Kakashi. Hagai Kakashi, Ayako said, touching the baby's head, and said, Kakashi? Do you like this name? The baby suddenly laughed, seemingly satisfied with the name. Shuamao, you see, Kakashi is also very satisfied with the name. What do you think? Ah, I think it's great, just call it this name. Shuamao looked at Ayako dozingly, as if she was the only person in this world at this time. Kima Kakashi, the scarecrow in the wheat field. Ayako, do you hope that he can endure the loneliness brought about by his identity as a ninja? Are you as strong as a scarecrow? I hope his life will not be as lonely as I am. Shuamao sighed. Ayako, you are really gentle. It's a pity that neither of them knows that Kakashi's life did endure loneliness that a ninja deserves, but it also resembles the name. Like the scarecrow waiting alone in the wheat field, he spent his life alone in pain and loneliness. Not knowing their beautiful vision, it eventually became a portrayal of Kakashi's sad life. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? At this time, Maiko, who had sent Anzao, also returned. Nothing, Maiko, come, look, this is your little nephew Kakashi. Mizi leaned over excitedly when she heard the words, looked at the delicate Kakashi, and said, wow, so cute, I want a child like this too. Sister, please give me a hug. No, Kakashi is still young, you are not serious or serious. What should I do if you fall him later? Sister, okay, darling. I will give you a hug when little Kakashi grows up, okay? Mikey had no choice but to compromise. Time flows slowly like a stream, and life will eventually come to an end. Shumo and Ayako leaned against a big banyan tree holding Kakashi. Ayako's face always had a happy smile. Shumo, I'm so unwilling. I'm not reconciled. Why can't I see Kakashi grow up? Why does my life end here? Ayako. But at the same time I also feel very lucky. I met you and Kakashi. After all, God has treated me well. My life is enough and satisfied. Ayako blamed me for not protecting you. Ayako shook her head and said, Shumo, you have always done well. I am very happy to meet you in this life. I'm sorry, I may have to leave you first. Ayako. No, Kakashi still needs you. Fool, didn't we have anticipated this day? Let me go without worry. Kakashi will leave it to you. You have to make him a great ninja. Don't meet me over there too soon, I will be unhappy. Ayako. Sakamao, Maiko doesn't want to be a ninja, so you can let her stay in this village. Anzo's family is very good. I have already told them that they are willing to take Maiko. Also, Shumo, take good care of Kakashi. Don't let him be like you. He only knows how to practice, but things in life are a mess. Be a good man so that you can attract girls' likes. When he was your age, he didn't have a girlfriend. If it weren't for me, you would have been alone forever. Also, after I die, you also need to find a woman to live, and find a mother for Kakashi. Although I will be jealous and angry, you still want to find it, but don't bring her to see me. And Shumo, I still have a lot to say to you and Kakashi, but I'm afraid there is no chance. The tears once again covered Ayako's face, and she was very touching. Shumo hugged Ayako lightly, as strong as him, and couldn't help but shed tears. Ayako, I will take care of Kakashi, but I, Tsukumo Hagai, will have only you in my life. Ayako showed her last smile, and fell asleep deeply in Shumo's arms, never opening her eyes again. There was a pain in Shumo's heart. It seemed that something important had disappeared at this moment, and moreover, he would never be able to find it again. The little Kakashi in Ayako's arms couldn't help crying, but he didn't know what it was for. The wind in the late autumn blew the yellow leaves, swirling, and slowly falling to the ground. Not far away, Mizi watched the scene blankly, poignant and touching. Chapter 182 Stone Box. That's how it happened. After that, I didn't go back to Konoha with my brother-in-law. I have lived here until now. I married Ichiro Matsuda and gave birth to Jiro. After I have Jiro, I really understand my sister's feelings at that time. According to my sister's request, after my brother-in-law cremated her, she was buried in the back of the Uashio hidden village, where they met for the first time. And I go to worship my sister every year. The last time was a few days ago. You found out. You are as smart as brother-in-law. Micah told the past to Kakashi little by little, and the love of the children in the beacon slowly appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes. If my sister and brother-in-law can see you now, they will be very pleased. Their expectations seem to have been fulfilled. But the girlfriend seems to be a little worse. Kakashi touched his nose when he heard the words, a little embarrassed. Aunt Maiko? No, it should be Aunt Maiko. Thank you for telling me this. Hee, welcome. I'm proud to have a nephew like you. Kakashi's reputation is very loud even in the country of the Vortex. Aunt Mizi, do you still plan to live here? Maiko nodded and said, yes. I don't want to watch the world of ninja anymore. The life here is very good. Ichiro and Jiro are both very good. I like the life here. That's good. Aunt Mizi, you take this kunai well. If there is something that needs my help someday, tear off the rune on it, I can come right away. Kakashi said, taking out the characteristic three-pointed kunai. Since practicing the fairy technique, Kakashi's mastery of the flying thunder technique has risen a step. Although he still needs the help of divine power, but the consumption is much less. So Kakashi also made some techniques again. Maiko didn't ask much, just accepted Kakashi's heart. As for whether it can be used, that's something for the future. Kakashi, wait a moment, Maiko said, stood up and walked into the room. Kakashi was a little puzzled, but didn't get up immediately. but sat in a chair and waited. Before long, Miko took out a box and put it on the table. "This is..." Kakashi looked inexplicable. "Kakashi, this is a stone box I later found in Niuchao Hidden Village. Although I can't open it, I don't think this stone box is unusual. So, leave it to you. Stay with me anyway. It's no use." Miko returned the stone box to Kakashi, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This stone box was accidentally discovered by Miko under the shattered ancestral hall of Uokain village after offering sacrifices to Ayako. Although I don't know what it is, the mysterious pattern on it still makes Miko feel that this thing is not simple. Out of curiosity as a ninja, Miko brought this stone box back. It's a pity that after so many years, Miko still didn't discover the mystery. Curiosity is gradually being worn away, and now it might not be a good choice to hand it over to Kakashi. Anyway, I no longer choose to be a ninja's Miko, and getting this kind of thing is useless. Kakashi took the stone box curiously, and saw that there were many strange runes on it, and when he first started it, he felt warm. From this point of view, this stone box is indeed very unusual. Kakashi didn't see anything famous for a while, didn't twitch it, and took the stone box directly and sealed it in the scroll. "Thank you, Aunt Miko." "No, Kakashi, are you here for your sister's business this time?" "Well, a few years ago, I found the seal of the 4 elephants in the forbidden area of Kaima's house, so I guessed that my mother might have something to do with the Whirlpool clan, but I haven't had time to come over until now." It turns out that the seal of the 4 elephants was indeed given to the brother-in-law before the sister died. Miko and Ayako were adopted by Kuzuna's parents, and they were both treated the same, so the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu, they will also do the same. Ayako handed the seal of the 4 elephants to Shumao, but she hoped that Shumao would be more self-defense. But she didn't know whether Shumao had learned it in the end, because no one had seen him use it anyway. "Well, Aunt Mizi, I have already made things clear, so we'll leave now. Don't you stay longer," Miko said in surprise. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Aunt Mizi, now my identity is different, so I can't stay here for a long time. If you expose your relationship with me, it's not safe for you. So, I'm sorry, I have a chance. If you do, I will come back to see you." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Miko, who had been a ninja, naturally understood Kakashi's concerns, so she didn't hold her back. Kakashi glanced at Miko one last time, and disappeared in place. Miko looked at the empty room and felt that everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Seeing the qualities of kunai in her hand, Miko knew that all of this was true. "Sister, brother-in-law, your children have grown up. They have become better than you think. I hope that next time I see him, I can have a wife as gentle as your sister." Miko showed a nostalgic smile, put the traits in her hand back to the place where the stone box was originally placed. "Mom, I'm back. I caught another fish today." Outside the door, Jiro ran back happily, still holding a silver white fish in his hand. Miko took it with a smile, and said, "Jiro is awesome. Today I have fish soup to drink again." Jiro was a little embarrassed to be praised, and scratched his head. An ordinary family also has an ordinary life. On the other side, Kakashi and Triumim were resting under a big tree. Suddenly, Kakashi was agitated, and some more information appeared in his mind. "What's the matter, Kakashi?" Triumi asked suspiciously. "It's nothing. I'll go to the toilet. Don't follow it secretly." "I'm not so bored." Triumi made a red face and turned his head to the side. Kakashi chuckled and walked into the woods. When he walked under a tree, Kakashi took out a seal scroll, which was the stone box he had just obtained from Miko. It turned out that Kakashi had been with Triumi, and it was only Kakashi's shadow clone who met with Miko. Originally, Kakashi wanted to see Miko by herself, but if her thoughts were true, she might reveal her identity. That kind of result was not what Kakashi wanted to see. That's why Kakashi was dealing with Triumi, while separating the shadow clone to confirm the truth of the matter. It's just the things brought by the shadow clone, but Kakashi needs to come and take it away. Chapter 183 One family and one village. This stone box is quite weird. There is no opening at all. What is it? Kakashi carefully fumbled for the stone box in the scroll, but found nothing. However, I told Kakashi directly that there should be a big article in this stone box, but I didn't find it. Reseal the stone box into the scroll and put it in your ninja bag. Now I don't have so much time to study here. I should wait until I have time to take a closer look. On the other side, the beautiful young girl is doing nothing by the river, and she keeps her eyes on the woods. Soon, the expectant figure came into view again, and the girl was happy in her heart, but her face remained calm. You really have been long enough. Tsurumi Ming vomited. Kakashi spread his hands, did not explain, but said, I am leaving the country of the vortex. How about you? Back to the fog? Didn't you say that you still have to see someone? Tsurumi asked suspiciously. Suddenly I don't want to meet again. Tsurumi was speechless, really capricious. Kakashi, can you help with Yura? Tsurumi Ming said suddenly, making Kakashi stunned for a moment. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to see the lovely girl in front of her looking at herself with an imploring look. But relentless. If this kind of thing is really done, Kakashi would be really stupid. Sorry, I don't have the right to intervene in Yuin's affairs. Tsurumi Ming bit her lips, obviously not satisfied with the result. Are you really so cruel? I sincerely invite you. Tsurumi, we are all ninjas, you know. Ignoring Tsurumi Ming's charming appearance, Kakashi forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart. What a fairy! Compared with before, Tsurumi Ming is more mature and attractive. Seeing Kakashi's repelling appearance from thousands of miles away, Tsurumi was a little discouraged, and at the same time questioned her own charm. Isn't he not attractive to him? Don't worry. With the power you have, it is enough to deal with Yura. But I suggest you wait 2 or 3 years before you do it, Kakashi said suddenly. Wait for 2 years. Why? Tsurumi was puzzled. At that time you will know. Tsurumi curled her lips, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. Okay, I'm leaving now, goodbye. Kakashi said, flashing away and leaving the place. Seeing Kakashi's back, Tsurumi did not chase after him, but just watched quietly. Are you destined to see you? Is there really a destiny between you and me? Konoha and Yuin, although they can talk about death feuds, they don't have much harmony. Tsurumi Ming is a person who is determined to be a water shadow. The entanglement in this is not just the emotional problem between people. Righteousness and petty love, who can distinguish so clearly. With a light sigh, Tsurumi knew that the burden on her body was still heavy, and this was not the time to think about it. Otherwise, with Tsurumi Ming's temperament, he would have already taken the initiative to attack. Kakashi is not a fool either. Tsurumi Ming also knows how he likes him, but these were restrained by Kakashi. Now, it's not the time to do these things. The two had a parting by the river. There was no vigorous process, just that. The throbbing from good feelings was temporarily restrained by the two. They are all excellent ninjas, knowing what to do and what not to do. Kakashi did not immediately leave the country of the whirlpool, but returned to the ruins of the whirlpool hidden village. Beside a tombstone, Kakashi stood quietly, just as he mourned with soil beside the Konoha consolation monument. With a long sigh, Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, together with the tombstone and the urn underneath. Konoha, Flagwooden House. The tombstone was placed in the ancestral hall of Kimu family, next to Kimu Shumao. Mum and Dad, I hope you can meet in another world. What Kakashi can do at this time is to let Shumao and Ayako bury them together. They cannot live together. When they die, I hope they can have the same acupuncture point. After doing this, Kakashi disappeared in Konoha again. No one knew that Kakashi had come back. The Uzumaki hidden village's affairs came to an end, and Kakashi did not stay in Uzumaki country, but returned to Jinren village. Shishui, how does it feel? Kakashi asked with a smile, looking at Shishui, who was sitting quietly in front of the house. Shishui tilted his head when he heard this, and said, It's Kakashi, I feel good now. Kakashi sat next to Shishui and asked, Are you still not going to put your eyes back? Shishui smiled and shook his head, stretched out his fingers, pointed forward and said, Kakashi, look there. Kakashi looked at it suspiciously. There was a pond. The pond was not big, about 30 square meters, with some fallen leaves floating on it. What's happening? What do you see? Pond. Kakashi was puzzled. Shishui still smiled, and said in a hurry, yes, it's a pond. This pond is like Konoha, and the fallen leaves above are Uchiha. Are fallen leaves important to the pond? Kakashi frowned and did not comment. Shishui didn't care, and continued, Uchiha once relied on this Konoha to grow and flourish, and reached a power that has never been before. It is a pity that it flourishes and declines. Compared with the Thousand Hands, Uchiha is today. It can be said to be a lot lucky. Kakashi was silent. Indeed, the Senju clan had never heard of any clansman except Tsunade. Speaking of it, the Thousand Hands clan is even more withered than the Maelstrom clan. Kakashi didn't know why the famous Thousand Hands clan suddenly disappeared. I am afraid that this matter was also known to the previous generation. Kakashi, it's time for Uchiha to dissipate. Shishui, are you giving up the Uchiha clan? Shishui shook his head and said, I used to be a writer, so I didn't see many things as clearly as I imagined. Kakashi, do you say a family or a village? Which is more important? A family and a village? Kakashi murmured. The scene was a little silent for a while. Shishui did not urge, but just sat quietly. After a while, Kakashi chuckled and said, nothing is more important. Just your own choice. Everyone's position is different. When you are in your own position, you will make the corresponding choice. The smile on Zishui's face increased. Yeah, Kakashi, there is no right choice. Choosing a village is wrong, and choosing a clan is also wrong. Does it matter what choice you make? What are your plans? The glory of Uchiha should dissipate, but the people of Uchiha should not dissipate. Chapter 184 Travel. Kakashi looked at Shishui with a little surprise, and knew a little bit about his plan, but it was too difficult to do. Shishui, this road is not easy to follow. Kakashi, there is no easy way in this world, is it? Since it's not easy to walk, why not choose the one you like? With a bright smile on Shishui's face, Kakashi could see that there was a sense of relief in that smile. Well, since you have decided, then I will definitely accompany you on this road. Thank you, Kakashi. You and me? Don't say thank you. Kakashi smiled. Well, the news of my death should have suspended Uchiha's actions for about 2 years, and these 2 years are the time for me to act. Shishui, do you have a plan? Kakashi asked. It's just a prototype. 2 years later, you need to do a big thing. I don't know if you have the courage. Shishui smiled lightly. Naturally, Shishui nodded and said, 2 years, it's really a difficult task. Kakashi looked at the black hole of Shishui, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed, and said, Shishui, are you really not going to reinstall the Shaolin? No. I have asked Ryugasaki to prepare a pair of ordinary people's eyes for me, so let's leave it with you and Itachi for the time being. The writing wheel will remind me too many things that I shouldn't think about. Well, but with your left hand, I will definitely find a way to help you recover. Shishui's left hand was cut neatly from the palm of his hand. This was Danzo's handwriting. Then this matter is up to you. Shishui smiled. Don't worry. It must be the best left hand in the world. Since the left hand of Shishui is missing, the best supplement is naturally the left hand made by Kaienzu Cell. And this technology, I am afraid that only Dash1 has it now. There is nothing wrong with looking for a deal with Dash1. Just what bargaining chip do you use? Kakashi, after my eyes are repaired, I will leave Jinren village to do some things. Do you need my help? No. I can only do some things. Okay. After this big change, Shishui seems to have changed a lot, but Kakashi couldn't tell what was different. But Kakashi knew that this change was a good thing. The original Shishui is indeed a bit too naive. Soon, Shishui, who recovered to the light, greeted Kakashi, and quickly left Jinren village. not knowing what he was going to do. But Kakashi didn't care. With the strength of Zishui, even if it becomes what it is now, self-protection is enough. What's more, on Shishui's body, there was his own flying thunder god Kyuwu. Kakashi sat down in the room, made a pot of tea, and took a sip. Chief, do you have any instructions? Ryuki knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Lonkai, what is the layout of Jinren Village's intelligence network? Looking back, over the years, in addition to secretly developing its own strength, all the resources of Jinren Village have been used to develop the intelligence network. Although we have not penetrated the core part of each village, we have our own spies. If something big happens, we will get news as soon as possible. Very good, Ryugasaki, you did a good job. This is what I should do. Looking at your strength, you should have broken through to the point where you are the elite. Yes, thanks to the leadership's teachings over the years. Otherwise Ryugasaki will not reach the current level even if it takes another 10 years. Ryugasaki said, looking at Kakashi with gratitude. For a ninja, belief and strength are the two most important things. For Ryugasaki, these two things were brought by Kakashi. Therefore, Ryugasaki has absolute loyalty to Kakashi. How is the situation in Uian Village recently? When he was in the Uzumaki Kingdom, Yumiming looked very anxious. I am afraid that the situation in the Misty Village was on the verge of exploding. Leader, Uian Village is the most difficult to infiltrate village. They are very repulsive to the outside world, so we now have only one spy in it. It is said that Uian Village today clearly has two factions. One is headed by the Zomai clan. One faction of the blood succession boundary force is the die-hard faction headed by the 4 generations of Shuai. However, more of them are Waltao all grass and are watching. Kakashi nodded, almost as he thought. Keep watching, even if you have any news, let me know. Yes, Chief. Get out. In the room, peace was restored again. Kakashi touched his chin and sighed. When will you get lost and know when you take the soil? One big reason for bringing soil to control the fog is nothing more than Lin's death. Taito attributed all the sins to Uian's body, so he was so cruel to Uian. As far as the earth is concerned, he wants to change the world, but before he is unable to achieve this goal, Uian is his target of revenge. But in Kakashi's view, Mist is really innocent in this matter. But Kakashi did not intend to intervene in this matter. Regardless of the consideration, intervention in Uian Village will do more harm than good. After dealing with Jinrenkin's affairs, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. After leaving Konoha, Kakashi didn't want to kill time in this Jinin village. Traveling is an experience of life. For spiritual practice, it is also a very important process. It is better to travel thousands of miles to read thousands of books. Unlike running around when performing tasks, traveling is a state of relaxation. The ninja dress was completely removed, and Kakashi looked like an ordinary ronin at this time. After instructing Ryugasaki something, Kakashi also left Jinren Village. The world of the ninja is huge, and travel is also a kind of practice. 2 years later, no matter what Shishui was going to do, Kakashi knew that it was something that required strength. Therefore, the practice cannot be slackened either. Then, let's go. Kakashi had no long objects, so he set out. In the distance, the country of thunder, Union Village. A big dark man with sunglasses sneaked out of the village. Stupid bastard. Big brother idiot. Let me escape, the dark-skinned man said in a strange tone with a smug look. Suddenly, a voice that didn't know where it came from sounded in the ears of the dark man. Too arrogant, it will be discovered by the 4th generation of Reikage. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man immediately covered his mouth and whispered, stupid bastard. Xiaoba, don't scare me. Cut, go quickly, I haven't been out for a long time. Stupid bastard. That's for sure, let's go. Chapter 185 Iron Country. The country of Iron, a magical country. In this ninja world, there is no ninja here. Yes. They are just samurai. They are good at swordsmanship and have terrible swordsmanship. Swordsmanship has reached its peak, and it is no worse than the shadows of the 5 big countries. Although they are samurai, they also own chakras. It's just that they don't know how to use ninjutsu. The magical sword technique, coupled with chakra, is enough to kill the enemy with a single knife. The outcome of the ninja and the samurai is still between 5 and 5. The 5 major powers had agreed not to do anything against the Iron Nation a long time ago, so the Iron Nation has always been in a neutral state. Even if the first 3 ninja world wars were in full swing, they did not participate. When he was young, Tsukumo Hagai also visited the country of Iron. At that time, Tsukumo Hagi's sword skills were not yet successful, and he came here to sharpen his sword. After staying in the country of Iron for a year, the flag wooden sword technique became successful, and the name Konoha and White Fang began to resound throughout the ninja world. The country of Iron is definitely a must-go place in the hearts of all those who use a knife. For nothing else, coming here will definitely make great progress in swordsmanship. Although ninjas also use swords, when it comes to the subtlety of swordsmanship, no one can compare with a samurai of the Iron Kingdom except for a few people. The name of a samurai is much brighter than that of a ninja. On this day, at the gate of the Iron Kingdom, a ronin with silver-white hair greeted him. It was Kakashi. Is this the country of Iron? It is indeed different from other places. On the street, as long as it is a man, he will wear a long knife, which looks quite imposing. However, from Kakashi's perspective, it is naturally not difficult to see that many of these are just mere refills, and there are few who are really capable. Martial arts is a kind of ethos, but it is obviously unrealistic to want the entire country to be a master of swordsmanship. Although some people are just trying to replenish their numbers, their bodies are much stronger than ordinary civilians. Even if there is no homicide, it is a good choice to keep fit. Sure enough, it is very different from the 5 major countries. Kakashi sighed again. Of course, there are no ninjas here, but samurai. At this time, the person next to him suddenly said. Kakashi turned his head to look, and saw a young man in his 20s, wearing a samurai suit with a sword on his waist. Looks quite tough. This Ksungtai is Iron Sword, a samurai. What do you call this Ksungtai? Silver Hour. It's nice to meet you, brother Yinsha. I should also be a samurai. Kakashi didn't wear a sword at this time, but he was indeed dressed as a samurai. It was not surprising that Iron Sword would think so. Kakashi did not deny that at this time, he did not use the identity of a ninja, so naturally he could only act as a samurai. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid this samurai named Iron Sword wouldn't believe it either. After all, in front of a real samurai, the aura of ordinary people and strong people is completely different. Yes, there are samurai who have traveled here. I can't imagine that there is such a prosperous place in this world, Kakashi said. Iron Sword was also quite excited when he heard this, and said, the country of Iron is the world of samurai. Natural swordsmanship is prosperous. The outside world is dominated by ninjas, but I believe that the samurai will not lose to the ninjas. Kakashi nodded. Strictly speaking, his father was more like a samurai than a ninja. In other words, Tsukumo Hajiki is a samurai walking in the dark. Although this is a ninja world, swordsmanship can also shine in this world. You are about the same age as me, but I can feel that you are very strong and you should be a good opponent. As Iron Sword said, his gaze at Kakashi was full of warfare. Kakashi is a little confused. What's the situation? Do you have to fight if you don't agree? Wait a minute, Iron Sword, what do you want to do? Of course I challenge you, Taijian said naturally. His hand was already on the hilt. Iron Sword, I don't have to carry a knife, and will the people on the street start fighting? Taijian looked around. Passers-by all pointed to him, making Taijian a little embarrassed for a while. So he quickly retracted his posture and said, then we can fight in another place. Kakashi shook his head and said, sorry, I have no plans to accept your challenge. Why? Taijian asked incomprehensibly. It's very simple. I am hungry now and want to eat first. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and walked into a restaurant. Huh? Taijian stood in place with a dazed expression. What's the situation? Hey, Yanshai, what's important about eating? Come to a duel with me. Tai Jian quickly followed up and said, Boss, hello, here is a fried sori, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of miso soup. Kakashi finished speaking and found a place to sit down. Iron Sword didn't mean to give up at all, and sat on the opposite side of Kakashi. Hey, Silver Time, come and fight. As a samurai, how can you be afraid to fight? Taijian said solemnly, as if Kakashi's rejection of him was a big mistake. When encountering such a fighting maniac, Kakashi was also quite helpless. Taijian, sorry, I didn't go out this time to fight people. That's boring. Taijian had a sad expression. Suddenly, Iron Sword looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes as if thinking of something, and said, I know. Are you like me, come to the country of Iron to participate in the samurai tournament? Samurai assembly? Kakashi said in surprise. Kakashi knew 9 out of 10 things about ninja, but Kakashi really didn't know much about the Iron Country. You don't know? Then how did you come to the Iron Country? Seeing Kakashi's unclear look on his face, Iron Sword was obviously even more surprised. Just walk around. What is this samurai meeting? Kakashi asked directly without entangled in this. This samurai tournament is a grand event in the Iron Nation. Once every 3 years, samurai from all over the world gather here for a competition and level-by-level duel. Those who get the final victory can not only claim the leader of the Iron Nation, you can also get a piece of rare ore by consulting the sword technique. More importantly, this is a good opportunity to become famous. A game? Yes, I will come to the Iron Country this time for this competition. Tomorrow is the last day of registration. Silver Time, you should also register. Maybe the two of us can still match up. Kakashi chuckled and said, it's a good choice. Chapter 186 Samurai Tournament Samurai Conference, a triennial festival. Of course, this festival is only for samurai. In this ninja world, the samurai is undoubtedly the weaker side. The samurai meeting is to discover and train outstanding samurai. No matter what kind of country it is, it needs an inheritor. The mansion of the leader of the Iron Kingdom, Mifunzama. Preparations for the samurai meeting are almost complete. A middle-aged man wearing a samurai armor half kneeled on the ground and said. Hearing this, Mifune put down the brush in his hand, stood up, and said, thanks for your hard work, Chongsyuk. It doesn't work hard for the country of Iron. Haha, Akosyuk. What do you think of the Iron Country now? Sankun said with his hands on his back and facing the door, looking at the scenery outside. Okisyuk didn't think much, and said directly, the country of Iron is very good. Haha, Okisyuk, you can't forget the crisis behind it just because of the beauty in front of you. Although the country of Iron is neutral, it also needs to have the ability to protect itself. Do you know that the country of Iron has fallen into a situation where it is not connected? If things go on like this, I'm afraid it won't be so peaceful. This, Okisyuk didn't know what to say for a while, but the Iron Nation is indeed not as good as before. This time at the Samurai Conference, I hope I can see more capable young people, otherwise, when I am old and dead, who will support this huge Iron Country? Mifune said with emotion. For some reason, Mifune suddenly remembered the silver white boy he had met 6 years ago. He had that kind of sword skill at a young age. I don't know how he is now. Master Mifune, please rest assured, God will definitely bless my Iron Country. I hope so. Okay, let's not talk about it. Okisyuk, are the ore for this conference ready? Ready, sir. This time the ore is called Star Iron. If it is made into a samurai sword, it will definitely become a famous sword. Star Iron. Sanquen was slightly surprised that this kind of ore was rare. For the samurai, the sword is the most important partner, so the importance of a good sword is self-evident. In addition to the famous sword, more samurai will choose to rebuild a good sword. Witnessing the process of forming a sword is also a practice for the samurai. It is like Mifune's saber Kurosawa, who has been a partner of Mifune for many years. Such prizes are indeed enough. Let's see now, who can win the final victory. Yes, my lord. On the other side, Taiji got excited when he saw that Kakashi had promised to participate in the samurai meeting. So, do you agree? Kakashi nodded and said, well, since we have caught up with this kind of event, I naturally want to join in the fun. Okay, then I'll take you to sign up. The Iron Sword said that he was about to pull Kakashi away. Kakashi flipped his hand and broke free of the Iron Sword, and said, don't worry, I'll wait until I have eaten. Taiji was also a little surprised when Kakashi broke free so easily, and his desire to fight Kakashi became stronger. Such an opponent is worth a trip to the Iron Country. At this moment, the waiter had arrived with the dishes. Simple sori, rice and soup, but they look very delicious. Upon seeing this, Taiji couldn't help swallowing. His stomach screamed. Kakashi showed crescent eyes and smiled. Iron Sword, don't you eat together? No, I'm not hungry. With Iron Sword's embarrassed appearance, how could Kakashi not know his thoughts? This guy is out of money in all likelihood. Kakashi also understands a little bit why this guy keeps saying that he wants to fight himself. I'm afraid it's not just my own strength. According to the rules of the samurai, the party who loses the duel must agree to a condition for the winner. So, the purpose of this guy is very obvious. Kakashi didn't care. This guy seemed to have an appetite for him. Boss, give the same one to the brother in front of you, and keep the account with me. Okay. I said no more. Although Taiji wanted it very much in his heart, he was not honest at all. In his opinion, this is really detrimental to the majesty of his samurai. Welcome. The first time you meet, treat it as a meeting ceremony. If you say that, then I'm not welcome. Kakashi gave it to the stairs, and Iron Sword accepted it without hesitation. Taiji had been hungry for a few days, otherwise he wouldn't want to win lunch through a duel. But the Iron Sword is also a principled person. Those samurai who seem to be weak, the Iron Sword is not interested. So it took a long time to find Kakashi. Unexpectedly, Kakashi didn't mean to fight at all, which defeated Iron Sword's calculations. Fortunately, I got what I wanted in the end. Ah, so full. Thanks for the hospitality. Taiji patted his bulging belly and said contentedly. Kakashi looked at the dozen bowls in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This guy really can eat. After paying the money, Taiji took Kakashi to the place of registration. The registration time is 3 days in total, and today is the second day, so there are not many people. After all, most people have already registered on the first day. So Kakashi didn't wait long before it was his turn. First name, Seikata Jinshai. Age, 20. Well, this is your number plate for the competition. Just come over and report at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Kakashi looked at the wooden sign in his hand. Directly on it was written Z area, number 6. Taiji leaned over and said, you are in Zone Z. It seems that we will not meet in the preliminary round. I am in Zone C. There are many applicants for the samurai tournament, so a preliminary round will be held first. There are a total of 26 divisions in the preliminary round, and 26 winners will be determined to participate in the semi-finals. In the end, only 13 people fought a decisive battle on the Iron Square. So, see you in the rematch. Of course, you must never lose in the preliminary round. Do not worry. Even without ninjutsu, Kakashi has absolute confidence to enter the finals. Swordsmanship, Kakashi has never relaxed his practice. Just as Kakashi wanted to leave, a huge black stone pillar next to the registration office attracted his attention. The Iron Sword followed Kakashi's gaze and said, that is a samurai pillar with the names of all the winners of the samurai tournament since there was a samurai tournament. My goal is to engrave my name on it. Taiji couldn't help clenching his fists as he said. His whole person was full of fighting spirit. Kakashi ignored it, but walked to the stone pillar and touched it lightly with his right hand. On it, there is a name he is familiar with. Flagwood Shumao. Father, did you also participate in the samurai meeting in the first place? Chapter 187. Samurai fighting. The next day, Kakashi and Iron Sword came to the Iron Square together. Silver, you see, That is the arena in the square of the iron. Only those who win the preliminary round are eligible to enter the arena of the iron. That is the greatest honor for the samurai. The iron arena basically occupies a third of the iron plaza, and it is indeed sufficient for two people to use it for a decisive battle. The ring is made of the strongest black stone, which has a high degree of hardness. The battle of the samurai is equally powerful. If it is an ordinary stone, I am afraid that it will become dilapidated after a battle. In that case, it would be too much trouble. Suddenly, Iron Sword pointed to the high platform in the distance and said, "Yinshai, look, the leader of the Iron Kingdom sits on that platform, Lord Mikun." Kakashi heard the words and saw that, as expected, there was a thin figure on the high platform. Judging from his face, it was the three ships that taught Kakashi Shunpo 6 years ago. It's just that compared to the appearance at the time, the Mifune at this time was already a bit old. Time is not forgiving. Even if it is as strong as Uchiha Madara, it can't resist the erosion of time. It's no wonder that Oshimaru has such a big obsession with longevity. It is really hard to accept the experience of a young and powerful body, and then experience the dangling body. Mifune-sama can have a true samurai with absolute faith. He is my goal, and one day, I will surpass him. The confident words of Iron Sword sounded in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi just chuckled at this. Although I have not known the Iron Sword for a long time, Kakashi can feel the powerful force in the Iron Sword. In time, surpassing the three ships is not an unattainable dream for Taijian. The Iron Sword's voice was so loud that everyone around him could hear it, but no one showed contempt for the Iron Sword. Because of this goal, most of the people present have it. They are all young samurai, and it is the time when they are most energetic. They are full of vigor, and they also think they have the ability and talent to do this. Although reality will slowly make them sober, it does not prevent them from doing all kinds of fantasies at this time. Not long after, Iron Square was already overcrowded. Seeing that it was almost time, Akosuk stood on the central high platform of Iron Plaza. "Dear young samurai, welcome to the samurai meeting." Okishik's voice was very loud, coupled with the effectiveness of chakra, easily reached the ears of everyone present. The noisy Iron Square was quiet in an instant. "First of all, I would like to welcome everyone here. The samurai tournament, once every 3 years. Today is the new samurai tournament. Next, the preliminaries of the samurai tournament will be held. I believe everyone is very clear about the rules. There are a total of 26 divisions, and they are on the 26 arenas over there. Only those 26 arenas will win the finals. Only those who win can participate in the retest." Chongsuk's sharp eyes swept in front of everyone, and then he said, "Now, the game begins." With an order from Okishuk, a samurai jumped onto the 26 arena in an instant, and they were the referees of the preliminary round. Next, everyone will have 1 minute to return to their ring. After 1 minute, the referee will start to read the numbers. "Silver, I'm going to Zone C first, you have to come on." After Taijian finished speaking, Kakashi didn't care, and walked to the Z zone on his own. Kakashi's number is 6, which is relatively early. According to the 1v1 model, the third pair should play. 1 minute passed quickly. Kakashi looked at it, and there were a total of 12 people in Zone Z. In other words, there should be more than 300 people in total here. Samurai is indeed a lot less than ninja. Kakashi's emotion did not last long. Soon, the referee in Zone Z announced the start of the game. Zone number 1 in Uno, against number 2 Matsushita Hall. As soon as the voice fell, the two young warriors jumped onto the ring together. The samurai tournament has a limit on age and cannot exceed 30 years old. Therefore, all the samurai who come here are the younger generation of samurai. Inuno and Matsushita bowed to each other, then put their right hand on the handle of the knife, and the left hand supported the scabbard. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that both of them practiced drawing swordsmanship. Sword drawing technique, or called Juzan. Put the knife in the scabbard and observe the enemy's movement. When the knife is out of the scabbard, it is like a shock to the sky. so that it will kill with one blow. Has extremely high destructive power. But there are also major flaws. If it is a miss, then it is likely to fall into a very passive situation. All the people present have obviously discovered this. Izan also belongs to a high level in sword art, and it is very easy to get started. But if you want to go deep, few people do it. After all, drawing a knife day after day is monotonous and tasteless. And Izan didn't practice deep enough, and didn't have much power. Most people will choose to give up this kind of knife technique that does not necessarily yield gains. But obviously, the two people in front of them have certain accomplishments in Juzan. Samurai, pay attention to faith. Their duel is often a collision between beliefs. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that the strength of the two is similar. Otherwise, no matter how firm your faith is, it's useless. Tigers will not be killed by sheep because they lose their teeth. Both Inuno and Matsushita looked at each other with solemn eyes. Since they were all samurai using Izan, the duel was in an instant. With one cut, you either lose or win. The two faced each other for about a minute, but the observers were not impatient at all. Kakashi nodded slightly. The basic skills of the two people are indeed very solid. Although their strength is average, if they can continue to persevere, they may not be able to achieve success in the future. A breeze blew by, and Inuno's eyelashes trembled slightly. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Flaws. It's now. Matsushita also noticed this, and chuckled softly. Izan. The white light of the sword instantly bloomed in Matsushita's scabbard, like a crescent moon. Inuno was shocked and shot at the same time. But unfortunately, it was obviously a step too late. In the same crescent moon, Inuno's samurai sword was blown by Matsushita and fell into the ring. Inuno only felt that his right hand was tingling, and he lost all strength for a while. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately said, Matsushita won. Hearing this, Inuno's face was extremely bitter, and he retired from the ring sadly. And Matsushita showed a hint of joy. The strength of the two is actually similar. If it weren't for that gust, the outcome would be unpredictable. But luck is sometimes part of strength. The next two samurai obviously did not have the level of Inuno and Matsushita. Amidst the sound of fighting, the two struggled to decide the winner. Kakashi looked dull and uninterested. The previous matchup between Inuno and Matsushita was still a bit interesting, and the level of these two people couldn't be flattered. Kakashi took the time to take a look at Area C and found that the guy with iron sword had come down from the ring. That relaxed look, obviously the opponent did not cause him much trouble. However, it is no wonder that with the level of the iron sword, as long as the luck is not too bad, there is definitely no problem in entering the retest. Next, Seikata Jintoki vs. Asofukigi. Chapter 188. Kakashi's swordsmanship. Asoblomus tiptoed a little and landed on the ring. Kakashi didn't hesitate too much, and also jumped up. Game start. Is that person Asofukigi? One person said with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Do you know him? Don't you know him? The man looked incredulous. I don't know. What's the matter? Very powerful. At first glance, you are a rookie. Asofukigi is a very terrifying character. He shows his sword skills in one hand. It is said that since his debut, no one can perform 10 tricks in his hands. So smart. He may be the most powerful samurai in this game. The young man was really out of luck. He met Asofukigi for the first time, and I'm afraid he will step down soon. Not necessarily. I don't think the silver white-haired guy is nervous at all. He should be confident in his own strength. HMPH. What do you know? That person must be the same as you. I don't even know the name of Asofukigi. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? You know, Asofukigi is not an ordinary person, even if it's Shangnin. Several died under his knife. What? It's so strong. That person was completely shocked, being able to kill Shinobu alone. This strength is really not what an ordinary samurai can do. So, his eyes on Kakashi couldn't help but be full of sympathy. This luck is really bad enough. Their voices are not small, but few people can hear them in such a noisy square. Unfortunately, Kakashi heard it. The opponent was able to kill Shangnin, which surprised Kakashi. Shanron is the high-end combat power of a village. If the person in front of him really has this ability, then he has gone a long way on the road of samurai. However, there was one thing the two said correctly. Kakashi really hadn't heard of this person's name. Asofuki took out the samurai sword, looked at Kakashi with a cold gaze, and whispered, "Boy, your luck is not good. You met me in the first round. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be a few more holes in the body later." Kakashi froze for a moment. No one had spoken to him in this tone for a long time. I don't know why, but suddenly there is a feeling of nostalgia. With a chuckle, Kakashi gently pulled out Kienting. Since he was going to participate in the samurai meeting, Kakashi did not seal Kienting in his wrist. Asofuki was surprised to see Kakashi pulled out the long knife, and then looked at Kakashi's long knife, and couldn't help showing a trace of greed. "Boy, you are very courageous, but in the face of absolute strength, courage is useless. You have a good knife. Just take it as my compensation for spare your life." Kakashi glanced at his long knife with a strange expression, but he didn't expect that his knife would be targeted. But when I thought about it, it made sense. For a samurai, a good knife is really important. Many samurai cannot find a good sword in their entire life. Therefore, a good knife is very attractive to the samurai. Kienting is considered top-notch in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Except for the artifact level, there are really few knives that can compare with Kienting. No wonder the person in front of you is greedy. "Sorry, this is my partner. I can't give it to you." Asofuki looked cold, and said, "Huh. It's not up to you." Asofuki clenched the long sword with both hands, and moved his body, swiping the knife towards Kakashi. Knife skills are fast, accurate and ruthless, with 3 points ready, and fighting is often a matter of moments. The name of White Fang can extol the ninja world because he has achieved these 3 words to the extreme. The enemy often has lost his life before he can see where his knife is. Asobuki's movements are fast, but for Kakashi, it's still too far. The people underneath only saw an afterimage flashing across the ring, and a bright light smashed down from midair like a thunder and lightning in the night. This sword force sank vigorously, and the audience below couldn't help covering their eyes, as if they had seen the scene of blood splashing on the spot, showing the flow of swordsmanship. Splitting the mountain, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and Kienting quickly waved up with his right hand. Ding! There was a harsh clash, and the 2 knives slammed together. Asofuki's pupils shrank, and he caught it. On the high platform in the distance, both Mifune and Akosuk looked at it. "Are those 2 people?" Mifune asked curiously. Mifune-sama, the older person, is Asofuki, who has risen to fame in recent years. I heard that his manifestation swordsmanship has reached its peak. "Oh? Does it show off swordsmanship?" "It is indeed a good genre." "Who is that young man?" After hearing this, Chong-suk glanced at Kakashi, shook his head, and said, "The subordinates don't know. Let me take a look." Okishik said that he flipped through the roster in his hand. Mifune was not in a hurry, and continued to watch the battle between the 2. I don't know why, the young man with silver hair gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. It's no wonder that Mifune can't remember Kakashi. After all, it has been 6 years since the last meeting. Kakashi has grown up and hasn't worn a mask. It's normal to not recognize it for a while. "Mifune-sama, I found it." That man was called Seikata Jintoki. He was 20 years old. He seemed to be a traveling samurai. He just happened to pass by the country of Iron, so he participated in this convention. "That's right. This young man is not easy," Mifune said meaningfully. "Is your lord optimistic about him?" Chong-suk laughed. "Yes. His basic skills are very solid. You see that he is using ordinary swords, but he hasn't lost the wind in the slightest. That Asofuki can't do anything about him at all." Okishik nodded, and said, "Yes, this Seikata Jintoki is really good, but at the age of 20, he has practiced basic swords to this level." "Ha ha, Okishik, When you were this age, you didn't have this kind of basic skills. Mifune laughed. Chong-Suk was embarrassed when he heard the words, and quickly changed the subject. Master Mifune, do you think that young man will win? Yes, and it won't be long. Aso Fukagi's heart is already upset. After hearing the words, Oksuk looked curiously at the top of the ring. How could it be possible? How can my manifestation of swordsmanship be of no use to you at all? Aso Fukiki looked at Kakashi in disbelief, and seemed to have been greatly impacted. The expressions of the audience were even more amazing. I thought it was a one-sided battle, but I didn't expect it would evolve into what it is now. Just now, Asa blew a wooden move to attack, but Kakashi could not cause any damage. Many of the people present were also experts in swordsmanship, so naturally they could see the difference. This young man with silver hair is much stronger than this so-called Asofuki. Of course, this is not because Aso is not strong, on the contrary, he is very strong. At least most of the people present admit that if you change yourself, you can't take the 3 tricks of Aso. Thinking of this, the samurai couldn't help but looked at Kakashi in surprise. Who was this young man who didn't know where he came from? Chapter 189 Chilabi. It seems that you are already out of luck. Kakashi lifted Aso Fukaki's long knife away, and said lightly, "Damn boy, how could you have this ability? It must be fake." Asofuki turned into anger, waving the long sword in his hand at random, completely unorganized. Kakashi shook his head. His mind was too weak. This is not to blame for Aso Fukiki. Since his debut, neither the famous swordsman nor the general samurai has been his opponent. Since his debut, he has not missed a defeat, which has also created Aso Fukagi's arrogant character. Now that I can take Kakashi with all my strengths, I can't hold it any longer. The growth process is too smooth. It will inevitably be condescending. When encountering setbacks, it will show a measure that is completely inconsistent with strength. Seeing Aso Fukaki's desperate appearance, Kakashi felt a little dull. Shaking his head, Kakashi gently retracted Kianting into the scabbard. Aso Fukiki was taken aback and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you going to give up?" "No. Your heart is upset. You are not worth my knife." Aso was furious when he heard this. "Smelly boy. So brash. When I became famous, you didn't know where it was. It was just a fluke that I caught a few dollars, so I dared to be so arrogant. I will let you know now what is the real manifestation. Fencing." Aso Fukagi squeezed the long knife in his hand, and the chakra in his body rioted in an instant. On the long knife, the blue chakra appeared, forming a blue blade, showing the flow of swordsmanship. Shadowless killing. The blue blades turned into countless shadows of the blades, overwhelming the sky. Appeared, demonstrating the strongest ultimate move of swordsmanship. Shadowless killing. Like countless swords falling from the sky, blocking the enemy's life. That young samurai is in danger. Matsushita Tang said in horror. In this knife, he seemed to have seen death. "Go to hell." Aso Fukiki yelled and cut down the long knife in his hand mercilessly. Seeing this scene in the distance, Oksuk was shocked and said, "Mifune-sama, this Aso Fuki has actually practiced the manifestation flow sword technique to such a degree, it seems that the silver time is in danger." Mifune smiled sarcastically when he heard the words, and said, "Is this really the case?" Kakashi's gaze condensed, and he secretly said in his heart, "It's really an amazing skill. It's quite similar to Konoha's 3 Sun-Moon dance, but this alone is far from enough." In the shadow of the knives flying in the sky, Kakashi did not rush, stretched out 2 fingers, gently clamped. A long knife was tightly clamped in the middle. In an instant, the shadow of the sword in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the terrifying ultimate move that was originally horrified disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the audience couldn't help swallowing. What a terrible judgment! What a terrible resolute! What a terrible hand speed! In the distance, Okashuk and Mifune were also taken aback. How can that be? Chong-Suk's grown-up mouth looked unbelievable. Although he is also confident of taking this move, his method is definitely not as simple and rude as Kakashi. What terrifying control! explosiveness and vision are needed in this. Okishik knew very well that he couldn't do this yet, and Mifune was equally astonished. Although he knew that Kakashi would definitely be ineffective with the move just now, he didn't expect that it would be eliminated by this understatement. Asofukiki looked at Kakashi in horror, and said tremblingly, You are not human. Kakashi felt funny, and lost interest in continuing to confront him. With a move of index and middle fingers, he grabbed Asofukai's long sword, and then his figure flashed and stood behind him. Holding Asofukai's long knife in his hand, it gently rested on Asofukai's neck. Referee, can you declare the winner? Only then did the referee come back to his senses and said, Winner, Seikata Jintoki. Kakashi left the long knife on the ground and slowly walked off the ring. Seeing this, the people around gave way. This is how the samurai respects the strong, or it is fear. For a while, all the samurai in Zone Z looked at Kakashi in completely different eyes. This was a terrifying opponent. At the same time, no one felt that they could take the place for the re-examination from this person's hands. There can only be one person participating in the retest in an area. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, this place has been included in the bag by Kakashi. Master Mifune, this young man is really strong. Even if it is me, I am not sure of defeating him, Okishik said with emotion. Mifune nodded when he heard the words and looked at Kakashi's eyes full of appreciation. Such young people, if they can protect the Iron Nation, within a few decades, the Iron Nation will definitely have no problems. Let's see. Depressing the joy of his heart, Mifune said lightly. Yes, Mifune-sama. Kakashi stood under the ring, not watching the competition on the stage, but looked away. Look at it. There is a man over there using 7 knives at the same time. An exclamation caught Kakashi's eyes. Hearing the sound, it was the G area, and I saw a tall dark man in a strange posture, with short knives all over his body. A closer look reveals that there are as many as 7. Sword style is not uncommon in the samurai world, and sometimes you can even see 3 sword style. But 7 swords are really the first time you see. So that it attracted a large number of people onlookers. 7 knives. That man is stupid. How could he wield 7 knives at the same time? Who knows, but his posture seems quite adequate. Cut, it must be a gimmick. I don't believe it anymore. How can he play with 7 knives? He doesn't have 7 hands. Yo, stupid bastard. Under this uncle's sword skills, surrender. The dark big man said a strange rap, making everyone look bewildered. His opponent can't bear it even more. What a joke. You idiot. Give it to me. The samurai on the opposite side directly launched his own attack, and the long sword cut a light and shadow in the air. The dark man didn't care. He turned into a tornado of swords, and countless shadows of the sword swayed back and forth. The 7 knives seemed to grow on him, dizzying. The person underneath hadn't seen what was going on yet, and that person had fallen to the ground. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a terrible sword technique. Can't see the offensive at all. 7 knives can really move at the same time. There is no stagnation. Kakashi frowned in the distance. It's him? 8 till July. Kairabi. How could he be here? Chapter 190 Identity Master Mifune. Look, Okishik pointed to Kairabi's location, surprised. Chidaliu, even if Okishik has been in the Iron Kingdom for so many years, he has never heard of it. This man's swordsmanship is really weird. Using 7 knives at the same time. He can't imagine it. Mifune exclaimed. As a master of swordsmanship, Mifune naturally has a deep research on swordsmanship. Mifune really hadn't seen Kairabi's sword technique. However, with Mitsune's vision, one can of course see the advantages of this. The seamless connection of 7 knives is enough to give people the illusion of one pair of 7. At this time, if there is not enough speed, it is impossible to resist the 7 short swords that do not know where they will come out. The horror of might. Even the 3 ships are a little eager to try. Kairabi's 7 swords flow was naturally not made out of nothing, but was inspired by Yao. Yao has 8 tentacles, So Kairabi came up with the 8-sword style. The 7 knives at the moment are real knives, and there is one knife, which is a sharp blade formed by the coat of the tail beast. The first 8 knives, it's even harder to guard against. Kakashi was also quite surprised when he saw the 7-sword stream for the first time. This kind of weird swordsmanship was really going to be encountered. The first time he didn't adapt to the situation. It was really difficult to deal with. In the face of this kind of swordsmanship, there are only 2 things to do: see through his attack trend, and more importantly, faster than him. Winner, Kairabi. Yo, stupid bastard. It was the uncle who won. After Kairabi finished speaking, he immediately inserted the 7 knives back into the scabbard and stepped off the ring. That guy is so strong. What's the source? I don't know. I have never seen him. Hey, this samurai conference is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. There are so many new faces. When there is an iron sword in the C area and a silver in the Z area, there will be a Kairabi in this area. One is more exaggerated. I don't know who is the biggest dark horse in the end. Who knows, but there must be no business for us. These 2 people are also self-aware, and after watching these few battles, they know how far they are from them. Kakashi looked back after seeing Kairabi got off the ring. Kairabi would appear here, but Kakashi was quite surprised. However, the Kingdom of Thunder is near the Kingdom of Iron, and it is estimated that Kairabi came out secretly. Otherwise, with the 4 generations of Raikichi's temperament, Kairabi would never be allowed to participate in this kind of competition. The next game became very simple. Kakashi played only a few tricks to subdue his opponent and successfully passed the preliminaries. This is the end of the preliminaries for the samurai tournament. A total of 26 warriors have been selected for the re-examination. Please take a rest day for these 26 warriors and have a re-examination tomorrow. At the end of the preliminaries of the samurai conference, a large number of samurai were removed, but everyone knows that the truly exciting part is still to come. After all, it will be just a screening at the beginning, and the strong will not use real skills at all. The next thing is different. Those who can enter the retest, who doesn't have 2 brushes, will fight each other. Yin-Shay, we have all entered the retest. How about it? Do you want to have a meal together? You want me to invite you to dinner? Hey! You can see it all, and you know what my situation is. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little helpless seeing Taijin's skinless and faceless appearance. This guy is really familiar, and he can become so thick-skinned after only 1 day of acquaintance. But Kakashi didn't dislike it. What does this guy say? It's pretty cute. Well, don't listen to your nonsense. Let's go. Hee hee. At the end of the game, the Iron Square was once again quiet again. Mifune-sama, there are really many good warriors this time. The Kairabi, Jinchai, and Iron Sword that I just saw. If these 3 can serve my Iron Country, then my Iron Country will increase its strength several times, Okishik said excitedly. But Mifune was not so happy, but frowned slightly. What's wrong, Mifune-sama? Chongsyuk. The name Kairabi seems familiar. Chongsyuk was stunned for a moment and thought about it again. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, the 8-tailed man's Yulai in Union Village seems to be called by this name. In the previous 3 wars, he had a brilliant performance. Could it be the one just big guy? Mifune touched his beard, and said, there is a possibility. You go and investigate. Yes. Mifune-sama. Okishik finished speaking and left Guotai. But who is that Silver Time? Why is there a feeling of deja vu? Mifune shook his head, and didn't think about it anymore. Maybe he'll remember it the next time I see him. As for Kairabi's participation in the samurai meeting, Mifune didn't care. The samurai conference does not stipulate that ninjas cannot participate, as long as you don't use ninjutsu. After all, the purpose of the samurai conference is to test the samurai's sword skills. If you win by swordsmanship, then naturally there is no problem, but if you are by ninjutsu, then the rules of the samurai tournament will be broken. Kairabi also left Iron Square and walked into an alley. Bye, you are too blatant like this, Raikage will find it soon, Yao said. It's okay, anyway. Every time I escape, I'll be caught back in less than a week. It's the same." Kairabi still had that strange tone. The fourth generation of Reikage is very strict with Kairabi's whereabouts. Although Kairabi can always find a space to escape to play, but each time it will not be too long. That said, whatever you want, Xiahaki, do you think the Samurai Conference can sharpen my sword skills? Today's opponents are so weak. Don't underestimate the Iron Country. The samurai here are some very strong. Arsehole idiot. Why didn't I find out? It's better to practice your perception again. Apart from anything else, the leader of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, is very powerful. I can feel the power in his body. Not much worse than Reikage. Is it as strong as Big Brother? That's really great, but he doesn't participate in the competition. It's useless. Not necessarily. I just felt that a kid in Zone Z is very strong. He is a ninja like you, but his sword skills are also very strong. Oh, Kairabi's face showed a hint of excitement. People who can make Yaosei very strong will certainly not be weak. If this is the case, perhaps this time the samurai meeting will not come in vain. In the Hotel of the Iron Country. Jinsei, what school of swordsmanship did you learn? Taijin said while wiping the katana in his hand. Genre? I can't talk about it, it's from the family. Kakashi leaned on the window frame and said absently, family? Isn't your father very powerful? Taijian was inexplicably excited. Kakashi smiled and said, you can say that. Yinsei, you are already so strong. Isn't your father even better? I really want to see it. Then you will be disappointed. Shot. I can't do it. My father has been dead for more than 10 years. Huh? I'm sorry, I mentioned your sad thing. It's okay. I've long been used to it. Are you sure of tomorrow's game? Taijian's spirit was shocked. Of course, Yinsei. Maybe your opponent will be me tomorrow. Kakashi turned his head and looked out the window, and said with a smile, wait and wait. Chapter 191 Beach and Kendo. Welcome everyone to the Samurai Tournament. Today is the rematch. There will be 26 warriors in the fierce competition, who will enter the finals. Please wait and see. 26 samurai, through the form of lottery, will have a pair Bitwo duel, and the 13 who win will enter the final. Now, please come up and draw lots. The host spoke and took out a big box. There are 26 in this box, from 1 to 13. Those who draw the same number will have a duel. 26 people stepped forward to draw stone balls. Kakashi is the Z zone, so it is the last one. Kakashi's gaze was not placed on the box, but on Kairabi's body. Kairabi's skin was very dark, and it was also very conspicuous among the crowd. Among the people present, apart from the iron sword, only Kairabi could make him take it seriously. This existence, known as the strongest Zulai before Naruto took control of the Nine Tails, really should not be underestimated. That feeling made Kakashi feel very dangerous. It is not so much that Kairabi makes Kakashi feel a sense of crisis, but it is the Yao in Kairabi who makes him feel very difficult. Although the tail beast became a plaything of Akatsuki with dirt and spots in the later stage, it has to be said that in this period, it has absolute combat power. So far, the tail beast Kakashi has seen with his own eyes is the half of the nine-tailed beasts in Naruto's body. That kind of power, although it is separated by a seal, Kakashi can also feel it. It can only be said that it is indeed the strongest tail beast. Even if it is only half, it still makes Kakashi feel a little out of reach at the time. This is the kind of gap that makes Kakashi more motivated to practice. You know, in the later stage, Kairabi is nothing. As for Kairabi in front of him, he was able to give full play to Yo's abilities, and he was definitely a strong opponent. As if perceiving Kakashi's gaze, Kairabi looked back. The eyes of the two met in midair, and there was a spark. Kairabi stretched out an iron fist towards Kakashi, and then immediately retracted it, with a look of excitement on his face. Kakashi smiled, and it seemed that he was being spotted as well. Soon, it was Kakashi's turn. Putting his hand into the box, Without thinking, he took out a stone ball and saw a 7 written on it. Number 7? Not bad. Kakashi didn't wait much, and walked straight down. Okay, everyone has drawn the numbers. Please draw the samurai number 1, and enter the ring. As soon as the voice fell, the two rushed into the ring with a scream. Hey, Yanshai, what size are you? Taijian asked when he walked over. Kakashi directly showed his stone ball, and Iron Sword looked a little disappointed. It's the number 7. I'm the number 6. It seems we missed it again. We can only meet in the finals. Oh, that's pretty good. Otherwise, you might not make it to the final. Kakashi smiled. You should feel lucky. If you meet my uncle Iron Sword, you will lose. Kakashi hadn't said anything yet, and a samurai next to him snorted coldly. Ha! Arrogant. Kakashi and Iron Sword looked at the words and saw a young warrior in a blue samurai suit looking at Iron Sword with contempt. It's just a fluke to win a few preliminaries. Do you think you are very good? I tell you, your next opponent is me, Goro Miyamoto. Goro Miyamoto spoke and showed the stone ball in his hand, with a 6 character written on it impressively. Is Miyamoto Kenryu's Miyamoto Goro? It is said to be the most outstanding heir of Miyamoto Kenryu in 100 years. The people on the side whispered. After hearing this, everyone looked at him. Miyamoto Kenryu's reputation is not small. And Miyamoto Goro showed a jealous look, obviously enjoying this feeling very much. Taijian curled his lips and said, Cut. I think which toad has such a big tone? It's just a small character of Sword Ryu Miyamoto, who dares to be so arrogant. I really don't know. The sky is high and the earth is thick. When Miyamoto Goro was furious, he pointed at the Iron Sword and cursed. What did you say? What are you? How dare you insult Miyamoto Kenryu? The disdain on Taijian's face became more obvious, and he obviously didn't want to explain more. Seeing this, Goro Miyamoto became more angry, and immediately held his hand on the hilt, as if he was about to draw the sword in the next second. At this time, Kakashi said softly, This Miyamoto-san, this is the samurai meeting. I'm afraid your behavior is a bit wrong. It won't be good to be invited out later. Miyamoto Goro was taken aback when he heard the words, and looked around, and sure enough, the armored warrior of the Iron Kingdom was already looking at him. Don't think too much. If you really draw your sword at this time, these people will definitely rush forward and drive yourself out. After weighing the pros and cons, Goro Miyamoto gave up the idea of drawing his sword. He came here to make a name for Miyamoto Jianliu. If it is for a moment, it is really not worth it. HMPH. Lucky for you kids, you'll see how I clean up you, on the ring, but no one will save you. After Miyamoto Goro finished speaking, he walked to the other side of the ring, obviously afraid that he could not help but make another shot. Cut, something. You really think of yourself as a role? Taijian said irritably. Yanshai, why did you remind that guy that it would be better to let him be disqualified? Taijian, if you are so spineless, it's not like you said it. Of course, you have found your own face. Since you have been underestimated, you have to prove it. Is there a more practical way than knocking him down in the ring? You are right, and see how I will deal with him later. Taijian held his arms in both hands and looked at Miyamoto Goro coldly. Miyamoto Goro also noticed Taijian's gaze and glared back unceremoniously. Murderous aura permeated between the two of them. Kakashi is not surprised. Although the samurai is not as exaggerated as the ninja, he definitely killed a lot of people. This world has never been peaceful. Soon, the people in the first 5 groups were divided into winners and losers. If you get to the 6th, please come on stage. As soon as the voice fell, Goro Miyamoto couldn't wait to rush into the ring. Boy, come up, let Master Miyamoto teach you how to be a man. Don't be ashamed. Taijian gave a cold snort, jumped up, and landed on the ring perfectly. Game start. Boy, let me show you the power of Kenryu Miyamoto. Turbulence. Miyamoto Goro held a knife in both hands, and stabbed 7 or 8 knives toward the Iron Sword with the tip of the knife, like waves of water in a turbulent current. Iron Sword's expression was slightly solemn, and the katana in his hand turned into a whirlwind in an instant. The airtight sword shadow easily diffuses Miyamoto Gura's offensive. The three ships on the high platform in the distance showed a hint of surprise. This is Bichen Kendo that has been silent for many years. Chapter 192 Famous Bichen Kendo, one of the top 10 kendos, ranks even higher than Miyamoto Kendo. However, in recent years, Bichen swordsmanship has gradually declined, and there is no strong man who can come up with it anymore, so that it was gradually forgotten. But Mifune had seen the glory of Bichen Kendo. Miyamoto Gora couldn't help being shocked when he saw this whirlwind sword shadow. Bichen Kendo, you are the descendant of the Bichen family. The Bichen family, the shadow of the tree, the name of the person. Decades ago, the name of the Bichen family was in the country of Iron, and in the world of warriors, it was absolutely famous. Although it has faded away from its glory and is forgotten by ordinary people, it is still fresh in the memory of a large family like Miyamoto. Unexpectedly, there are still people who remember the name of Bichen Kendo. Taijian said with emotion. The people underneath are already frying. Bichen Kendo? It's been a long time since they haven't been out of the mountain. Yes. It's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect that people from Bichen Kendo would come to participate in the samurai conference this time. What is Bichen Kendo? The person who asked this was scorned by those around him, and he obviously expressed disdain for his ignorance. Kakashi didn't respond. Iron Sword had already told himself before. The top 10 kendos, the top 10 kendo families, once also flourished. It's just that it gradually declines with the changes of the times. This world is still the time of a ninja. Swordsmanship can sometimes be cultivated without penance. Miyamoto Gura's face became very ugly. Coming from a big family, he naturally knew how terrifying Bichen sword art was back then. The reputation of Bichen Kendo back then was very loud, and it can be said to be the #1 power in the Iron Kingdom. If the power is large, it will inevitably be arrogant. It is said that the infamous Konoha White Fang was provoked. In a rage, Konoha Baya defeated all the masters of the Bichen family with only the use of swordsmanship, and let the Bichen family be in hiding for 25 years. Since then, the Bichen family has disappeared in the Iron Country, and no one knows where they have gone. Some people even speculated whether this family was directly uprooted by Konoha White Teeth. Unexpectedly, I would meet the descendants of Bichen Kendo here today. It's just a lonely kendo. Although Miyamoto Gora looked disdainful, there was a faint fear in his eyes. Taijian didn't care either, just said, after this samurai meeting, Bichen swordsmanship will regain its glory. After finishing speaking, Iron Sword's hand holding the long sword pressed hard, and in an instant, the sword was covered with powerful chakras. Today, my Bichen family will reprove their status. Such a momentum was shocking, and Miyamoto Gora couldn't help but look at him. A samurai can have such a powerful chakra. It's over. Get the stars. I saw the Iron Sword put the hilt on his forehead, and the tip of the sword faced Gora Miyamoto. For a while, the whole ring fell into silence. It seems to be like a starry sky full of mystery. Miyamoto Gora showed horror, and his body became a little trembling. This is the profound meaning of Bichen swordsmanship. Is it to catch the stars? It really is a terrible swordsmanship. Mifune touched his beard, showing great appreciation for Iron Sword. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said lightly, "It seems to be over." Above the ring, the Iron Sword drew like a meteor and fell in front of Miyamoto Gora. In the next second, the tip of the Iron Sword was already against Miyamoto Gora's throat. As long as Iron Sword is willing, Miyamoto Gora will become a corpse. Miyamoto Gora looked at the tip of the knife in fear, and at that moment, he was even going to die by himself. The feeling of being stared at by a beast made him stand upright. Winner, Bichen Iron Sword. Following the referee's announcement, Taijian showed a smile, retracted the knife into its sheath, and slowly walked out of the ring. This battle has regained the reputation of the Bichen family. Bichen is back. The purpose of Taijian's participation in this conference was to make the Bichen family famous again. Silver, look, I'm good. Iron Sword proudly showed off to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't care, and said flatly, The opponent is too weak, there is nothing good about it. Hey, you guys really don't give face. Well, it's true that the opponent is not too strong, Taijian said indifferently. The people on the side were a little speechless when they heard the words, but Goro Miyamoto was actually attributed to the weak first class by the two. This is really bullying. But thinking about the terrifying sword technique of the iron sword just now, none of them dared to express any opinions. Well, these two big brothers do have this kind of strength to say this. Well, it's time for me to play. Kakashi finished speaking and jumped into the ring. Don't take too long, Taijian teased. Don't worry, I must be longer than you for other things, but this matter, I must take less time than you. What did you say? The corner of Kakashi's mouth curled up, but there was no explanation. Game start. Kakashi's opponent is a big man, and the big knife in his hand is not the normal size. It is somewhat similar to the size of the decapitating big knife. Just looking at this size, you can probably guess that the person in front of you should be a power-type warrior. This kind of samurai, most of them pay attention to one force to drop 10 guilds. Boy, your small body is no match for this uncle's knife. You will be hacked to death by this uncle later. Don't blame me. The big man's smirk was obviously full of confidence in himself. Kakashi pulled out Kienting, took a look at the big man, and said, "Sorry, I don't have much time to waste with you. It better end it quickly. I'll rush to the next game." The big man was furious upon hearing this. "Boy, what are you talking about? Looking for death?" The big man waved the big knife in his hand and slashed down towards Kakashi. The momentum was heavy, and even gusts of wind sounded in midair. "This guy really has a bit of brute force," Taijian murmured. "This kind of momentum and brute force is fatal to the average warrior. If you go down with a knife, if you can't dodge it and hit it directly, you won't have enough strength to deal with it, and you don't need to think about the result." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and Kienting in his hand turned blue. Under the cover of chakra, Kienting is sharper. Strike up with a knife. There is no fancy, just the collision of knives and knives. Tear sparks are flying. Kienting and the big sword collided with each other, and the surprisingly large knife was cut directly by Kienting from the middle. Be yelling. The broken blade fell directly on the ground, and Kakashi's thousand ting had reached the big man's chest. Destroyed? The big man's eyes were filled with incredible gazes. Winner, Seikata Jintoki. Chapter 193 Kakashi vs Kairabi Yinshai. You are really fast and cruel, and this cut directly frightened that person. Iron Sword patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Do you think you can't beat me?" Kakashi smiled. "Cut, how is that possible? I just can't help but want to fight you now." Taijian's face was eager to try. Obviously the belligerent factor in his heart had been mobilized. "Wait until you get to the duel with me. I should have said this to you." Kakashi did not answer, but looked at the stage again. Kairabi had already jumped into the ring at this time, looking at his opponent. But soon, Kairabi shook his head, obviously not satisfied. With a shot, 7 short knives flew out in an instant and landed at the opponent's feet. The speed is so fast that the opponent can't even react. Looking at the short knife close at hand, the other party swallowed, and the cold sweat went down instantly. I admit defeat. Winner, Kairabi. Silver, that Kairabi is very strong, 7 swordsman, really a terrible guy. Taijian's face was very solemn, and it was the first time he showed such an expression since Kakashi knew him. But it's no wonder that Kairabi's sword skill is really amazing. Maybe the ninjas didn't feel much about this. After all, they had other means to isolate such swordsmanship. But for the samurai, their battle is such a head-to-head confrontation with swordsmanship. Therefore, for them, Kairabi's 7 swords can only resist head-to-head. Power, speed, skill. Obviously Kairabi has all 3 of them. Very strong, just be careful. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The 13th group of competition was quickly over. Next, the remaining 13 samurai will enter the Iron Ring for the finals, as before, and draw lots to decide the matchup. The draw was carried out again. in the same way as before. When Kakashi got the stone ball, he was taken aback. Number 1? Is it the first one? Kakashi muttered to himself, then looked at the others. Who is the opponent? Soon, Kakashi found the target. The same stone ball. Number 1 was held by a dark right hand. Look along the arm. It's him. She has pale yellow hair, a pair of small black sunglasses, and 7 short knives on her back. Kairabi. When Kakashi looked at Kairabi, Kairabi also looked over and saw the stone ball in Kakashi's hand. Seeing the stone ball, which was also number 1, a smile appeared on Kairabi's face. Asshole, idiot. It's finally your turn. Below, please also the number 1 player to enter the iron ring. Without a word, Kairabi entered the iron ring. Compared with the previous ring, the iron ring is much bigger and stronger. Hey, Yanshai, are you the first to go? Taijian asked worriedly. Yeah, it seems that I met that guy first, and he'll leave first. He'll talk about it later. Kakashi finished speaking and entered the ring, but Iron Sword's expression looked very serious. Silver, be careful. I have to say that as long as Taijian agrees with a person, no matter how short the time is, he will express his kindness to him. And Kakashi was the only partner that Iron Sword recognized after coming to the Iron Country. Asshole idiot, finally a decent opponent has come. Come on, surrender to my wild hair. And then the uncle. 7 knives were all out, and the weird posture appeared again. With Kianting in hand, Kakashi didn't have the easy head before this time. The opponent in front of him is not comparable to those of the samurai before. Master Mifune, I didn't expect the two of them to meet so quickly. From a distance, Okishik said to Mifune. Michin's expression was solemn, but he didn't say anything. Master Mifune, who do you think will win? I don't know. Neither of these two seem to be pure samurai. Needless to say, Kairabi is a person with Yo's strength. Although his sword skills are good, it is not his main attack method. And that silver time, I always feel that I've seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember it. But depending on his situation, I guess he's also a ninja. It's also a ninja? Okishik asked in surprise. Mifune nodded and said, yes. The footsteps of Jinshai are much lighter than ordinary people. Obviously this is a characteristic of the strong among ninjas, and it is also a mission that has been in the ANB. They are being engaged in missions such as assassinations. I will always lower the sound of my footsteps unconsciously. And this is something that a samurai would never do. That's it. Mifunezuma is really keen. I didn't notice it at first, and didn't think of this to each other until after I discovered Kairabi's identity. But if these two people are both ninjas, wouldn't they not be able to be used by my Iron Country? Chongsyuk frowned. Hee, yeah, but it doesn't matter. I have found a suitable candidate. Beat you Iron Sword. However, that young man is a good seed, but has all the qualities a samurai has. That's great, Okishik said with joy. Okay. Coming. A short knife with a red handle shot out, across the sky. 1,000 ting dances. Point the tip of the knife and move the short knife directly away. Ding. The short knife was stuck on the ground, but all this has just begun. Kakashi only felt that a gust of wind had blown in front of him, and the blade had struck again. So fast. 2 knives on the left, 2 knives on the right, a knife on the head and a knife on the bottom. The remaining 6 knives slashed from 6 directions almost simultaneously. When Kakashi saw this, not only did he not feel nervous at all, but he smiled. Interesting. Kianting turned into several laughter images, and in an instant, he made 6 collisions almost at the same time. Ding 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 ding. The picture is still. Kakashi and Kairabi looked at each other. Asshole idiot. It's really a shot. You are not bad, huh? The two are separated at the touch of a button. Countless knives flashed again immediately. Dazzling. It was just a brief contact, and everyone in the audience couldn't help but stare at each other. Too fast. They just saw some blade shadows, and they couldn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Taijian was dumbfounded, and then smiled bitterly. It's really an exaggeration. If it's me, can I resist it? Taijian simulated the battle scene in his mind. but showed a disappointed expression. Not enough. Not enough of one's own level. I didn't expect Yin Shi to be so strong. No wonder Yin Shi was unwilling to fight with me before. Now it seems that Yin Shi probably thinks I am not qualified to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Tai Jian was a little discouraged. On the stage, Kairabi and Kakashi stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was a bit condensed for a while. Who are you? Chapter 194. The flagwood knife method cuts the sword against the wild heron. Is it important? Kakashi chuckled. Asshole idiot. Right. Beat you first. The strange posture reappeared, and the 7 knives did not know when they would reappear on Kairabi's body. He didn't see happiness or anger in his sunglasses, but Kairabi did abruptly. Seriously. After putting away his playful thoughts, Kairabi's manner of holding a knife became completely different. The previous opponent was too weak, so weak that Kairabi didn't have any serious thoughts. At this time, I met Kakashi, and Kairabi finally felt a little burned. This is the purpose of Kairabi's participation in the samurai tournament. Kakashi tightened the handle of the knife in his hand slightly, and the swordsmanship showdown. After being in this world for so long, it was the first time that Kakashi found a similar opponent. When I first came, the skill of swordsmanship was far from the current level. At that time, I fought a few games with Mifune, saying it was a duel, rather than saying that it was Mifune and then teaching herself. Later in Konoha, there were no opponents at all. Since Konoha has white teeth, there is no such thing as a master of swordsmanship. Shishui counts as one, but Shishui is several years younger than Kakashi, and his level is still not up to the point where Kakashi is excited. The Kairabi in front of him was the only opponent who could make him feel pressured by Kakashi's sword technique. The blood on his body gradually boiled. Too long. Different from the confusion when he first came to this world. After 6 years, Kakashi has mastered too many magical skills that were never thought of before. And the terrifying growth rate of this strength made Kakashi a little bit astonished. Even said it was a little surprised. Kakashi knew that he had a long way to go, and that the plot was still 6 years away. In 6 years, the strength can continue to grow. Kakashi is now stuck in the bottleneck. After practicing swordsmanship for 6 years, Kakashi never gave up. But Kakashi never broke through the belief of the sword that Mifune said, that is, the meaning of the sword. That feeling was so strange that Kakashi couldn't explain it clearly. He knew that he was only close to the door, but he couldn't get in no matter what. He has been stuck here for too long. This time I came to the Iron Country, and I had no plans to break this barrier. Unfortunately, previous opponents also disappointed Kakashi. Maybe their strength is enough to compare to Shinobu, but for Kakashi, Shinobu is no longer a strength level to get serious. Too weak. But Kakashi felt the long-lost pressure on this Kairabi. This feeling made Kakashi feel quite enjoyable at this time. Kienting in his hand trembled slightly, as if he felt the master's heart, and became excited. The sword has spirit. Kienting originally possessed a part of the white tooth short knife, which is quite spiritual, and after having been with Kakashi for so long, his spirituality is not low. Kakashi even felt that if Kienting was able to give Kienting a little more time, maybe Kienting Dao could be transformed into a weapon like the big sword shark muscle. Of course, these are all speculations. After all, after the entire Hokage has come down, apart from the great sword shark muscle showing spirituality, the rest of the weapons seem to have no such characteristics. Come on, idiot. I feel like I can write a perfect rhyme when I go back this time. Kairabi gave a soft sigh, and his whole body was shot up in the air. Kakashi looked up and saw that the dark figure turned into a knife shadow. 7 knives shielded it from the wind. If a watermelon was thrown over, it would be instantly cut into countless pieces. The speed is so fast that it has risen a whole notch from just now. Ding, ding, ding. In a short instant, Kienting's speed was almost as fast as the 7 knives. A terrifying confrontation. Kakashi's right eye kept scanning, judging the short knife that came out of unknown place in the next moment. Kairabi's 7 short knives are not only fast, but they have a very strange angle. It's no wonder that the Kyrabi knife cuts randomly from all corners of the body. And it is strange that the angle is not weird. The people underneath had already stopped speaking, just staring blankly at the confrontation on the stage. For the samurai, such a terrifying confrontation has great growth significance for them. The master moves. Every style is a great inspiration to them. It's a pity that some people can't even see the trajectory of the two of them, so they can't talk about inspiration. These two people are really terrifying. Even if they are not ninjas, this kind of swordsmanship is the most top-notch existence in my Iron Country. I am afraid that only Mifunzama can match. Chongsyuk said with emotion, how much in his heart. Subnvi, it can even be called jealousy. Mifune didn't speak, but looked at the two men more solemnly. After a long time, Mifune sighed. Not only did the 5 powerful ninjas emerge in an endless stream, but there was even a shortage of powerful ninjas proficient in swordsmanship. Mifune suddenly felt that the pressure on her body had increased a lot. Although Mifune has no ambitions, he still wants the Iron Country to have the power to protect itself. But looking at the existing power of the Iron Kingdom, and then at the two people in front of him, Mifune was a little helpless. Is the gap really that big? A knife flew out. Kakashi dodged. The short knife plunged into the ground instantly. Swish. 2 short knives flew out again. Qianting stagnated, then turned into 2 after images. Ding ding. With 2 crisp sounds, the short knife was pulled away again. A huge shadow shrouded Kakashi's head, and when he looked over his head, huge soles of feet fell from the sky. So fast. Boom. With a loud noise, Kakashi's location was directly bombarded into a small pit. Kakashi took a step back, and dodged dangerously. Kyrabi's tall body is now close to Kakashi. He carried 6 short knives again. Kyrabi showed an unexplained smile and whispered softly, flying, Jiu, bad. Kakashi was shocked. The 8 tails, the bee sting. Instant step. Open. But Kakashi's figure did not know where it went. In the distance, Mifune's pupils shrank. Shanbu. How could he be a swift step? Silver white hair? Is he Kakashi? No wonder he feels familiar. For a time, the original doubts were instantly solved in Mitsubun's mind. Shanbu was developed by Tsukumo Hagai, and then passed to Mifune, who then taught it to Kakashi. Therefore, in this world, apart from Kakashi and Mifune, there is no third party. Unless Beifang taught others, but this possibility is too low. Hanmu sword technique. Broken Mountain. Kakashi's figure reappeared, right behind Kyrabi. Qianting did not have the azure blue thunder light of the past, but had a sense of being clever and clumsy. A different color flashed on Kyrabi's face. This knife was too dangerous. Chapter 195 Identity Exposure by, use the tail beast coat, or you will be seriously injured. Kyrabi didn't hesitate much, and Yao would never be wrong. The scarlet tail beast's coat instantly covered Kyrabi's body, and the 8 blood-red tails couldn't help shaking. The blue light of the knife hit the beast's coat at this time. Tear. The tail of the beast's coat was cut. Kyrabi gave a slight shock, and this was the first time he had been cut so rudely since he had the coat of the tail beast. At the moment of this block, Kyrabi quickly flashed away and left the place. On the ring, the silver-white young man and a blood-red 8-tailed monster stood opposite each other. The audience below was shocked and speechless. What's that? A blood-red chakra? What kind of monster? Why does it appear here? Fear filled the crowd, and Iron Sword rushed to the ring without saying a word, and stood beside Kakashi. Silver, are you okay? Kakashi shook his head and said, it's okay. What's the situation with that guy? It's nothing. Just the coat of the tail beast. Tailed beast coat. What is that? Taijian asked suspiciously. Kakashi hadn't spoken yet. Kyrabi had taken off a tail beast coat, and there was a shallow wound on his shoulder, which healed in an instant. Kyrabi's face became very serious at this time, just because Yao just told him something. The guy called Yinshai in front of you has a seal on his left eye, and, if I haven't seen the one just now, it should be the sword technique of white teeth. There is a powerful ninja with this characteristic in the ninja world. Only a person. Are you Kakashi Hagai, the son of White Fang? The who injured my eldest brother last time? Taijian looked shocked, and looked at Kakashi's face in disbelief. Jinshi, are you the son of Tsukumo Hagai? I'm sorry, I didn't deliberately lie to you before, Kakashi said apologetically. Damn it. You guy, what's the matter with that white-toothed son? Damn. The iron sword yelled, and the katana in his hand was instantly pulled out and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked and quickly blocked it with a knife. Iron sword? What are you doing? Taijian's eyes were red, staring at Kakashi and said, Tsukumo Hagai defeated my father, and he ended up depressed. I want to get back this hatred for him. Kakashi smiled bitterly when he heard the words. How could this kind of hatred of the last life be met by himself? Bai Fang didn't know how much blood he had been contaminated in his whole life. Sorry, this is a matter of the previous generation. If you want revenge, it'll be waiting at any time, but it's not possible now. Go down first. As Kakashi said, he slapped Iron Sword on the chest and knocked it out of the field. Kakashi, I'm afraid I want to settle my elder brother's account. Kairabi showed a fierce look, apparently worried about Kakashi's injury to 4 generations of Raikage 2 years ago. Calm down. This person has defeated 4 generations of Raikage, and his strength should not be underestimated. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Seeing Kairabi said so, Yao stopped to say more. The two have been together for so many years and know each other very well. Although I don't know what Kairabi wants to do, since Kairabi wants to do it, Yao will accompany him. This is a tacit understanding between the two. The sword was tense, and the atmosphere became a bit frozen for a while. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. There was a white bandage on his head, and his long beard drooped from his chin. 3 ships. Mifune glanced at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point now. Kakashi leaned slightly, facing the sword master who had taught him. Kakashi still respected him very much. Mr. Mifune, thank you for your initial care. Haha, it's nothing. If Shuama knows that you have such an achievement now, he will definitely be very pleased. Mifune finished speaking, looked at Kairabi, frowned and said, Mr. Kairabi, this is the samurai meeting. You used Yao's power to break the rules of the samurai meeting. I'm sorry, you lost the game. Qualification, please leave here. Mifune's words were neither humble nor overbearing, and he did not hesitate at all because of Kairabi's identity. Asshole idiot. I want to play a game with this guy. It doesn't matter if I qualify for the game. Kairabi's goal at this time has become Kakashi, so naturally he doesn't care about the so-called samurai meeting. And in Kairabi's view, no one in this samurai conference is qualified to be his opponent. Mr. Kairabi, this is the country of iron, please respect the rules here. Kairabi was quite upset, but he didn't have any episodes. The iron country can always exist as a neutral country, and it is very clear how strong it is. If he insists on his own way, it is easy to make enemies for Union, which Kairabi does not want to see. The scene was a little embarrassing for a while. Kakashi sighed, with his pride. He wouldn't let Mifune and the Iron Kingdom block Kairabi. It's just a Kairabi. Kakashi is still confident to solve it. Mr. Mifune, this matter was caused by me. Let me solve it. Kakashi walked in front of Kairabi and said, come with me, it's not suitable for us to do it here. After speaking, Kakashi left the place instantly. Asshole idiot. Kairabi yelled and followed. Mifune did not stop, watching the two leave. Just now, Mifune has seen Kakashi's skill. Although Kairabi is strong, Kakashi is not weak. The two really fought. I'm afraid it's still between 5 and 5. Furthermore, both of them have important identities in their respective villages. Therefore, the starting point is light or heavy, and Mifune believes they will have a sense of measure. Master Mifune, do you want to send someone over? At this time, Oksuke also walked over and asked beside Mifune. Mifune shook his head and said, No, let them solve the ninja matter. Chongseok nodded and asked, then this game will continue? Below the iron ring, their warriors looked at each other, and apparently hadn't reacted to what had just happened. That silver white-haired young man is actually Kakashi Hagai, who is famous in the world of ninja. The strength is really strong and terrifying. Silver time. Tai Jian's face was dim, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Everyone, it was just a small accident. Those two are abstaining. Then, the game will continue. With an order from Mifune, he left the iron ring, and the host was on duty again to preside over the events of the competition. It's just that compared with the fierce fight that just happened, the rest of the battle is like playing house, which makes people uninteresting. Chapter 196. 7 prisons appear in the Iron Canyon. The huge current leaned down from a high place, sounding like a bell. A lot of water vapor escaped everywhere. Two figures came into the canyon one after the other. Kairabi, it's almost here. Kakashi stood on a big rock, turned to look at Kairabi and said. Kairabi looked around and nodded after making sure that there were no traps. Kairabi, it is a time of peace. There should be no conflicts between us, and there is no contradiction between us this time. It's just a game, Kakashi said softly. If he can fight, Kakashi still doesn't want to fight Kairabi. Leaving aside the question of whether or not you can win, Kakashi is not good for Kakashi in this fight. Killing is definitely not possible. With the violent temper of the fourth generation of Raikage, this will kill Kairabi, and it is strange that Konoha and Union don't fight, and Kakashi still has a good impression of Kairabi. Furthermore, Kairabi's strength should not be underestimated. Although it is not the Kairabi that will be 10 years later, it will not be too different from the strength. So, no matter how you look at it, this is a thankless thing, and Kakashi has always refused this kind of thing. With that idle time, it's better to make up for it. Asshole idiot, you hurt my elder brother before, I must seek justice. Anyway, today, you have to fight. If you don't fight. Kairabi looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes, with a high intent to fight, but not a trace of murderous aura. Others may not know, but Kairabi does. Kakashi had a chance to kill 4 generations of Raikage back then, but his men were merciful. On the battlefield, each has its own position. It is their duty to kill, but if the subordinates show mercy, it is a kind of love. Regardless of the reason, Kairabi recognized this favor. Therefore, it is not enough to say how much Kairabi hates Kakashi. After all, there is no big problem with the 4th generation of Raikage. The reason why Kairabi has to fight Kakashi this time is because his hands are itchy. He wants to see how powerful Kakashi is. After all, the 4th generation of Raikage has a high status in Kairabi's mind. He also knew how powerful the 4th generation of Raking was, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a boy who was less than 18 years ago 2 years ago. Although he didn't know the specific battle process, Kairabi was also full of curiosity about this man. Since I met this time, I couldn't just miss it. Kakashi was a little helpless when he saw this. Kairabi did not seem to have any plans to smash with him, but this posture of not letting go still left him speechless. In that case, bong accompanied to the end. Whoops. The sound of the 1,000 birds sounded, and the 1,000 Tingdao burst into light completely different from before. The blue arc kept jumping on it, which looked quite frightening. The blue electric light made Kairabi feel the terrifying brightness even when wearing sunglasses. Is this your thunder dune? It's amazing to be able to hit such a high-density thunder dune in the palm of your hand while being able to transmit it to the knife. Even Union, who is good at thunder dune, has this ability. There are not many of them. Thanks for the compliment. Instant step. Kairabi only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and Kakashi's figure disappeared again. It's the kind of instantaneous before, really fast. Behind you. Kairabi heard the words without saying a word. The red chakra appeared again, and with a kick of his right foot, the ground underneath instantly left the place. Kakashi's figure also resurfaced at this time. Without a word, Kairabi threw out the short knife in his hand. The powerful thunder attribute chakra wrapped the short knives tightly together and swiftly moved forward in midair. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and the seal on his left eye was instantly lifted. Ultrasound Zen escape knife. The writing wheel's eyes turned crazily, greeting the flow of its chakras. Thousand Ting swung his short knife directly. Amazing control ability, using thunder dodge to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has a penetrating power that surpasses wind dodge. It's an ingenious way, Kakashi exclaimed. I can see through it in an instant. Are those scarlet eyes that you accidentally got for the Shalanyan? Sure enough, they have amazing observation power. No, ordinary Uchiha people do not use Shalanyan as proficiently as you. Does the eye exert a stronger effect in the hands of outsiders? It sounds really ironic. Kairabi had participated in the Third Ninja War, and naturally he had fought against Shaolin. However, no one can manipulate the writing wheel eyes that he has fought to such an extent. In just the moment of the fight, he actually saw through the ultra-shaking thunder knife he was proud of. Kakashi didn't answer, but instead said, the tail beast's coat has indeed increased a lot, but this form has increased so many chakras. Asshole idiot. Xiaoba's ability is more than that. Kairabi was doing rap movements with both hands, looking very proud. As a perfect person's Yulai, Kairabi had already crossed hearts with Yao. In his opinion, Yao's ability is his ability. If you have any tricks, use it, just that. But there is no way to defeat me, Kakashi said softly, looking at Kairabi's eyes with some expectation. He is very strong. It is impossible for you to defeat him in this form. Use your full strength. Yao's tone was quite serious, and he obviously felt Kakashi's troubles. Since Xiaoba has said so, let's use full firepower. It just so happens that this place is also big enough for us to use our fists and kicks. As Kairabi said, 8 octopus feet suddenly appeared on his body. The next moment, Kairabi's body swelled suddenly, and immediately, a huge creature tens of meters high appeared in Kakashi's field of vision. A huge bull head, an octopus body, a strange creature that has never been seen before. Yao, the bull ghost. Among the 9 big-tailed beasts, it is only the powerful existence of the 9-tailed beast. It's really amazing. This kind of terrifying chakra volume is really enviable. There are not many chakras at the tail beast level among humans. Even if it is possible to defeat the tail beast, it is not because there are more chakras than tail beasts. It was because of various strange ninjutsu and tactics that the tail beast could not resist. When it comes to resourcefulness, the tail beast can't be compared with humans. Hagai Kakashi, in this form, you are determined to lose. Amidst the huge bull's head, there was an arrogant voice, which obviously felt that the winner was in hand. Kakashi turned the corner of his mouth lightly and smiled. That's not necessarily true. Kianting sealed it again, and Kakashi put his left hand on his mouth and bit it, bleeding instantly. Quickly knot your hands. Psychic art. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge creature with a size similar to that of the 8 tails also appeared. The smoke cleared, revealing 3 huge dog heads. Hell 3-headed dog. Chapter 197 Tail Beast Jade. Hey, Kakashi, this is the first time I summoned me out. Is that this kind of opponent? You really value me? 7 prisons saw Boy not far away, and couldn't help smiling wryly. The 7 hells still know the name of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Now, can you be a little bit ambitious? Persimmon is not a soft pinch, it's just 8 tails. The 7 prisons rolled their eyes at Kakashi and said, your tone is not small. It's only 8 tails. Although the 7 prisons said so, the whole body was tense. Psychic beast. I haven't seen it. Xiaoba, do you know it? The Hellhound family. I didn't expect them to exist. I thought they would have already perished long ago. Yao's tone was a bit solemn. Obviously he was quite jealous of this psychic beast family. Hellhounds? What is that? Back then, the 6 Tao immortals tried to manage the dead souls of this world, but in the end they failed. However, in the process, The 6-year-old man discovered two things. One is Rashomon, which is said to be the gate to the underworld, and the other is it's the Hellhound clan guarding Rashomon. The gate to the underworld? The Hellhounds guarding the gate? Kairabi was slightly taken aback, apparently shocked by such important news. No matter what kind of world you are in, life and death are not trivial matters. If there really is an underworld in this world, what kind of existence does underworld exist? If you can break the gap between yin and yang, doesn't it mean that people will never die? This incident seemed to have inspired the 6 old men, and then the old man didn't know what he was tinkering with. Asshole idiot, I really made my head bigger. Regardless of this, let's solve the immediate trouble first. Kairabi was a little messed up by the information, and decided to fight with Kakashi first. What 6 immortals do not make much sense to him. Compared, the strength of the Hellhound clan is not low, plus that our guy Kakashi, even if it is a complete tail beast mode, you must be careful. Don't worry, Xiaoba. Kakashi didn't hear the inner communication between Kairabi and Yao, but seeing Yao's body gradually solidify, he knew that the other party was about to launch an offensive. 7 prisons, be careful. It is also the first stop of our team together. The opponent is Yatsuo again, so you can't drop the price. Cut. You don't need to say, I haven't done it for so long, it's almost rusty, just to move my bones. 8 volumes of Tail Beast. Yao's 8 tentacles wrapped his body, using it as the axis, began to spin wildly. A huge storm swept the entire Iron Canyon. The wind is raging towards Kakashi and the 7 prisons. The huge size of the 7 prisons couldn't help being slightly shaken. Kakashi used the chakra to stick to the top of the 7 prisons, and the windbreaker was grinning. It's really terrifying power. I'm afraid the whole terrain will be changed by this guy, Kakashi said softly with emotion. Still thinking nonsense? Come here. The 7 prisons complained, and then all his limbs bent suddenly and jumped up instantly. Flying dog is in the sky. Hey, 7 prisons, I didn't expect you to jump so high. Kakashi couldn't help but praise when he saw this. You don't know a lot. If I was badly injured last time, did you think you could defeat me so easily? Kakashi smirked, but did not refute. The huge octopus feet directly destroyed the entire Iron Canyon. The waterfall disappeared without a trace, and the canyon became a flat ground. They are in the sky. Got it. The 8 tentacles were taken back, and the huge storm disappeared immediately. What is he doing? 7 prisons asked suspiciously. I saw the 8 tentacles of the 8 tails gathered together at the same time. The cow's mouth was wide open, and the black chakra gathered quickly in the middle. Kakashi was shocked when he saw this, and said quickly, Tail Beast Jade. 7 hells. Use the most powerful fire to escape. There is no nonsense in the 7 prisons, and the powerful chakra gathered in their mouths. Wind escape. Great breakthrough. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. Combined ninjutsu. The art of dragon fire. A terrifying flame spurted from the mouth of the 7 hells. When Kakashi saw this, his eyes condensed. This kind of power is not enough to deal with the Tail Beast Jade. The fairy mode is on. The silver-white jade instantly opened on Kakashi's back, and powerful natural energy poured into Kakashi's body. Dark red eyeshadow instantly appeared on Kakashi's face. Xianzu. Fire escape. Dragon fire. The same fire escape spurted from Kakashi's mouth and joined the previous flames. First come first. The two quickly merged together and turned into a white flame. For a time, the scorching temperature raised the entire temperature by several degrees. The vegetation in the distance also withered in an instant. The power of this flame has reached this point. At this time, Yao has also completed his energy accumulation. Tailed Beast Jade. The huge chakra ball flew out of Yao's mouth. The terrifying wind blows away all the trees everywhere. The country of iron, the square of iron, and the 3 ships looked into the distance, shocked by the terrifying scene. What is that? It can be so scary. It is the direction where Kairabi and Kakashi left just now. Is it the 2 of them? It's really scary. Not far from the Iron Canyon, A dark-skinned man looked up. Is it there? What kind of enemy is this guy who actually made by this guy use even the tail beast Jade? No, I have to go over and take a look. After finishing speaking, the big man went into a thunderous riot and disappeared in place. The place where he originally stood was scorched. The scene of the Iron Canyon at this time, it is not excessive to describe it as a ruin. The dark tail beast Jade crashed into the terrifying white fire escape. Boom! A loud noise. The terrifying airwave blew the huge body of the 7 prisons tens of meters away. Yao was also blown back tens of meters by the airwave. Call out. The tail beast Jade was swept into the sky by the dark fire escape. Boom! With a loud noise, the pitch black flame and the tail beast Jade cancelled each other out and disappeared into the air. It was actually offset. Kairabi looked surprised. Since mastering the skill of tail beast Jade, this was the first time that it was offset by the same power. No, the power of the white flame just now is still above the tail beast Jade. If it wasn't for the flag Kakashi deliberately hit under the tail beast Jade, I am afraid it would not be as simple as offsetting. Yao had some lingering fears. In the horrible white fire escape, this natural energy was clearly mixed. Now that Kakashi has mastered this kind of ninjutsu, Kakashi was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that he had incorporated Xianzu into Huodun. And after he joined the Huodun of the 7 Hells, he would have such a terrifying power. This is comparable to the power of the tail beast Jade. Kakashi clenched his right fist and said with a chuckle, "What an interesting power." Chapter 198 Ab Combination Asshole Idiot. Guy Kakashi, you are really amazing. Thanks for the compliment. But I won't just give up like that. The competition has just begun. Kakashi frowned. It was no way to go on like this, and it was troublesome to clash with Yao. Protracted war is not good for me. The number of abnormal chakras of the tail beast, even if Kakashi's chakras have soared, cannot be compared with it. Just when Yao's huge body was eager to try, Kakashi suddenly looked not far away from Yao. A powerful chakra is approaching. This feeling of chakra is the 4th generation of Reikage. Kakashi was surprised, but did not expect the 4th generation of Reikage to appear at this time. But Kakashi didn't have much fear. Fortune was in his hand, and nothing else. It would definitely work. Kairabi also noticed this huge chakra at this time. Yes, sir, Kairabi exclaimed and looked at it. I saw a big man covered in blue thunder and lightning flashing from a distance, and it didn't take long for him to appear on top of Yao. What are you doing? Why do you want to be like this? I should have said that it is not allowed to be like this when it is not necessary. Kairabi's changing Yao immediately showed a fawning expression, and said, Big brother, this is an accident. Seeing this, Yao yelled in Kairabi's heart, Don't use my body to make such a humiliating expression. Little 8, don't care about this. If you annoy Big brother, we will be in trouble in the future. The 4th generation of Reikage did not look at Yao underneath anymore, and instead looked at Kakashi standing on the head of the 3-headed dog. The 4th generation of Liang's face was stern. Looking at the person in front of him, he felt a little familiar, and immediately reacted. It's you. Guy Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled and said, Long time no see, Lord Reikage. How will you be here? I believe the intelligence of Union Village should know that I am traveling abroad now, so it is normal where I am, right? The 4 generations of Reikage heard this silently. Indeed, Konoha also has a source of news about Union Village. As a big figure like Hammer Kakashi disappeared from Konoha, other villages naturally also received the news. It's just that they are all judging the authenticity of this news. Is it really going to travel or is there a conspiracy? Reikage had no knowledge of the incident between Kakashi and Danzo. After all, not many people knew about this. If Reikage knew about this, then Konoha would stop playing and disband as soon as possible. What's the matter? Kairabi explained the matter honestly when he heard the words, and the 4th generation of Liang suddenly came across. You are running around again. This time you go back, and you are not allowed to leave Yanlai Gorge for a year. Asshole idiot. Brother, you can't do this to me. Shut up. Bye. Fourth generation Liang scolded angrily. Kakashi was a little embarrassed to see this. It seemed to be a family affair, and he seemed very unsuitable here. The 7 prisons are also very helpless. Why do they still have to fight half of them? 2, should you talk first? Let's go first, Kakashi asked tentatively. Kairabi in the 4th generation of Reikage heard the words and looked at Kakashi. All 3 knew that this battle was just a joke, and it didn't make any sense to fight. Kakashi can't keep Kairabi and Reikage, and likewise, Kairabi and Reikage can't keep Kakashi. Hagai Kakashi, I didn't expect that meeting again would be like this. Neither did I expect to meet the famous ab combination at this time. Back then, Bai and I played against Bo Feng Shui men. I didn't expect to lose in his hands. This time I met his disciple again. It was really interesting. Was that battle? I also heard Master Watergate say that Master Watergate admires you very much. In Kakashi's long-lost memory, the words of Watergate that year suddenly appeared. Kakashi, Union's AI and the 8-tailed man are very strong, and they will definitely become Union's pillars in the future. You should help the teacher by then. The smile on Watergate's face can still be remembered, but now it has become a bubble of the past. Now that I think of it, I am really embarrassed. However, Teacher Watergate, I did not live up to your expectations. Now these 2 people, I will definitely block them for you. Really? It's an honor to be praised by Bo Feng Shuiman for the defeated player. The 4 generations of Reikage thought of the spirited figure back then, and sighed for a while. So, continue? The 4th generation of Reikage looked at Kakashi with lightning. Since we encountered it, if we can't, just forget it. 1 move. After 1 move, this farce is over. Oh, what do you want to do? Kakashi wondered. Remove the tail beast mode. The 4 generations of Reikage did not return, but instead let Kairabi remove the current tail beast mode first. Kairabi did not object, and directly lifted his current state. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said, 7 prisons, you should also go back first. Kakashi, are you okay by yourself? Don't worry, I want to go. They still can't stop me. Okay, the 7 prisons said, disappearing in the same place with a bang. Kakashi floated down from midair. Kakashi, if you can't take this next move, I will stop it. The last time you were merciful, forget it. Kakashi shrugged and said it didn't matter. Big brother, what do you want to do? Just watch it carefully. The 4th generation of Liang said. The blue thunder light on his body flashed again. Thunder armor mode. Kakashi's gaze narrowed slightly. After fighting the 4th generation of Reikage last time, Kakashi also obtained the training method of Thunder Dun armor. It's just that Dun armor's requirements for the body are really abnormal, and Kakashi can't use it for the time being. The writing wheel appeared, staring motionlessly at the movements of the 4th generation of Raking. Done. Plow hot knife. With an angry shout, when he saw the 4th generation of Reikage again, he was already in front of Kakashi, and the thunder attribute chakra on his right arm dazzled people's eyes brightly. Sure enough, it's still so fast. Xianfa. Frog team player. The 4th generation of Reikage only felt that a chakra appeared inexplicably around, and directly blocked his right arm. What? The 4th generation of Reikage looked at this scene in disbelief. Invisible attack? The 4th generation of Reikage turned over and landed beside Kairabi. Brother, are you okay? It's okay. Hangaki Kakashi, what is that? No comment. Okay, that's it. Goodbye. After Kakashi finished speaking, he didn't stop and disappeared in place. The art of flying thunder god. Big brother, why didn't I let me use the thunder plow hot knife together just now? Kairabi asked suspiciously. If we use it together, we can't control it. It doesn't matter whether Hammer Kakashi is blocked or not. It will not be good for us. The 4th generation of Reikage looked at where Kakashi had just stood. thoughtfully. Chapter 199. Lake Toya. Kakashi ignored what the fourth generation Raikage and Kairabi were thinking after they left. He has no interest in these. Although I admire Kairabi in the fourth generation of Raikage, Kakashi is not interested in getting involved with them at this time. Kakashi did not go anywhere else, but returned to the Iron Country. At this time the samurai meeting had already come to an end. Kakashi inquired a little and knew that after he left, Iron Sword had won the final victory with absolute advantage. Kakashi was not surprised by this. The samurai Kakashi who was present at the time could roughly feel their strength, and Iron Sword is undoubtedly much better than them. Without hesitation, Kakashi walked directly to Mifune's mansion. As the leader of the Iron Kingdom, the mansion of Mifune is easy to find. Two warriors in armor stood at the door and saw Kakashi approaching and reached out to stop him. Please stay. This is the residence of Lord Mifune. You can't trespass. Hello. Please inform me and say that the son of the old man is here to visit. The samurai glanced up and down at Kakashi, seeing his extraordinary momentum, nodded, and said, "Wait a minute, I'll report it now." Trouble. Seeing the samurai enter, Kakashi looked around boredly. As the leader of a country, Mifune's residence is not luxurious, but rather crude. Mifune is a real samurai and doesn't have much enthusiasm for these luxurious things. In his opinion, as long as there is a place to live, it is enough. In the mansion, Mifune-sama, this samurai tournament is really ups and downs, Okishik said with emotion. Think about it, it was originally just a simple samurai meeting, but I didn't expect that the famous Kakashi Hagai and jury of the 8 tails in the ninja world would come to join in the fun. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, otherwise, the ending is really hard to clean up. It's okay. The harvest this time is not small. Beijing Iron Sword has decided to join our guardian of the Iron Country. In the future, he will be able to grow up and take on the heavy responsibility of the Iron Country. Congratulations, Mifune-sama. At this moment, a samurai walked in. Master Mifune, there is someone claiming to be the son of the old man at the door who wants to visit you. Son of the old man? Mifune frowned. There are not many old people. Did he say his name? No. He has silver white hair and looks very extraordinary. Silver hair? Mifune's eyes lit up, already guessing who came. Let him in. Yes. The samurai retired after speaking. Mifune-sama, could it be Hagai Kakashi? Akuzuyuki asked curiously. Sanquin nodded and said, it should be him. At this moment, Kakashi had already walked in. Mr. Mifune. Kakashi, are you okay? It's okay. This time I came here to apologize to Mifune-san. On a whim, I participated in the samurai meeting. I didn't expect to cause so much trouble to Mifune-san. I'm really sorry, Kakashi said sincerely. It's okay. It's not illegal for you to participate in the samurai tournament. Your father also participated in the samurai tournament and won the championship. It's just a pity that you didn't win this time because you abstained. Mr. Mifune just doesn't blame it. As for the champion, Iron Sword is also very strong, and he is the same as the champion. Speaking of Iron Sword, Kakashi, Shuama and the Beijing family had forged a lot of beams back then. After Iron Sword learns that you are Shuama's son, I am afraid that he will fight with you. Taijian is not someone who doesn't understand the truth. I'll just go talk to him. Okay, you have to settle the matter between you young people. Taijian lives in the backyard now. Go and take a look. Thank you, Mifune-sama. Kakashi finished speaking and went to the backyard. Mifune-sama, is this really okay? The Taijian guy is very persistent. Okishik said worriedly. It's okay. Kakashi is a knot in Iron Sword. It's better to let Kakashi untie it. After all, it is the grievance of the previous generation. As Kakashi said, Iron Sword is not unreasonable. People are just not ready for a while. After all, what happened back then was the Beijing family's own making, and Shuamao was enough to be merciful. Well, I hope Mifune-sama you are right. Hee. Don't worry, Kakashi can't use an Iron Sword. In the backyard, pink cherry blossoms fluttered all around. The Iron Sword was sitting on the ground, and a silver-white katana was placed on his knees. The blade is very new, obviously just made. For a long time, Taijian opened his eyes and muttered, "This long knife made of star iron is really extraordinary. With it, my combat power can be increased by at least 20%. This sword is made of the star iron obtained after the Iron Sword won the samurai tournament." Iron Sword held the long sword in his hand, and his heart was slightly happy. But soon it dimmed again. This star iron should have been from Silver Time, if he didn't retire. No, it's not Silver Time, it's Kakashi Hagai. Why is he the son of Konoha Whitefang? Taijian's heart was impetuous, and the long knife was directly thrown out by Taijian and inserted on the wooden stake. At this time Kakashi also came over. "Yo, Iron Sword." Taijian was taken aback, and subconsciously said, "Yinchi." Kakashi looked like a crescent, and said, "Oh, I seem to remember me." Without saying a word, Taijian drew the long knife from the stake and slashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head slightly. Qianting shot, directly blocking the attack of Iron Sword. Ding! The two samurai swords were crossed, and their faces were no more than 10 centimeters apart. Three eyes are facing each other. "Kakashi, do you dare to come back?" "Why not dare?" "You." With a move of Qianting in Kakashi's hand, he directly swept the Iron Sword out. "Okay, Iron Sword. Whether I'm Silver or Kakashi, does it matter?" "Important. Because you believe in Hamu, the most hated surname of the Beechin family. Just for a victory?" As for the original status of Beechin swordsmanship was directly swept down by Konoha Whitefang, and it has fallen into this tragic situation now. Do you know how miserable my family has been over the years? If you really want to recover the original debt, just come to me. I, Kakashi, will accompany you at any time. You, Iron Sword, enough. Mifune's voice sounded abruptly and fell between the two of them. "Mr. Mifune, Master Mifune." Regarding Mifune, whether it is Kakashi or Iron Sword, they all have respect. Iron Sword, things were very simple back then. Shumao defeated the representative of the Beechin family in the samurai conference, so the Beechin family sent people to find the place. Unfortunately, Shumao's sword technique was so successful that he directly defeated it. Unfortunately, Beechin the family still didn't stop, and the clan besieged Shumao. In a rage, Shumao rushed into the headquarters of the Beechin family. In the end, if it hadn't been for the previous leader of the Iron Kingdom to plead, the Beechin family would have already perished. The Iron Sword was struck by lightning, and the whole person was motionless. How could this be? Hey, it seems that you really don't know about these things. Also, for the Beechin family, this is not a glorious thing, Mifune said with emotion. Kakashi glanced at Iron Sword and said, "Iron Sword, if you really want revenge, come to me at any time." Taijian smiled bitterly. "Yin-Shay, it's a friend, it's a drink, it's an enemy, it's a sword to meet it." Seeing the smile on Kakashi's face, Taijian felt a little ashamed. Picking up the long knife in his hand, the Iron Sword handed it to Kakashi, and said, "Kakashi, this knife is a prize for the samurai tournament. Here's your thing, and now I will give it back to you. We are still friends, but there must be a battle between you and me. After 6 years, I will go to you." Looking at the long knife in front of him, Kakashi smiled and said, "This is your thing. Don't give it to me." "No, I don't accept this kind of cheap samurai tournament. I won't be glorious if you don't quit. The champion will definitely not be my turn. Since you still treat me as a friend, treat this knife as I gave you." Kakashi returned the long knife to Iron Sword, leaving no room for it. Taijian reluctantly took it, and said, "Well, after 6 years, I will use this knife to defeat you." Waiting at any time, holding the long knife in his hand, Iron Sword couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Maybe that's not bad." "Kakashi, since it's your knife, it's up to you to name it." Looking at the silver-white long knife, Kakashi smiled and said, "It's better to call Lake Toya." Chapter 200. Onan Village. The country of Tan, a small country in the northern part of the country of fire, is not even as big as the country of iron. However, in the past 2 years, Tanziguo's development has been much faster than before. He even established his own ninja village, Otonin village. The leader of this village is very mysterious, and very few people have seen his true face. However, Tanziguo's name listened to his words, and all kinds of funds were invested wildly. Therefore, the development of Otonin village is very fast. At least now, all the tasks in Tanokuni are no longer troublesome for Konoha. Although Konoha had some doubts about this, he didn't go into it. After all, there are not many benefits that Tanziguo can bring to Konoha, and Konoha's main tasks are within the territory of the Fire Country. On this day, in the territory of Tanokuni, a young man with silver-white hair came. This is the country of Tan, and Oshimaru is quite good at choosing a place. Although this place is not prosperous in the country of fire, it has great potential. The potential of a country in the ninja world is nothing more than population and land environment. After years of war and chaos, the population of this world is not dense, but the population of Tanokuni has also reached above the average level. As for the environment, being close to the country of fire is naturally not too bad. It is said that the environment of the country of fire will be superior to other countries. On the one hand, it is a natural advantage, and on the other hand, it is also caused by the wooden escape of the first generation of Hokage. Kakashi does not know whether the legend is true or false, but if it is true, then the original Naruto is indeed the existence of the ninja. Kakashi came to the land of the country, of course, not to visit the mountains and rivers, or to test the sentiments of the people, but for one person, Dashimaru. Others may not know what happened to the sudden emergence of Otonin village, but Kakashi knew exactly what happened. This is the old nest of Oshimaru at this time. The reason why I came to Dashwin was not because Kakashi was bored, but because of Kaienzu cell. There are thousands of hand cells in this world, just a few people. One is Danzo, the other is Dashimaru, and the other is with soil. Danzo and Daito are not considered. There is no play at all, and the only possibility is Dashimaru. Daishiwan had participated in the cultivation of Kaienzu cells before, and Yamato was the failure of his research. To say that Dashwin himself did not hide sensu cells, Kakashi absolutely didn't believe it. What's more, later Danzo's writing round eyes were all masterpieces of Dashwin combined with Kaienzu cells. Therefore, at this time, if there is one person who can transplant a perfect left hand to Shishui, I am afraid there is only Dashwin. It's just that although Oshimaru has this ability, Oshimaru is not necessarily willing to help herself. After all, Kakashi and Oshimaru did not have this friendship. However, even if there is friendship, it is probably of no use. Dashwin still values interests. After thinking about it for a long time, Kakashi decided to meet Oshimaru first, and then see how the deal would proceed. Kakashi didn't dare to say that he fully understood Oshimaru. It can only be said that it is really a bit moody. His vision has jumped out of the world of ninjas. He is an advanced scientist. Maybe only magical ninjutsu can impress him. Otonin village is hidden, but for Kakashi, it is meaningless. After practicing Xianzu, Kakashi's perception ability is definitely one of the top-ranked existences in the ninja world. As soon as the fairy mode was opened, the cold chakra of Dashwin could not escape. In that direction, Kakashi muttered to himself, and then stepped away. In Otonin village, Oshimaru suddenly felt his heart beat and looked towards somewhere. Someone is spying here. Who is it? Interesting. Someone can find me. Dashimaru's long and narrow golden eyes were shining with cold light, put down the tools at hand, and walked out of the laboratory. That feeling made Dashwin feel a little depressed, so I am afraid that the experiment will not succeed at this time. Instead of doing a failed experiment, it is better to come out and see what is going on. Master Oshimaru. Seeing Oshimaru coming out, Junmaro, who was waiting at the door, immediately saluted. Kimaro, a distinguished guest has come to Otonin village. Please pick him up and bring him here. Junmaro's eyes flickered, and he was a little puzzled. What kind of person can be called a VIP by Oshimaru? You know, even if the daimyo of Danzigo came in person, Oshimaru was completely ignored. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. Junmaro didn't think too much. In his world, everything that Oshimaru said should be implemented. Watching Junmaro leave, Oshimaru smiled with satisfaction. What a useful kid. It's just his body. Dashwin felt a little regretful, but didn't expect to find a good seedling so hard that he would actually get this strange disease. Bloodstain disease. This is almost an unsolvable disease, unless there is a lot of information for reference. Daishiwan shook his head, turned and walked back to the dark and humid laboratory, and sat on a chair. At the gate of Otonin village, a silver-white figure quietly appeared. Is it here? It looks pretty good, but it's really similar to Konoha. Kakashi sighed with emotion. Of course, what Kakashi said is similar not to Konoha's overall similarity, but to Konoha's dark parts and roots. Oshimaru, a guy who likes darkness, naturally the atmosphere of the dark part and the root suits him better. Unlike other ninja villages, there are still some poor people. There are only two kinds of people in Otonin village. One is the collected orphans, and the other is the ninja. All Oshimaru needs is a ninja, and civilians have no meaning to him. Without hiding his figure, Kakashi walked in swaggeringly. The guard at the door was shocked when he saw Kakashi. Who are you? Why are you here? You are not allowed to come in. Oh, why can't I show up here? I just want to go in. What can you do to me? Kakashi smiled. Damn it. Enemy attack. The leading ninja yelled, and then a dozen ninjas gathered around. Kakashi glanced, feeling a little. Oshimaru really has the ability, but only a few years ago, he made this kind of power. Speaking of buying people's hearts, there are really few people in the world of Naruto that can compare with Oshimaru. Good trafficker. However, anyone abducted by him will have severe Stockholm syndrome, and he will do everything for him. This is the real talent. I have to say that the personal charm of Dashimaru is beyond doubt. Does it depend on you? It's a bit too close, Kakashi said lightly. Damn it. Everyone, for the sake of Master Oshimaru. Everyone became a little excited as soon as he said this. It seems that the name is their belief. Just when everyone was about to start, a soft drink came. Stop.